Hello, I'm back with a new fanfiction story, which is what if Dean's resurrection pulled Harry and Sam back into the apocalypse. So, in this turbulent new reality, Dean's unexpected return from the dead shatters the fragile peace Harry and Sam had barely managed to hold onto. With Dean back, their world is thrown into chaos as they uncover a looming threat. The countdown to the apocalypse has begun. Once again, they find themselves unwillingly thrust onto the front lines, forced to confront the weight of humanity's fate. No matter how hard they try to escape it, destiny seems determined to drag them back into the fight. Let's see. If there was one thing Harry Potter didn't believe in, it was miracles. Coming back from the dead. Sure, it was easy enough under the right circumstances. He'd be a fool to ignore those facts, as they'd helped him out before, and also gotten him into this mess. There was a problem here though. Dean Winchester was dead, properly, undeniably sentenced to the realm of hell, and no one had called him back. Bobby knew better, knew the consequences, and knew Dean wouldn't have wanted anyone sacrificing themselves for him. Sam might have, were he given the chance, but Harry had been by his side every single minute for the past 4 months, regardless of how volatile his moods sometimes became. There was no one else who knew of his death. No one to play God, to rip him out and shove him back into his body. Miracles just weren't real. If Dean was really Dean, then that was all well and good, but it meant someone wanted something from them. Or, more specifically, from the Winchester brothers. Because those two were a pair and you'd be a fool to think otherwise. And he could tell all this because Harry had buckets of experience being a pawn of the universe, and things like resurrection never came without a price. Harry mulled this all over with a looming sense of dread as he snuck back up the stairs, having ascertained Dean's location before telling him to stay put and hanging up on him. Sam was still asleep when he crept back into the bedroom. It was only 5:45 in the morning, and the duo had gotten content and lazy recently, but for how much longer that would be the case, he couldn't be sure. He moved as silently as he could, changing into some jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. Then he snatched an empty duffel bag from the back of the wardrobe, and a pair of shoes, and slunk back downstairs. His shoes he left in the entranceway, while he carried the duffel bag down to the basement. After Dean died, they didn't really go out on any hunts, too emotionally unstable, too dangerous, no drive to vanquish evil. But they still had all sorts of crazy hunter material that they couldn't just keep lying about the house, because believe it or not, on rare occasions people did actually come over. Mostly electricians and other handymen, for things Harry didn't feel equipped to try and fix himself, but still people who might see an excessive collection of guns and knives scattered across the place and decide to call the cops. So they packed away all the knives and guns and holy water into the basement, where it sat safe and sound, locked away from the rest of the world, until it was needed again. Harry needed it now. He unlocked the door and dropped the bag on one of the crates littering the room. The place really did look like some sort of armory now. He started packing things into the bag. Silver, iron, holy water, the works. One phone call might be enough to have him heading out in the wee hours of the morning, but that didn't mean he was totally convinced. There were tests, procedures if you will, for this sort of thing, and Harry'd be a fool not to follow them. Did Inferi possess memories from life? Who knows? But it was a possibility. And it was what he didn't know about the world that made him even more suspicious of Dean's call than the things he did know. Once he had everything he anticipated needing, Harry zipped the bag shut and slung it over his shoulder. He locked the basement door, slipped the keys into his pocket, and padded softly back up to the first floor. In the entryway he shoved his shoes on, listening carefully to all the early morning sounds his ears could pick up. There was no sound of movement upstairs, so Harry surmised that Sam was still asleep. He was thankful for that. He'd rather hold off the inevitable questioning until he had definitive answers. Or someone else for questions to be directed at. Or, if this all went to shit, a good lie about where he'd gone at 6 in the morning. Unlocking the front door, Harry headed out into the street. There was a handy apparition spot down the block he'd discovered back when he first moved into the neighborhood. It was sheltered from view, and not quite close enough to any houses to risk waking someone with the sound. Harry counted to 10, took a deep breath, and spun on the spot. Once he got there, it didn't take Harry long to locate Dean. He was hovering impatiently by the public phone he must have used to call Harry. There was no way he'd had any money on him when they buried him, so he must have stolen it from somewhere. But a little bit of petty thievery was the least of his problems. Harry marched towards the shifty figure, stopping a handful of meters away and just staring. Dean looked like shit. Actually, no, he didn't. He was dusty and covered in dirt, and was that a little bit of grass in his hair. But underneath all that, the debris that came with waking up in a shoddy coffin beneath the earth, he actually looked really good, healthy. It was strange. Too strange. He'd been dead for 4 months, his body shouldn't have looked that good. Dean shifted awkwardly under the scrutiny and cleared his throat. You just going to gawk at me all day? Harry frowned, drawn from his inspection, and placed the duffel bag on the ground between them. I doubt you need me to state the obvious, but you should be dead. So cut me some slack, I'm allowed to stare. Regardless, Harry shifted his gaze, kneeling down to rifle through the bag instead. What's in the bag? There was an edge to Dean's query. Harry had no idea how Dean thought things were going to go down, but there were procedures for this sort of thing. Theoretically. Harry straightened again with a sigh, a silver medallion and an iron cross hanging from one hand, a sharp blade held firmly in the other. I thought you didn't like it when I repeated myself? Dean scowled at the non-answer. Harry paid it no attention, stepping around the bag and holding the cross and medallion out towards Dean. Hold these please. Dean opened his mouth, likely to complain, but paused when Harry swung them in his face. His eyebrows furrowed as he got a good look at them. Realization flashed briefly across his dirty features, but rather than clarity, his expression soured further. This is pointless. I don't know how, but it's really me. Can we just go? I only called for a ride, not a lecture. Harry closed his eyes for a long moment, jaw clenched in frustration. In retrospect, it had been rather nice not having Dean around. He'd had 4 months free of Dean's unique brand of stubbornness, and the way he always found issues with any plan Harry came up with. Butting heads like this, well, he should have been expecting it. I'm not offering a lecture. I'll gladly leave that to Bobby or your brother. You either do this, or I leave you here to rot and pretend that phone call never happened. Now, hold these. With a snarl, complaint and anger and frustration spun together in a single sound, Dean snatched them from Harry's grasp. He clenched them tightly in his hand for several long moments, before unceremoniously dropping them to the ground. Holding his unmarked palm out for Harry's inspection, he glared venomously between Harry and the bag. Harry sighed, tucking the knife momentarily into the waistband of his jeans and crouching to collect the now dusty items. I'm going to pretend this pointless rebellion is a byproduct of your overall confusion of being alive when you shouldn't be, and not simply you being an argumentative pain in the ass. I am trying to help, you realize. You'd be absolutely furious if I got Sam killed because I took your word at face value and you ended up being a psychotic shifter or something. Dean refused to dignify that with a response, and kicked petulantly at the ground. Fine then. With an agility and speed Harry hadn't made use of in quite a number of months, Harry shot back to his feet, grabbed Dean's wrist securely with his left hand, and retrieved the knife. Allowing Dean a semblance of choice in the matter was getting them nowhere, so he was done with asking permission. With a little more force than technically necessary, Harry slashed a line across Dean's palm, watching dispassionately as blood beaded along his torn skin. Dean fought back against the grip only after the fact, startled by the lack of warning. Harry relinquished his grasp without comment, fetching a cloth from his pocket and wiping the blade. I swear to God, if you keep doing that then I can't be held accountable for my actions. Though it was quite obviously a rather angry threat of bodily harm, Harry merely snorted in amusement. Just try me, Winchester. We'll see who ends up in the dirt. Dean may have looked perfectly healthy, but no man could be fighting fit straight after rising from the dead. Even then, where Dean was brute force, Harry was agile grace. Maybe he wouldn't win a fight against him, but that didn't mean he'd go down easy either. If Dean forced this into a punch-up then so be it, but Harry was fairly certain he was all bark and no bite at the moment. He sheathed the knife and dropped it back into the bag. There were plenty of random bits and bobs left in there, but most of it was retaliatory measures on the off chance that he was being duped. Despite the unlikeliness of the entire thing, he hadn't been overly concerned about the possibility in the first place, but with the life he'd lived it was always better to be safe than sorry, even if that just meant going through the motions. Are you fit for apparating or are you going to punch me in the face if I touch you? Dean flexed the fingers of his non-injured hand. He seemed to be seriously considering whether the act would be worth it or not. Harry wouldn't leave him here, in this strangely wrecked ghost town, which, now that he thought about it, definitely hadn't been like this 4 months ago, but he wasn't against the idea of dumping him halfway across Jackson and making him walk to the house from there. Finally, Dean shrugged. Just get me out of this damn place. Slinging the duffel bag over his shoulder, Harry shook his head. Never any gratitude with you, is there? Regardless, he complied. He wanted to be home, even if that home was about to get a hell of a lot more chaotic. With a muttered instruction to close his eyes and hold his breath, Harry grabbed Dean's shoulder and pictured the alleyway. Dean didn't utter a single word on the way down the street, not even his usual complaints about how uncomfortable and stupid apparition was. Harry was both perturbed by. Dean was never one to bite back a complaint for the sake of others, and grateful for the silence, as he was feeling a little woozy. He'd never been overly skilled at apparating, Unsurprising, as he'd never taken any actual lessons in it, and he wasn't sure if his disconnect with his magic was in this case helping or hindering, and consecutive trips always left him off balance. Unfortunately, in this case the silence left much to be desired. It was never fun to be around Dean when he was stewing in silence, because it usually meant he was angry, or trying to process emotions he didn't like dealing with, and he would inevitably blow up at someone. When he was in the vicinity, that someone often tended to be Harry. It made the short walk feel even more like a death sentence than it already did. The lights were on downstairs when they arrived back at the house. Harry sighed. It was a shame, but not a surprise. They may have gotten into a habit of lazy, slow-starting mornings, but whenever Harry did get up first, a rare occurrence for sure, Sam had never lasted longer than an hour without him, usually less. He'd hoped he would have moved fast enough to avoid an immediate confrontation, but, well, luck never had been on his side. He considered giving Dean a quick rundown of things he'd missed while 6 feet under before heading inside, but ultimately decided not to bother, saying only try not to be a dick, before unlocking the front door and slipping into the hallway, leaving him alone outside. In the kitchen, Sam was cooking omelets, calm and unhurried even upon waking to an empty house. For a moment Harry simply stood in the doorway, bag hanging from his fingers, and watched the little scene of domesticity with a fond smile and a heavy heart. He was about to shatter the carefree bubble they'd built for themselves. Dean slamming the front door shut startled him back into motion. Harry dropped the bag and darted into the kitchen to give Sam a good morning kiss before everything went to hell in a handbasket. Sam smiled down at him when he pulled away, but his eyebrows furrowed in question when Harry slid around him to turn off the element. "I'm afraid breakfast is going to have to wait," Harry said in lieu of an explanation. The question turned to concern at his tone, serious and not coy the way he usually was when he had better things in mind than food. "Harry?" Sam cupped his face in one hand, staring apprehensively into his eyes. "What's going on?" Harry wrapped his fingers gently around Sam's wrist. He opened his mouth, searching for the best way to phrase things, but Dean beat him to the punch. "You took the words right out of my mouth, Sammy. What is going on here?" Instantly tension raced through Sam, his fingers stiff against Harry's cheek. Wide-eyed, he glanced left, towards the source of the question. Harry sighed heavily through his nose and tossed a glare in the same direction. "What did I just finish telling you?" Harry protested, tugging Sam's hand back down to his side and cradling it soothingly between his own. Dean's gaze followed the action pointedly, and Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh no, you don't get to boss me around when you're being all touchy-feely with my little brother. Is that really the most pressing issue right now? Or are you just being petty? If that's the case, I should have left you to wallow in that ghost town for at least a few more hours. It's like you're just begging me to hit you, you wouldn't daw." "Shut up." Harry flinched as Sam's voice rang through the kitchen. Across from them, Dean did the same. "Sorry. Just. Please, be quiet for a minute." Sam's shoulders were hunched forward, and Harry ached to soothe him, but he wasn't sure it was a good time for physical comfort. I don't understand what's going on." He closed his eyes and turned away from Dean. "Harry, what's happening?" "Listen, I don't really have any of the details either, so I'll just state the facts. I got a call this morning." "Well, you got a call this morning, but you never wake up when your phone rings, so I answered it, and it was Dean on the other end, or someone who sounded like him anyway. I went out to meet him, and I tested him, and he's human, somehow. It's actually him. How is something I don't know the answer to though?" Dean bristled when Harry glanced over at him in question. "Hey, don't look at me, I'm as clueless as you are. You're lucky I'm too wrought out to try any legilimency. There's a difference between what you can remember and what you experienced after all. Although, I don't know how well it would work accessing memories you gained while without a physical form. I'm not that great at it, and that might be enough to throw me through a loop." "Maybe we should lay off the mind magic," Sam interjected softly before Dean had a chance to work back up to anger. Harry shrugged and let the subject drop without protest. It wasn't exactly a form of magic he enjoyed trying to use, so unless Dean did something to make it necessary, he was perfectly happy not bothering with it. Things were still tense though. Sam didn't seem to want to interact with Dean directly, but Harry could tell Dean would rather he left them alone. There were things that needed to be said, he was sure, and though he felt guilty about springing it all on Sam without warning, he needed a bit of space himself to process what it all might mean for them in the days to come. Harry sighed, shoulders slumping. "I'm going to the basement." He didn't offer any further explanation. He gave Sam an encouraging smile when Sam touched his arm, retrieved his bag, and disappeared downstairs. The sound of voices followed him until he shut the door behind him. He didn't have any interest in eavesdropping on whatever conversation was sure to follow. The Winchester family had a complicated dynamic, and he knew his presence would inevitably be more hindrance than help. For a short while Harry busied himself with returning everything he'd taken with him to their rightful places. It was likely, with Dean back, that they would have to reorganize their weapons cache, because he would want to go hunting and he'd guilt-trip Sam about not having spent the last 4 months hunting, and Harry wasn't going to sit back and watch him go without him. But for now everything stayed put in their boxes and crates. Once that was done, however, Harry started to regret his split-second decision to go downstairs instead of up, because he didn't want to intrude on the brothers until he guessed enough time had passed for them to hum and haw through their emotional issues. He couldn't really leave the basement, because he'd have to pass the kitchen to get upstairs and Sam would definitely notice him and that would be the moment ruined. It was going to take a while to get used to Dean being around again. Harry sat on a crate full of bottles of holy water and stared at his phone. Dean said he wasn't sure what had happened, and regardless of whether or not that was true, Harry was still more than a little curious, and, of course, worried. But Dean wasn't the only person he could get information from. I'm sure even if I don't call he'll be in contact before the week is out. He could wait. Give Dean some time to recuperate, let his mind settle, see what he remembered, and then try alternate methods. That's probably what he would have done a few years ago. But why wait when he could actively seek the answers he needed? He unlocked his phone, typed 3 numbers, and hit the call button. It rang 5 times before someone picked up. Heard about the party, did you? Harry rolled his eyes. Party? You don't know the details then. Okay. Shoot. What did you call for? Probably exactly what you thought I called for. I take it something's happened downstairs. Oh, just some light chaos. Crowley laughed, but that wasn't exactly reassuring. Chaos of what variety? No, please, don't tell me what tipped you off. It's not like I'm in the business of exchanges or anything. Merlin, he was in a mood. He'd sounded amused by whatever had happened, but, of course, any upset in hell would have trickle-down effects for Crowley and his business, so it made sense that he'd be torn between amusement and annoyance. Let's just say that the dead once more walks among us. Ooh, being cryptic are we? No matter. I can put 2 and 2 together. Moose's brother is back? Pretty much. So are you going to tell me what happened? Now, don't get your panties in a bunch. I only know hearsay, since I wasn't there. I'm not one for getting down and dirty with the torturers, you know. But word has it that some suicidal angel dive bombed the place. Thanks to you I know the end results of that little venture, but as for the why at the moment, your guess is as good as mine. Harry blinked in surprise, leaning back on one arm until he was staring up at the ceiling towards the direction of the kitchen. An angel? Really? Come now, Crowley jeered. I know you're not religious, but surely even you can come to the conclusion that if we exist, so do they. Well, I guess I just never really thought about it. Wow. He frowned. Why Dean though? That's so weird. What was that supposed to accomplish? Like I said, love, your guess is as good as mine. I'll look into it, before you ask, and I'm sure you will too. Watch yourself. Those feathered idiots rarely set foot topside, so whatever is happening, it will inevitably be more than you thought it would be. Story of my life. Nothing could ever be easy. Call if you find anything? The same to you. You've gone and piqued my interest now. Sure. Blame me. Harry hung up before Crowley could snark back at him. He slumped further back until he was lying atop the crate, his head spinning. Angels? Resurrection? His understanding of the world around him was being rewritten yet again, and he honestly wasn't sure what to do about it. Were things always this confusing when you were on the sidelines and not the main player? Was this what it was like for Ron and Hermione back in school whenever he got himself mixed up in things beyond their understanding? Harry draped an arm across his eyes. Later, he'd go upstairs, and the 3 of them were going to have a serious talk. Right now, he was going to try and settle the indignant anger that unfurled in his stomach as he thought about how angels were real, yet they'd not lifted a single cosmic finger to aid, well, anyone, and how much it rankled that somehow Dean Winchester was the exception. Harry didn't resurface from the basement until Sam started sending him texts asking where he'd run off to. They didn't sound worried or emotional at all, so Harry figured that whatever discussion they'd had without him had ended on at least neutral terms, and Dean wasn't currently on the warpath. When he traipsed into the kitchen, the brothers were both seated at the breakfast bar, stewing in what amounted to a fairly mildly charged silence. He tossed around the idea of asking what they'd talked about, but that would just annoy Dean, and if it was something he needed to know, Sam would fill him in later on. He shifted his weight, rocking ever so slightly back and forth on the balls of his feet. He thought on his softly smoldering anger, and on what Crowley had told him, and decided that Dean hadn't yet earned back Harry's tactful consideration. He stepped forward pointedly, drawing their attention, and threw caution to the wind. So, word on the street is you were touched by an angel. Dean flinched, and his hand automatically crept up to clutch at his shirt sleeve. Harry's jaw dropped in stunned surprise, cosmic irritation momentarily forgotten, and leaned forward across the counter. Wait, seriously? Let me see. Dean glowered at him, angling his torso away from Harry and his curious gaze. Harry wasn't cowed by it. Dean might think he was a master at glaring, but he fell short of the pure venom he was used to receiving for simply existing. In retrospect, it was almost something to thank Snape for, desensitizing him to the pathetic stink eye of grumpy hunters. Don't touch me, Dean bit out, when all Harry did in response was inch a bit further across the counter. You can bitch and moan all you want, Harry said with an eye roll, but I said Angel and you freaked out, so whatever you're hiding you have to show me. I don't have to show you anything, Dean snapped back. Harry pushed himself back off the counter and raised his hands in surrender. Fine, fine. You don't have to show me, but you do have to show Sam, and he will tell me what he sees, because neither one of us is keen on the idea of this whole mysterious resurrection thing becoming a widespread phenomenon that we have to go out and squash. Understand? The oldest Winchester grumbled something uncomplimentary under his breath, but most of the fight drained from his posture. At a pleading look from Sam, he reluctantly rolled up his sleeve. Harry leaned forward again to get a better look, but made an obvious show of keeping his hands to himself. On Dean's upper arm was a handprint, painfully red in appearance. It looked both new and ancient, and a shared glance with Sam confirmed that no, Dean hadn't had any marks or scars that anywhere near resembled it before he died. Touched by an angel indeed, Harry murmured, rubbing his chin in thought. I don't get why you're yammering on about angels, Dean said, obviously sulking as he rolled his sleeve back down over the handprint. Yeah, I got that weird mark now, and I don't know how it got there, or how you even knew about it, but seriously, angels, that's crazy talk. Stunned, Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. That surprise doubled when Sam also turned to him in question. Really? You've been fighting demons, knowingly or not, basically your entire lives, but angels is where you draw the line. Mentioning the fact that until less than 30 minutes ago the thought had never even crossed his own mind seemed like a bad idea, so he kept that particular fact to himself. Besides, he hadn't thrown a fuss when the idea was brought to his attention, so even if it was his first time considering the possibility, at least he hadn't dismissed it out of hand like the two brothers were. Sam offered up a slightly awkward shrug. It's just demons make sense, you know? You look at humanity, and you look at demons, and their influence on Earth sort of feels like a fact that people should have figured out sooner. Exactly, Dean butted in. Demons are shitty and humanity is kinda shitty too. 2 and 2 makes 4 and all that. But if angels are real, then why isn't the world a better place? Harry blinked, rolled the thought about in his mind, cringed at how true it rang with his own thoughts from after the phone call, and shrugged. Point. But they're the reason you're sitting in my kitchen right now, so I wouldn't be so heavy on the insults if I were you. Since we don't know why they did it or what might make them change their mind. Please don't antagonize the angels, Sam added sharply, a fierce look in his eyes. Whether we want to believe in them or not, Harry brought them up for a reason, and we don't know a thing about them. I'm not letting you accidentally talk your way back into hell when I just got you back. Dean's eye twitched. Sam's words were probably too much of a declaration of affection for Dean's liking, but even he could tell that this wasn't a good time for their usual sort of dismissive jokes. Sam shifted his attention back to Harry. So, what do we know? Ah, yes, well. Harry cleared his throat. Basically, nothing. All I know is that apparently retrieving a soul from hell is incredibly risky, and, you know, no mere mortal soul is worth the hassle, so congratulations Dean, you're officially a person of interest. But no one knows why. So we have to figure that one out on our own. Well, that's just fan-fucking-tastic. Dean slammed his fist on the counter so hard Harry almost imagined he could feel the vibration as it raced across the floor. The only indication Dean gave that it might have hurt was the tense set of his jaw, but since he'd been like that almost constantly since Harry came back into the kitchen, it wasn't exactly a helpful measure. If this were a less earth-shattering sort of conversation, Harry might have made a comment about his temper, but he wasn't that stupid. Calm down, Dean. Eyeing Dean's clenched fist with some concern, Sam tried to bring them back on track. How are we supposed to investigate when we have nothing to go on? Wouldn't it be great if we could just, you know, ask? Both brothers stared blankly at him. Ask who? Oh, I don't know, the culprit maybe? With a sigh, Harry turned away and started to make himself some coffee. It was going to be a long day. Surely if we went right to the source we could get some answers. Torture then? Harry cast a penetrating stare back over his shoulder at Dean's tone. It didn't sound eager, just certain. Like that was the obvious answer and they should get right onto it. Sam didn't appear to have noticed, still too caught up in staring sidelong at his once-dead brother to be keeping an ear out for tonal shifts. You can't torture someone who isn't here, he replied, instead of bringing it up or dismissing the idea out of hand. Can't ask questions either, Dean shot back. Touché, he allowed with a shrug. Theoretically, getting into contact would be pretty simple. If religion knows what it's talking about at all, then supposedly angels keep an ear out for prayers, right? So what, we just pray? Dean's tone was rightfully doubtful. It seemed like an absurdly simple solution to a problem, and anything simple in their line of work usually spelled trouble somewhere underneath. We could send up a generic prayer, sure. But that would just go everywhere, and how would we know if it reached the one angel we actually need to talk to? We don't know the situation. It could be an act of rebellion. Screaming our location out to them might bring judgment down upon us. And that would be rather a bad show since you just made it back to the world of the living. So we need to narrow it down, Sam supplied. He accepted the mug Harry handed him with a grateful smile, fingers brushing lingeringly as the cup changed hands. Dean watched the motion closely, his expression unreadable. Harry ignored his gaze as he sat another cup on the counter in front of Dean, before leaning back against the fridge with a cup of his own. Correct. My intel's all third-hand, rumor-mongering stuff, but no one seems to know anything specific, identity-wise. That might make things difficult. Harry took a long sip of coffee as he thought over his next request. Dean, did anything strange happen to you between waking and me picking you up? Dean's hands were wrapped loosely around the steaming mug, but he wasn't drinking. Instead, he frowned down into the liquid, eyebrows furrowed in thought. Strange not including waking up in a coffin? Sam made a vaguely distressed noise at the reminder. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Yes, besides that. Well, the clearing looked like a damn bomb site. Dunno what it looked like beforehand, but I'm pretty sure those trees were probably upright at some point. It must have been from the impact. Maybe they needed your body to pinpoint your soul. Harry shook his head, not truly looking for answers, and gestured for Dean to continue. Right. After that though, when I stumbled upon that old gas station, I went inside. The place was empty, no one around. I was grabbing some change to use the phone to call Sam, but then this noise just filled the place. It was piercing, too high and way too loud for human ears. The windows shattered. Didn't you see the place? I did. I just figured it was an abandoned gas station, broken with age, but it seems that wasn't the case. Has that happened again since? Dean snorted darkly. Trust me, you'd have noticed if it had. Okay, he conceded silently, fair point. But it never hurt to have verbal confirmation. Besides, if it had happened again but he and Sam hadn't noticed it, that would have still been useful information. Any information was useful information at this point. Okay, so while that could have been a totally unrelated coincidentally timed incident, I'm sure I'd be right in assuming that not a single person here believes in that possibility. Which means the glass-shattering frequencies and the blast site in the clearing are both more than likely related to the angels, so approach with caution? How about just plain do not approach? Sam offered weakly, knowing he would immediately be shut down. Not a chance, Sammy. Either we go to them or they eventually come to us, and I'd rather set the time and place. They lapsed into a frustrated silence. With so very little to go off of, essentially nothing really, it was going to be a bit harder to come up with a plan of action than they'd like. Harry still had plenty of contacts in hunting circles, but Harry had always been the research guy in those relationships. Hunters weren't dumb by any stretch of the imagination, but the things they knew best were the things they'd encountered in person. Given what Crowley had said, it was highly unlikely that any living hunter had ever knowingly come into contact with an angel. There would be no help here, and asking for advice would only spread rumors across the country, which they could really do without for the time being. He didn't want to rope Ellen into anything potentially dangerous, even if she had more contacts than he did. But that still left one person they could turn to. Sam, could you call Bobby? Sam blinked bemusedly at the sudden change of subject. Yes, but why? It's not like you don't have his number. That is true, and while I do need to talk to him, it'd be best to fill him in on the whole, well, situation first. He'd take it a lot better from you than from me, no doubt. Sam let out a soft "oh" of realization and glanced at Dean again. He stood from the breakfast bar, but hovered uncertainly, unwilling to leave but determined to get any answers they could. Harry smiled softly. Call him upstairs. Dean and I'll still be here, and in one piece, when you get back, promise. With a decisive nod, Sam picked up his half-full mug and left the room. Harry sipped calmly at his slowly cooling coffee and listened to the sound of Sam's feet on the stairs. Only once he heard the bedroom door swing shut did he put his cup down and shift his attention to the man sitting in front of him. Their eyes met in the quiet of Sam's departure. Harry folded his arms loosely across his stomach. It was obvious Dean had something on his mind. Briefly Harry considered waiting him out, letting the silence nudge him into speaking. Instead he cleared his throat and opened his mouth. I'm not going to pry about what you and Sam discussed. Not only is that your business, but I just know it'll be like pulling teeth with you. But you clearly have something you want to say to me. Go ahead. As long as you don't start yelling. Sam can't hear you from upstairs. At first he thought Dean was going to hold his silence. Then his fingers twitched around porcelain, the liquid inside still untouched, and a little bit of the fight eased from his body. Sammy told me you too, or he lifted one hand from the mug and twirled it uselessly in the air. Harry's lips curled in amusement. Dating? Dean frowned, but sighed and shook himself. Yeah. That. He rubbed a hand restlessly through his hair. Guess I always knew you were weirdly loyal to him. What kind of idiot tries to trade his life for someone else's when they aren't even related? It didn't work, but that's beside the point. I just never thought it would end up, well, here. Is this going to be a problem for you, Dean? Don't put words in my mouth, he growled back, but it was more tired than angry. It's not a problem, it's just unexpected. Maybe it wasn't sudden for you, but this is all very sudden for me. And Sammy never even told me he liked guys. How was I supposed to see this coming? He had a fiancée, you know. I'm aware. Kid was a real mess when she died, so I guess I should just be happy he's finally moving on. Was starting to think he might never get there. I'm not thrilled that it's with you, but at least I know you're willing to die for him. That you're not breakable. But, he jabbed a finger aggressively in Harry's direction. If you break my little brother's heart, that's it. You're gone. Forever. Capiche? Harry's smile turned a shade wistful. He hid it behind the rim of his cup. Never thought I'd be getting the shovel talk from you. They both chose to ignore the depressing reality of why that was. Yeah, well, being able to wiggle your fingers and make someone invisible doesn't mean I can't take you in a fight. Well aware that Dean was the far superior hand-to-hand fighter but unwilling to voice the thought, Harry simply shrugged one shoulder. Can I ask you an invasive personal question? You don't have to answer it. Dean glowered a little but didn't voice a protest. Do you remember anything from your time in hell? Harry watched Dean closely as he voiced the question. Sam might not have noticed, too close to the matter, but Dean had that same mild twitchiness about him now that he'd had back when he first started having hallucinations about the Hellhounds. Dean's expression, though hardly open beforehand, immediately closed off. He wouldn't look directly at Harry. No, he shot back in answer, voice cold as ice and void of emotion. Not a thing. Harry hummed in acknowledgement and turned his back on the hunter to give him a moment to collect himself. He rinsed his cup out in the sink and listened for movement from upstairs. There hadn't been any raised voices, but even if Bobby was pissed, Sam wasn't likely to shout back. While it was considerate, it also made it hard to judge how well the conversation was going, and to guess if he needed to be on the defensive or not when it was his turn. Harry had drifted into the living room and plucked a book off the shelves at random to browse for a bit by the time Sam came back downstairs. Dean was still by the breakfast bar, but he'd spun about in his seat to keep Harry in his line of vision instead of in his blind spot. No matter how adamantly he denied having any memory of his time in hell, Harry got the feeling that Dean wouldn't be comfortable with people standing where he couldn't see them for a long time to come. Dean would definitely throw a punch if he so much as breathed an allusion to the phrase post-traumatic stress, but Harry was just calling it like he saw it. Merlin knows the man had been through more than enough shit to qualify. So that was how Sam found them. Dean brooding at the counter and Harry staring absently at a page halfway through a book on demonology while curled up in an armchair. Harry didn't actually notice his return until his feet came into his line of sight, less because he'd been engrossed in what he was reading and more because he was just lost in thought, trying to ignore the weight in Dean's persistent gaze. Bobby's willing to talk to you now, Sam informed him, holding out his phone over the thick book. Harry glanced up as he accepted it. Sam's face was a shade paler than usual, and if Harry squinted he could see a red tinge to his eyes. He didn't ask how the talk had gone. Closing the book and straightening up in the chair, Harry rested the phone on the arm and put it on speaker. There was no need to try and keep the conversation private. He was only here to ask for information. Hey Bobby, kid. Harry smiled wryly. Nothing like being comatose in a guy's house and then revealing the existence of another sort of magic to form a weird bond with someone. Listen, this might sound a little odd, but can you think of any ways to ascertain a being's identity without actually being in contact with them? The static hum of an open phone line crackled in the quiet as his question sunk in. Bobby let out a heavy sigh. Straight back into hunting without so much as a how do you do. You're turning into a right Winchester yourself. Since Harry wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a compliment or an insult, he let it pass without comment. I know a psychic y'all could get in touch with. Best damn psychic in the country, if you ask me. I don't know if she'll get you what you want, but she'll try everything she knows. That's about the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. Is that agreeable? Harry asked, speaking to both brothers, but mostly to Dean. At this point I'm willing to try pretty much anything, Dean admitted gruffly. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the line. It was one thing to be told Dean was back, another to hear his voice, and it would be something else entirely when Bobby first got to see him with his own eyes. Send us her details and we'll look into it, Harry requested, tactfully not acknowledging Bobby's emotional state. I'll send you her address and meet you there. I'm not leaving you idiots to do this on your own again, not while I'm still fighting fit. And honestly, Harry should have seen that one coming from a mile away, but he didn't have any problems with it. Another head and another pair of hands were always welcome when facing the unknown. Roger that, boss man. Bobby huffed in exasperation. We'll see you in a day or two then. I'll be waiting. Harry ended the call and handed the phone back to Sam. That's more of a plan than we had 5 minutes ago. Go team. Dean snorted an ugly ow, amused but bitter, and Harry shrugged it off. Go have a shower or something, Harry continued, standing up and directing the command to Dean. You need one and we know you want one. We'll sort out a route and pack or whatever while you're getting cleaned up, and then we can head out. I'm driving, Dean interjected, arguing for argument's sake since he couldn't refute the fact that he desperately wanted to properly wash off the graveyard grime that lingered from his coffin nap. Never said you weren't. Harry pointed at the kitchen door. Shower, go. He side-eyed Harry for a long moment, but the siren song of hot water and soap was too much to resist for long, and he left without further protest. By the time Dean finished with his shower and scrounged up some mostly fitting clothes that were actually in one piece, Sam and Harry had not only mapped out a route to go meet Bobby and his psychic friend but also refilled Dean's beloved car with some of their hunting gear. Almost everything, except for a couple of, in case of emergency, blades and a couple vials of holy water, had ended up down in the basement with all the rest of their collective hunting supplies once they made the mutual decision to give it all a rest for the time being. They put back everything they could remember being in the secret trunk compartment, not only because heading out on the road unarmed was just asking for trouble, but because Dean didn't need to glimpse the living proof of exactly how they'd felt about hunting while he'd been gone. They all needed a sense of normalcy for now, however fake, and rocking the boat wasn't worth it. Dean was just lucky Harry had convinced Sam to keep his stereo mods to Harry's car instead of messing around with Dean's. We ready to go or what? Dean queried the moment he set foot in the kitchen. Not an inch of him had doubted Harry's proclamation that they'd finish up while he was in the bathroom. That, or he was simply antsy to leave. It was a feeling they could all relate to. We're good, Dean, we're good, Sam assured, gently herding him towards the front door. Harry followed lazily behind them, one hand curled around the strap of his magically expanded messenger bag, letting a feeling of fondness wash over him as the two brothers bickered softly amongst themselves. It had been a real roller coaster sort of day, and it was barely lunchtime. Harry schooled his expression as he locked the door behind him. Someone was watching him. This was not an uncommon occurrence. It had begun a little over a month ago and didn't seem likely to cease any time soon. Harry had never been able to pinpoint the actual physical entity engaged in their observation, but he'd become familiar with their dark, non-human presence, an easy feat as they, perhaps smugly, though seemingly well within their right to be as such, made no attempt at masking their presence. Sam was still blissfully unaware of the semi-recent development, as Harry had refused to bring it up without anything substantial to even pick out if they were malevolent or benign, and he didn't appear to have noticed anything out of the ordinary himself. Whatever his demon-given sensitivities were, this was not one of them. As for Dean, he glanced over his shoulder to where Dean was carefully inspecting his car. It was too hard to tell if the tense line of his shoulders and the way he twitched ever so slightly at unexpected movement was a hangover from his extremely recent escape from torture and imprisonment, or if he too could sense their watcher. Perhaps it was both. He wouldn't ask, and Dean wouldn't say unless he was certain it was real and not a phantom, lingering sense of paranoia and panic. Harry reached out with his senses as he traipsed over to the car, trying once more in vain to determine who the feeling was coming from. There was a man walking his dog, a woman going for a run, and some lawn care professional was parked a few houses up the street, and that wasn't even taking into account the people who lived on the street, or potential visiting relatives or new renters. The longer he was exposed to it, the more Harry was sure that the presence felt demonic. Except previous experience had shown that if there was only one or two demons about, he could generally identify the demons if he got close enough. This was demonic but not, with an aura that radiated out over a large area without a noticeable center. The only bright side to the whole affair was that whatever it was, whoever they were, they seemed content in their observation. At least for now. The uncertainty of what might happen when they changed their minds lingered as Harry climbed into the backseat and Dean turned on the engine. Only time would tell. The journey out to the psychic's place was a long one, not the longest Harry had ever pulled, with or without the Winchesters, but long enough to be uncomfortable. Long enough to wish he knew the proper technique for apparition, or at least a method that worked less chaotically with the way his magic ebbed and flowed these days beneath his skin, untethered by a wand and without proper direction. Dean was towing the speed limit the entire way, and wasn't keen on stopping. It took a group effort just to get him to stop for dinner, and they wouldn't let him back in the car afterwards, opting to spend the night in a motel instead. Even if we do make it sometime today, Sam had said, it'll be pretty late, and we'd just be making a nuisance of ourselves. Sleep. We'll get there tomorrow. Harry wasn't convinced Dean actually got any sleep, but at least he didn't take off without them in the middle of the night. And so, after a cheap and greasy breakfast at a nearby diner, they finished the last leg of their journey with only Dean's cassettes blasting loudly inside the car to cover the nervous, anticipatory tension that hung between them. Bobby was waiting for them when they arrived. He looked a little like he hadn't slept, but he always looked like that to Harry, and it was hard to tell if it was just the lifestyle taking its toll on the older man or if he was actually losing sleep. While Dean didn't think twice about getting straight out of the car, part of Harry wanted to hang back a while, so as not to interrupt if Bobby decided he had a thing or two he needed to say. He'd awkwardly third-wheeled enough familial dressing downs in the Weasley household to know that he'd rather avoid them if at all possible. Sam didn't seem to share his concern, coaxing him out of the car with a look and a tilt of his head, and he turned out to be right not to worry. All Bobby did was wrap Dean up in an impressive bear hug and pat him on the shoulder before getting straight down to business.
"It's good to see you boys in one piece," Bobby called in greeting when Harry and Sam stepped over towards him and Dean.
"Same to you, old man," Harry returned, only to be cuffed upside the head by Sam. He shot him a disgruntled look, but Sam was laughing quietly, so he just rolled his eyes and continued on. "This the place then?" Bobby nodded without offering up any further explanation, then turned to knock on the front door. The door swung wide open after maybe 20 seconds, revealing a woman in a dark tank and faded jeans. She appeared older than Harry and the Winchesters, but younger than Bobby. Harry had never met a psychic before, only the barely legitimate seer Sybil Trelawney, but he was thankful to see that she seemed far more normal than his old divination professor. The lack of shawls and beads was really a breath of fresh air. Not to mention the literal fresh air he could sense from her house, which wasn't suffocated with a dozen different types of incense. "Bobby!" the woman cried, wrapping the old hunter up in a surprisingly strong hug. She turned to them once she released Bobby and offered a slightly predatory grin. "And these must be the Winchesters? Could have sworn there was only 2 of them though. But the more the merrier."
Harry flushed uncomfortably under the heat of her gaze and cleared his throat. "Boys, this is Pamela Barnes. Pamela, this here's Sam and Dean, and Tay Scruffy one is Harry Peverell." "Not a Winchester then. A friend," Dean snorted. "Hardly. Them 2 are lovebirds."
Inwardly Harry despaired. Dean had gone straight from confused anger to shovel talks to affectionate teasing. He wasn't sure which end of the spectrum was worse. "A shame," Pamela offered with an exaggerated sigh of disappointment. "You're unattached though, right, Tiger?" She winked at Dean and his entire countenance lit up. Of course he would let his libido win out over his other emotions. "Can we go inside?" Harry asked abruptly, interrupting their little moment or whatever uncomfortably charged thing was happening right in front of him. "We should talk business first, right?"
"Ah, yes." Pamela clapped her hands together and turned back towards the house. "Business before pleasure, of course. Come in."
She led them through the house and into an oddly decorated sitting room. It had a very occult vibe to it. It must have been her primary base of operations for whatever she needed to do to utilize her abilities. "Now, Bobby here said you boys were looking for something. I tried a few less involved rituals after he called, but I couldn't find anything. So, how do you lot feel about a seance?" Harry had absolutely no idea what that entailed, but Bobby trusted her so it couldn't be anything too bad. Still.
"Is it all right if I lay down some ground rules first?"
Pamela glanced at him, gaze calculating. "That depends, what for?" "Safety. Likely yours more so than ours." She looked a little offended, but Harry held up a hand to stave off any protests. "I don't doubt your skill in what you do. Could you hear me out?" "Fine, I'm listening." "Thank you. First off, we already know what we're looking for. We don't need to know where they are or what they look like. We only need their name. Secondly, there is a chance they may notice you searching for them. If they offer warnings or urge you away, please listen. We don't want to anger them, and we also don't want to put you in unnecessary danger. Remember, all we need is a name. Are those acceptable parameters?" Pamela studied them each in turn, taking in the seriousness of the situation. "Well, that was vague and mysterious. But yes, I agree to your terms." She then went about setting up for the seance. A seance turned out to be a much tamer affair than Harry was expecting after Pamela had referred to it as an involved ritual. They all sat around the circular table in the middle of the room and held hands. Pamela was using the fiery handprint on Dean's arm as an anchor point or locator beacon for the ritual, her own hand stretched over the raw-looking skin. What surprised Harry the most was that when Pamela invoked the ritual, she did it in English. Perhaps his time both in the wizarding world and the time spent exorcising demons had tinged his worldview, but he'd almost come to simply expect anything even mildly occultist to wind up in Latin. But it was ridiculous to expect a person to learn Latin just because they had latent psychic powers, wasn't it? With his eyes obediently closed, Harry could only hear Pamela's voice and the soft breaths of everyone in the room. Bobby's hand was loose in his right and Sam's tight in his left. If someone had sat him down in front of a Muggle psychic 10 years ago and told him to participate in a seance, he would have been out of there in a flash. But time and distance and experience had all lent themselves to him so that he had come to learn to trust magic and powers different to those he'd come to accept as the one and only reality. Harry wasn't parsing the words Pamela said, instead listening to her tone of voice. She did grow tense and wary after a few minutes, but before he made himself speak up to remind her to be careful, she ended the seance. With eyes open and hands to themselves, the quartet watched Pamela watch them as she mulled over whatever she had seen or heard or felt. "Something tells me I don't want to know what you boys are getting involved with," she said eventually, a rueful statement on a soft exhale. "Castiel. That's who you're looking for." A name. They had a name. For once, step one of a plan involving the Winchesters had gone off without a hitch. "Thank you," Sam said, voice heavy with meaning, while Harry was lost somewhere between triumph and a sense of unease. Pamela waved off his thanks with a smile. "Don't worry about it. Just be careful out there." "We will." Pamela muttered something about water and briefly left the room. In her absence, Sam turned to his brother with a teasing half-smirk. "If you want a little alone time with her, we can always leave without you." For a moment Dean looked sorely tempted. Then he punched Sam in the arm and climbed to his feet. "Like hell, we've got an angel to gank." "Interrogate, Dean," Harry corrected. "We've got an angel to interrogate." "Sure, whatever, same thing." They debated the angel situation over lunch. While they were all in agreement that they wanted, and more than that, needed, to summon this Castiel, they were at odds as to how they wanted to go about it. Dean wanted wards and sigils and traps, protection from the angel in case they got violent. It was a nice thought, surprisingly safety-conscious for a Winchester, but Bobby had had to burst Dean's bubble with a pointed reality check. They didn't know jack shit about angels or how to protect against them. At this point they were practically waist-deep in demon lore, but angels were a whole new ballgame. Sam suggested that, since they couldn't cover some room in wall-to-ceiling wards for protection, they find a wide outdoor space for the summoning, somewhere they would be able to keep lots of distance between themselves and Castiel in case things turned bad. No one was super keen on Sam's suggestion, but what Bobby and Dean said got Harry thinking. Pushing away his empty plate, Harry slid out of the booth, already slipping into thought. "I'm going to make a phone call," he said absently, patting Sam reassuringly on the shoulder as he turned to leave the diner. As he left, he heard Dean say something in an incredulous tone, but the words themselves were muted, his focus already shifting to his phone as he dug it out of his pocket and typed in 3 familiar numbers. Harry made himself comfortable on the hood of Bobby's truck while the phone rang. He wasn't in the mood for the lecture Dean would likely give him if he was caught sitting on the Impala. A darkly amused voice drew him out of his thoughts. Well, you're a talkative one this week, aren't you? Angel hunt go bust already?" Harry tipped his head back and laughed. "Such faith. No, we know how to get them to come to us, we just don't know how to make them stay." It got me thinking, is there an angelic version of a devil's trap? On the other end of the line, Crowley scoffed. "Of course there is. You try hard enough and anything can be trapped. Humans are, of course, notoriously easy to trap." I know. We're all idiots who don't look before we leap. I suppose the better question is, do you know how to trap an angel? To quote a friend, such faith. There was a sound akin to a rustling of papers for a short while, before Crowley spoke again. "It seems like holy fire'll do the trick just nicely." "Right." Harry sighed, "because that sounds really subtle and totally easy to organize. Obviously you don't just light the fire and hope they fly into it. Have you learnt nothing from our partnership?" Fine. What am I burning and where do I get it?" "Legally? In the human world? While holy oil does sound very religious, I'm not sure churches keep that sort of thing in this day and age. Like I said the other day, it's been a long time since those bastards bothered touching down on your land." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "So you have a solution, but I can't use it."
Did I say those words? So you can get me holy oil then?
"It'll cost you." Harry rolled his eyes, even though the demon couldn't see him. "How long have we known each other? I knew you'd ask for something in return." Deals are your thing after all. You're not going to ask what I want. It's never something I can't pay. How long will it take you? I should be able to scrounge some up within the next 24 hours. I'm sure you boys are just chomping at the bit waiting to catch yourselves an angel. Lunchtime tomorrow then, Harry agreed easily. You know how to find me. Indeed I do, Crowley said, and then he hung up. Harry put his phone back in his pocket, and when he looked up he found all three of his companions watching him through the window of the diner. He waved at them, and they hurriedly glanced away, except for Sam, who waved back. They'd all finished eating before Harry left the building, nursing the remains of hot drinks and ruminating over a game plan, so he felt content to wait outside for them to pay and come to him, rather than head back inside.
Sam was the last out the door, and Harry could tell that he'd been caught out already. Safe behind Bobby and Dean, Sam mouthed Crowley's name in question. Harry inclined his head just slightly in affirmation. Briefly, Sam glanced heavenwards, as though questioning his life choices, but when he caught Harry's gaze again he merely rolled his eyes good-naturedly. I think we can make your plan work, Harry said to Dean, obediently sliding off the car when Bobby smacked him in the shoulder.
What? Where was this support when these two bozos were naysaying all my ideas? Dean jabbed a thumb aggressively in Sam's direction. That's what the phone call was for. You didn't want false support, did you? If you did, then I'm sorry I didn't lie for you. Dean huffed out an aggravated breath but otherwise held his tongue. What did you find then? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Harry clapped his hands together then spread his arms wide. As you all know, I've accumulated rather a lot of information on demonology over the years. While you were muttering about traps and protection wards, I got to thinking this. What if there's an angelic version of a devil's trap? A bit of subtle maneuvering and it would solve all of our problems. Kid's got a point, Bobby chimed in, voice gruff but approving. Did you find one? Sam asked, already knowing the answer but playing along regardless. Indeed I did. It does however require supplies that we don't have, so my friend is sorting that out for us. He's good at rustling stuff up, but we won't be able to summon the angel until tomorrow. Maybe that'll test your patience a little, Dean, but it means we have plenty of time to pick a good spot for this little meet and greet. Dean squinted suspiciously at Harry. How do we know it'll work? We don't, he admitted easily. But holy fire sounds pretty fucking legit, right? And word on the street is there's hardly been a lot of angels Earthside in the last couple hundred years, so it's not like anyone's had a chance to try it out recently. We'll be leading the way in angelic safety protocols. Now you sound like you're promoting some shady clinical drug trial. Bobby cuffed Dean lightly in the back of the head. Harry laughed at Dean's disgruntled but half-hearted complaint. Let's just go find somewhere to stay the night, Sam implored them, gesturing towards the cars meaningfully. Unless you'd rather spend the night at Pamela's, now that you know we've got some time to kill, Harry added. For maybe half a second, Dean paused, then he turned and gave Harry some serious stink eye. If I leave you're gonna plan this shit without me and I'm gonna get stuck doing something embarrassing. Like hell am I letting that happen? With his hands in the air in surrender Harry pleaded his innocence, but Dean wasn't budging. As payback, Harry and Sam were subjected to all sorts of crass jokes on the way to a motel, and they both wondered if it wouldn't have been easier to hide their relationship than have to hear Dean talking about their sex life. Most of the hours that followed Harry's call to Crowley were uneventful. They found a motel, booked 2 rooms, found a decent place to carry out their summoning, and then basically went their separate ways for the evening. In the morning they went back to the same diner for breakfast, and then they returned to the motel to wait. They all gathered in Harry and Sam's room. Harry was sprawled out on the spare bed, deep in discussion with Bobby about the effectiveness versus efficiency of various methods of creature identification, when a rush of heat flared up at the base of his neck. He trailed off mid-sentence, launching himself up off the bed, but he was barely on his feet before there was a knock at the door. Sam, who was closest to the door, glanced up from his laptop and over at Harry, a question in his gaze. Harry nodded. For a moment, Sam's entire body seemed to slump in resignation, which Harry could totally get behind. He shouldn't have let Bobby and Dean hang out in their room when he was expecting a delivery. Before he straightened up, placed his laptop gently on the mattress beside him, and climbed to his feet. Because they had to pretend to be safety conscious, Sam locked the security chain in place before cracking the door open and peering out. He tossed a slightly rattled look Harry's way when he shut the door to unlock it, and Harry only had a mere second to wonder what had caused it before the door swung open, revealing their guest. It was Crowley. In hindsight, Harry should have known that Crowley was never too busy to rock the boat, and that his assumption that Crowley would just send one of his lackeys as a delivery man was naively optimistic. But he just hadn't put 2 and 2 together until it was thrown in his face. Unfortunately, they had an attentive audience, and Harry couldn't afford to be caught in his confusion. Biting back some of the more sensitive questions aching to be asked, Harry plastered on a welcoming smile and stepped forward to join Sam at the door. "I'm sure a courier would have been simpler," Harry said in lieu of a greeting, arms already inching forward to take the ostentatious porcelain pot from Crowley's grasp. "Nonsense." The demon smirked and took a pointed step over the threshold and into the room. "If you want something done right, do it yourself, right?" Harry's smile twitched. He waved Sam off so they didn't paint as hostile a picture for Bobby and Dean, but remained in front of the open door, the toes of his shoes almost flush against Crowley's as he took one more step forward. "Am I to take it that this means you're cashing in the favor I owe you in payment right now? It's a little inconvenient. So quick to try and turn me away. Another person might be offended." Harry knew he didn't actually have much right to deny Crowley his payment, so he held his tongue. "It'll be the easiest favor you've ever given," Crowley assured him, subtly shifting the pot just out of reach whenever Harry tried to make a grab for it. "I just want to watch." Harry blinked dumbly at him, hands frozen outstretched in the air. "Watch? I want to see the trap in action." "Ah." Harry's eyes closed in resignation and his hands fell back to his sides. Crowley wanted to poke fun at the angel. Of course he did. He took a step back, forfeiting their standoff, and glanced over his shoulder at the others. "It's your rodeo, Dean." The man in question shook himself, surprised by the sudden change from bystander to participant. "Is it cool with you if Crowley sticks around while you summon your angel friend?" Dean gestured loosely at the pot of holy oil. "That the price for his assistance?" Crowley smiled his businessman smile with a flash of teeth, fingers tightening exaggeratedly around the pot. Dean wisely took that as an affirmation. "And you trust him?" Harry cleared his throat and said, instead of directly answering the question, "I've worked with him before." If Dean noticed the technical differences between the question and the answer, he didn't comment on it. From behind Dean, Bobby sent Harry an unimpressed look that told him in no uncertain terms that half-assed misdirection like that wasn't going to fool him anytime soon. Harry shrugged helplessly. His level of trust varied on a case-by-case basis, determined by preset parameters and actual knowledge of the situation. Any answer he gave would be as much a lie as it was truth, so it is better not to try and answer at all. If that's what it takes to figure out what the hell is going on around here, then that's what we'll do. One more person's hardly gonna make a difference at this point. With the decision made, Harry stepped fully out of Crowley's way, allowing the demon into the room proper. "Glad we could come to an agreement," he said, all teeth, and perched himself on the edge of the bed Sam had been sitting on. To Dean and Bobby he must have seemed like a particularly eccentric contact, but many hunters and the people associated with the business were a bit off-center, so there was nothing overtly suspect or concerning about a possessive or curious streak. To Sam and Harry, who knew full well Crowley was a demon, the whole thing was a painful farce of normality, kept together only by ignorance. Harry really needed to learn to choose his words more carefully when making requests from Crowley, and stop leaving such open-ended promises from which Crowley could then take his pick. Something told him it wouldn't matter for much longer though. If Dean had been able to see the true faces of demons in his dying days, there was no way an angel wouldn't be able to tell straightaway that Crowley wasn't human. Their peaceful, if you could call it that, reunion hadn't even lasted a week and was already at risk of being overturned. Harry closed the motel door with a heavy heart and listened with one ear as the others finalized their game plan. The shell of a barn they'd found to use was entirely unappealing, but Harry supposed that was what was so good about it. With concrete floors, wooden walls, and having been completely gutted of whatever it had once held inside, it was the perfect picture of abandonment. No one would bother them here. Crowley only handed the holy oil off once they were there. Harry assumed it was because he didn't want to risk getting dragged into the plebeian handiwork required to actually make the circle. God forbid he exert even the tiniest bit of effort towards even trifling manual labor in aid of humans.
Dean painted the circle, under Sam's guidance. "You think I can't draw a decent circle by now?"
"I'm just double-checking the lines join." While Harry stayed back, brushing shoulders with Crowley and mostly keeping an eye on him without making it super obvious to anyone other than Crowley that that was what he was doing. Bobby observed all four of them from afar, a shotgun hanging loose in his grasp. This might have been an ask questions first, shoot later scenario, but going into anything entirely weapons-free was foolish. Always have a backup plan. When the brothers were done arguing over Dean's artistic talents, all five of them gathered on one side of the barn. Dean had a lighter as a backup, but Harry was technically in charge of setting the oil afire with his magic. With Dean as the one summoning Castiel, it seemed better to have someone else set off the trap, and Harry just so happened to be the most convenient option.
With the preparation done, all they had left to do was call and hope the angel came.
That's when things started getting a little messy. So Dean drawled, gaze darting between the rest of them. "How exactly do we summon an angel again?" Crowley's lips twitched, like he was fighting back an amused smirk. Harry sighed despairingly. Pray, I guess. And don't bother asking me for guidance, I've never been a religious sort. There was a smattering of shrugs and nods. Crowley offered no opinion or advice, content to watch them flounder. Right then. Unsure and possibly a little embarrassed, Dean started pacing back and forth in front of them, at the edge of the circle, his hands shoved in his pockets. I don't have to do the whole hand thing with closed eyes, right? Sam shrugged. Just do whatever, and if it doesn't work maybe you will have to go a bit more traditional, but I'm sure it doesn't really matter. There must be a reason he dragged you out of hell, so he must be paying attention. Just focus. Rolling his eyes, Dean scoffed, but slowed his steps and looked away from them, head tilted slightly skywards. Oh Castiel, he began, in a horribly fake tone of voice, I beseech thee to appear before me and, help me? With a hand over his mouth Harry tried to pretend his uncontrollable snickers were a sudden coughing fit. The glare Dean leveled at him was proof no one was buying it. Beseech? Really? You come over here and try then, if you think I did such a terrible job. Oh no. No, Harry waved his hands in surrender. This is your angel, you do you. Now we wait, I guess? Sam interjected, obviously not keen on getting into arguments in a situation with so many unknown factors. Harry agreed with the sentiment. It was all fun and games at home or in the motel room, but this was business time. But an odd sound, ostensibly just a disturbance of air, but he thought he'd heard wings and something otherworldly, interrupted them before anything more could be said. As when their attention shifted in that direction, where they found an unfamiliar man standing smack dab in the middle of the circle. Although they were all startled and still, Harry's instinctive wartime flinch reactions to sudden appearances often acted up in situations like this, and while these days his first reaction would be to go for a knife, he was currently unarmed, and a wave of magic burst from his fingertips, thankfully as useful sparks and embers and not a stunning spell. All of them, Crowley aside, shifted a little uneasily as the sparks caught and the ring of fire flared into life. But the sight of the fire allowed them to gather themselves, because even though they'd been caught unawares the first part of the plan had still come to fruition. This is a disquieting welcome, the man, the angel, said into the silence. His face was expressionless and his tone was monotonous and everything about him seemed entirely unperturbed by the situation, but there was something about the way he blinked, perhaps, that lent itself to the idea that he was, truly, a little surprised about the situation. Harry couldn't be certain surprise was the right word, but there was some sort of emotion in that statement that Castiel maybe didn't know how to express, or even know that he was trying to express it at all. Castiel was both imposing and entirely underwhelming. Dressed in a suit and a trench coat he looked like a disgruntled businessman in a constant state of overtime-induced exhaustion, but Harry could feel power from him in a way that simply screamed to whoever was listening that he was far from an ordinary human. Dean cleared his throat and stepped a little in front of everyone else, meeting Castiel's gaze head-on. Well, call it trust issues. I've got a bone to pick with you. Castiel blinked again, long and slow. I do not understand. The only bones you possess are inside your bodies, and he cut himself off when his gaze shifted behind Dean. Brushing off his confusion. It seemed heaven wasn't keeping up with colloquialisms. His expression darkened. You keep unsettling company, Dean Winchester. As Dean glanced back at them in confusion, Harry dropped his face into his hands and sighed heavily.
Dean squinted at Castiel. Is that because you don't like wizards or?
You are mistaken. I am grateful for Harry Potter's part in destroying an evil that threatened humanity. I was referring to that. Castiel lifted an arm and pointed accusingly at Crowley, who gave a jaunty wave and a predatory flash of teeth. Is this because he gave us that holy oil? Dean asked quizzically, trying not to sound as lost as he was. No, while I would appreciate you releasing me, that is a minor concern. Dean Winchester, you are the righteous man. Why are you consorting with demons? Fuck, Harry mumbled into his hands. Demons? Crowley laughed and took a step forward. Yes, hi, he's talking about me. I confess, I couldn't resist coming along to see the foolhardy angel who stole soul from hell. You're not really what I was expecting, but I suppose they had to send someone expendable given they had no idea if it would even work. I should've expected something like this, Bobby muttered from the back of the group.
Hold up, Dean said, making a bunch of time-out gestures. We're getting our information from demons now. And trusting that information. Oh God, I let you sit in my car.
While I'm sure you having a meltdown would be fascinating, Dean, maybe we should deal with these issues one at a time, no? Angel first? Harry elbowed Crowley indignantly, because he was so not helping, but only got a look of fond exasperation for his efforts.
Sam stepped forward, hands out, puppy dog eyes in full effect. Listen, Dean, we can talk about Crowley later, okay? We came here to get answers about the angels. Let's just focus on that.
It would have been better if Sam stayed quiet. Dean's eyes narrowed in thought, gaze flicking between the three of them, and suddenly realization dawned. You already knew, Dean accused, jabbing an angry finger Sam's way. Both of you, and you just let him come, easy as you please. Dean nope. Dean waved away Harry's attempt at placation. No shish. You don't get to talk anymore. I'll deal with this later. We'll come back to this later, because I can't deal with all these things at once. So, he turned back to Castiel, and whatever congeniality he might have been willing to fake before was gone now. Start talking. What's the deal?
Elaborate, Castiel requested. Running his hand angrily through his hair, Dean glared.
Want me to break it down? Fine. First, why did you break me out?
Because it was God's will. Normally that sort of statement might have thrown him off, but Dean was running on anger and discontent at the moment, and it was good for pushing through surprises.
Okay. Weird, but I'll buy it for now and come back to it later. What was with all the screeching and destruction when I woke up? Was that your fault? Indeed. I thought you might be able to perceive my true voice, but I was clearly mistaken. That is why I had to go and find a vessel, or we would not be talking even now. Hold on. Vessel like meat suit. As in, possession? Crowley laughed at how ill at ease the idea was making Dean. Does that really surprise you? He mocked. Angels and demons aren't so different, functionally speaking. In response, Castiel's voice grew colder. This body belongs to a devoutly religious man who offered his services to me. He will remain unharmed when I leave. We do not abuse humanity as you do. Something about that seemed to amuse Crowley. He clicked his tongue condescendingly and shook his head. That's only because none of you spend any time getting in amongst them. Just because you believe in God's great plan while sitting in the clouds, it doesn't mean none of you would give in to temptation if you tried interacting with those you're supposed to watch over. As much as Harry hated to admit it, that made sense. You couldn't make assumptions about action based on inaction, and you couldn't label an entire species good or evil and expect them all to fit the mold forever. It was easy to forget sometimes that hunters were highly prejudiced, and that even demons weren't as solely terrible as they liked to make them out to be. So angels not being wholly righteous? Not really much of a long shot. Drawing on his dignity, Castiel refused to give any further attention to Crowley's provocation, and refocused solely on Dean. What is it you truly wish to know? What did you call to me for? Right. Dean fisted his hands at his sides, body tense from all the new information. What do you want from me? What was so damn important that your God sent you to snatch me? For once Castiel looked reluctant to answer. I am not certain what I should tell you, he said slowly. A muscle twitched in Dean's jaw as he ground his teeth. No one's letting you go free until you give us something to go on. Harry will tend to that fire indefinitely, as punishment, until you give us reason to let you go. You're better off telling us now instead of dragging this all out. I have other duties I must attend to, Castiel protested stiffly. Dean merely raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Very well. I was tasked with an attempt to prevent the beginning of the long-foretold apocalypse. I raised you from perdition, but I was too late to stop the first seal from being broken. If the seals cannot be protected, then the apocalypse will come, and Lucifer will walk the earth once more. A stunned silence fell over them at Castiel's proclamation. Crowley voiced what was on all of their minds, if in a much more flippant manner. Well, that's not going to be good for anyone. True to his word, Dean was going to make Castiel work for his freedom. Leaving Bobby inside with the lighter and the pot of holy oil, Dean herded Sam, Harry, and a now significantly less amused Crowley out of the barn. A monumentally huge bombshell had just been dropped on them, but there were some issues a bit closer to home that needed working out first. Once they were a short distance away from the barn, Dean turned to face them with a look of wild disapproval on his face. Was that Ruby chick not enough warning for you? Why would you go find some new demon to trade secrets with after that particular shitstorm? Sam's expression was appropriately regretful. Harry couldn't blame him for it when Dean represented basically every regular familial role wrapped into one person, a person currently on the warpath. But Harry refused to be regretful from a few angry words from a dead man. That would imply Crowley was a new acquaintance, Harry interjected, but I've known him for almost a decade. That admission shut Dean up. He stared incredulously for several long moments as his mind worked to fit that bit of information in with what he already knew. He's the one? The Crossroads demon? Feeling a little cowed by the look Dean was giving him, Harry nodded. The one you made your deal with? Dean clarified. Biting back a sigh, Harry gave his confirmation. And you just, what, have been hanging out with him ever since? Not for the entire decade, Dean. I was in no state, physically or mentally, to even want to think about tracking down the being who took my magic instead of my tragic life and try and have a friendly chat. But if it helps you somehow to imagine it that way, then sure. I remember you saying something like that before, Sam said. About your magic. He pointedly ignored the part where Harry flat out admitted that he'd been fully intending to die. That must have been difficult. Harry didn't even bother trying to disguise his snort of laughter. I guess you could say that. In a way, my terrible childhood was actually good practice. I knew how to live without magic, to do things the mundane way, how to function outside of the wizarding world. The hardest part was mostly the reality that even if I wanted to, and I wasn't nearly as magic-happy a person as, say, Molly Weasley, who used all sorts of housekeeping magic pretty much all the time, I wouldn't be able to cast anything. That, and there was a physical sensation of loss. People aren't exactly lining up to get rid of their magical cores, so I might be one of a very small number of people who has any idea of how your magic shapes you. I had people around to drag me out of any funks I got into, and if I got really bad, sometimes I just imagined someone like Draco Malfoy in my position, stumbling about and trying to figure out how to do pretty much anything without the aid of magic or house elves, and I'd have a laugh and feel better about it. But you got your magic back, Dean pointed out. Yes, very astute of you, Dean. Eventually Crowley decided my magic wasn't as much fun as he'd thought it would be, so he came back to rewrite the terms of our contract. We've been in contact on and off since then. And complain if you like, Dean, but having someone hundreds of years old floating around who you can mine for information, even if that information usually costs, is pretty useful. Books are useful. The internet is useful. Carting a demon about is just asking for trouble. Harry turned to Crowley and gestured helplessly, wondering if the demon was going to chime in at any point and maybe try and help out. Crowley just smirked at him, but he seemed a little lost in thought. You know how people come in different levels of kindness and douchebaggery? Demons are kinda like that too. Maybe not the kind part, but the point is that they have different attitudes and opinions. I know there are way more rubies out there than Crowleys, but that doesn't mean some of them can't be perfectly reliable. For a price, or the right incentive, Crowley added unhelpfully. Dean was supremely unimpressed by Crowley's contribution. He turned his attention to Sam. And you? How long have you known about this? Frowning, Sam rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe a year at most. He offered uncertainly. It wasn't like they'd noted it down on a calendar to celebrate the anniversary or anything. I met him before you. Well, he gestured vaguely downwards, not wanting to mention hell out loud. But way after we found out about Harry's magic. Harry was asking him if he knew anything about your contract. That's how we knew Lilith had it. Thoughts of Lilith and how much of an epic failure their final plan had been dragged them all down for a moment, but they brushed it aside easily enough. Look, Dean, I can understand your annoyance. Past experience would prove its validity, and we did keep his identity a secret from you. To be fair, I wasn't expecting him to show up himself and refuse to leave, so I hadn't anticipated it being a problem so soon. But that's on me for not clarifying what the payment would be for the holy oil. Glad we're all on the same page, Dean grouched. Can I gank this sob? Please don't, Crowley requested calmly. I'm rather fond of this body. It would be such a shame to have to go find a living person to possess after all this time. I was thinking something a little more permanent, he muttered. Thankfully Sam was currently in possession of Ruby's demon killing knife, so they didn't have to worry too much about a sudden and unhelpful demise, but that didn't mean Dean wouldn't try something if he thought he had a good opening. Crowley can leave if you want, Harry said, hands raised in placation. But don't you think we should talk about this whole apocalypse thing first? The tension in Dean's body shifted from attack ready to a more passive sort of stressed. It's gotta be bullshit, he said. But Dean, do angels even have a concept of lying? Sam asked, one part genuinely soothing, two parts simply curious. I can't claim to have met many angels in my time, but that pathetic thing in there won't even use contractions. I doubt he's capable of anything other than following orders like a good little soldier.
Harry had to agree with Crowley's assessment. He wouldn't have put it so harshly, but it was true that Castiel's communicative quirks and general unfamiliarity with human emotional responses made it hard to imagine him as a deceiver.
And if he was told to lie? Dean prodded. Harry answered that one. If he's not telling the truth, it's not because he was told to lie. It's because he was told a lie. He likely wouldn't have any reason to suspect untruthfulness from another angel, so he wouldn't question it. It would be a bold lie though. Either it's the truth, and we really need a way to stop it from happening ASAP, or it was a lie to get Dean out of hell, in which case someone wants something from you. Either way, we're on their radar, and no matter what happens it's liable to be trouble. So it's the enemy we sort of know or the enemy we really don't, Sam summarized. Harry nodded. Something like that. It could be both, Crowley added. I really hope it's not. The distinction matters to me, Crowley continued, his tone suddenly serious instead of amused. If someone upstairs just wants to play around with you two chuckleheads, then that's fine with me, I'll leave you to it. But Lucifer? The apocalypse? Humanity will be exceedingly lucky if they aren't wiped completely off the face of the earth, and that would be bad for business. If you don't die with us, Dean countered, just to be contrary, but his eyebrows were furrowed in thought. Dean, listen. I know you don't like Crowley being here. I know you're mad that I introduced Sam to him. And believe me, I'm well aware that he doesn't care one way or the other if you live or die. But if Castiel's telling the truth, if the fucking biblical apocalypse is rearing its ugly head, then we need all the help we can get. This isn't the time to be picky about where it comes from. You can't have enemies if everyone's wiped out of existence. Harry hadn't exactly ever read the Bible, he was hardly a religious person, and he only dug into things that were academically useful for a job he was researching for, but everyone knew on a basic level that the word apocalypse meant really bad news. If Dean wanted to survive this, and Harry knew the Winchesters, he knew that now that they were aware of what was coming, there wasn't a self-preserving bone in their bodies that would stop them from fighting what no one else knew was coming. Then he needed to shove his prejudice to the side and ask for help. I'm not super comfortable with this either, Dean, Sam admitted, looking recalcitrant, as though he might have been betraying Harry's trust by saying as much. Ever since Azazel, way back when we were kids, demons have been messing up our lives. And while Crowley definitely finds Harry interesting, that's not the same thing as loyalty. But what he said, his stance on all this, that's selfish. And that's why I think it's true. You don't have to like him. I'm pretty sure he doesn't like us much. But Harry's right. We're going to need help. You can't turn it away without giving it a shot. Dean groaned as they teamed up on him, dragging his hands across his face. I can't believe I'm even thinking about this, he muttered. You don't have to make a decision right now, Harry assured. Just 'cause Crowley refused to leave today doesn't mean he's going to be around 24/7. Even if you say yes, he'll only be around when we need him. He can do research on his own, and in places we can't go, and he has a phone, so he doesn't have to be here in person to relay anything he finds. I also don't answer to you, Crowley added. Rather than set Dean off again, as Harry feared Crowley's words might do, Dean seemed to be thinking deeply. Maybe his refusal to even pretend to act subservient was somehow a relief. Merlin knows Harry wouldn't trust it if a demon started deferring to him. As long as you're on our side, Dean said slowly. Crowley smirked and quipped, anything to ruffle a few feathers. Dean sighed heavily. I guess you two are right. Stopping the apocalypse comes first, and chasing off potential allies this early in the game is a dangerous play. Fine. But no one deals with him alone. Can we agree on that much? It would be an inconvenience, but Harry could see where Dean was coming from with the request. He nodded. No trust, Crowley bemoaned dramatically. Even demons, well, ones with good business sense anyway, have their own sense of honor. I'm willing to honor a truce until Lucifer is firmly under lock and key, should that indeed be the situation, although I suppose I can't vouch for anyone else. Most demons are woefully dreadful at long-term planning and risk management. You should consider yourselves lucky to have me. Harry elbowed him reproachfully in the side, but Dean appeared to be back to mostly ignoring Crowley's presence since he'd made up his mind. It was probably an excellent choice for his mental health. Crowley usually couldn't be bothered stirring the pot if no one was paying attention to him. Should we go back inside then? Sam suggested. Dean didn't say anything in response, but he did turn back towards the abandoned barn turned temporary holding cell, and the others followed suit. Castiel was, predictably, right where they'd left him, more literally than usual too, as he may not have moved even a single inch from where he'd been standing when Dean had shooed them all outside. Harry didn't think angels were the type for nervous pacing. Bobby wisely didn't inquire about their discussion, though Harry had no doubt that those questions would come later when they were somewhere private again.
Harry wasn't really sure where to go from here, but Dean jumped straight back into the fray.
This seal business, break it down for me. How many seals there are, how many have to be broken, etc. A small crease appeared between Castiel's eyebrows. Uriel will be displeased upon my return. However, I suppose, having started an explanation, seeing it through will be no more harmful. He rolled his shoulders almost imperceptibly. Was he flexing his wings? Lilith will break the 66th and final seal. The first seal has already been broken. There are 664 other seals, which can be broken in. So far as I am aware, any combination in any order, of which only 64 are necessary. Listing them all would be time-consuming, and I confess to not knowing many of them. Raphael likely knows them all, as does Michael. Though he may have had more questions, Castiel's answer had Dean speechless. Harry gave a low whistle, reluctantly, morbidly, impressed. I guess that's why they call it a fated battle, Sam murmured. The effort involved to stop it once the ball starts rolling is way more than what you'd have to exert just to see it to completion. Bobby swore. You know, Crowley mused, mostly to himself, I'd expected it to be more difficult to break our dear king out of jail. They wanted it to happen. Everyone turned to stare at Harry at his quiet realization. The righteous man was their litmus test. If he breaks, then humanity is in the pits anyway, so it's time for their angelic showdown. All the other seals are just flavor. With Lilith leading the charge, it'll probably be child's play to break a mere 65 seals, so this is really just, what, a time buffer. To what? Give Michael time to find a vessel in peace. I do not understand, Castiel said. Heaven does not wish for Lucifer's release. That was why I was sent to retrieve Dean Winchester. Well, that's great and all, Harry allowed. But there's no way Dean was the first righteous man to ever wind up in hell, and yet you're the first angel to launch a rescue mission. Doesn't that seem odd to you? Shouldn't every misplaced righteous man be treated to their own jailbreak? Dean was in hell for 4 months, Sam continued, quickly latching onto Harry's line of thought. If rescuing him was so important, if they really wanted to prevent the first seal from breaking, why did they wait so long? It makes for a dangerous gamble that you obviously lost. It took some time to gather the necessary power to attempt his liberation. Harry nodded. Sure. But listen, Castiel, I don't recognize that name, so forgive me for being assumptive, but you aren't exactly one of the big wigs, right? If preventing the apocalypse is a priority mission for the angels, which it kinda ought to be, then why didn't they just send one of the archangels? Wouldn't that have been far more efficient? You are casting aspersions upon the heavenly host. My gratitude for your actions, Harry Potter, will not keep you safe if you continue blaspheming like this. Oh no, Crowley cried, faux dramatically, I think you've offended the poor thing. Watch out, love, he might try and smite you. You don't need to talk, Dean muttered, side-eyeing Crowley with more than a little irritation. I don't think I'm blaspheming. Is inquiring about the decision-making process considered blasphemous? Or do you just take personal offense to us mere mortals questioning your actions? I'm not blaming you personally, you know. None of this is your fault. Dean's only standing here right now thanks to your efforts, so it's not like we aren't grateful. We're very grateful, Sam added unnecessarily in a calming tone. But surely you can understand us wanting to know why, if it was possible in the first place, it took so long. Don't waste your breath, Bigfoot. Angels are programmed to obey, not ask questions. That little free will thing you humans love, they aren't really fans of it on an operational level. Not even a little. Take a real good look at Mr. Foot Soldier over there and tell me he seems capable of making his own decisions. Almost as one, the 4 humans allowed themselves to fall quiet and take a moment to stare Castiel down, observing. At the very least, he ain't pulling any strings, Bobby declared. Dean's shoulders slumped as a realization hit him. Isn't questioning him kinda pointless then? D'ya have any better ideas? Dean, Bobby's right. This is the only thing we've got going for us. But, that being said, you're the boss on this one. It's your decision. We'll respect whatever you decide to do, right guys? Bobby grunted in agreement. Harry shrugged but didn't refute the statement. There were a lot of things about the whole situation that didn't make sense. Harry was starting to piece together a bit of an image of what heaven might be like, if Crowley's remarks were in any way accurate, but that almost hindered them more than it helped. If angels had free will and their own individual autonomy of thought and action, then that meant any one of them could be at fault for the seal breaking, through delaying tactics or purposeful misinformation or any other possible method of angelic subterfuge. If they didn't, and the masses received and acted out orders given from above, then that meant it wasn't just some minor rebellion. It was a big-time conspiracy. A conspiracy that no one knew about, because they were only told things that pertained to what they needed to do, and they didn't have the strength of will, or the urge, to question any of it. Angelic powers on a whole were still a mystery to them, and their only source of information and point of reference was a simple soldier. How on earth were they supposed to uncover the source of a possible pro-apocalypse group if it comprised of angels stronger and higher up the food chain than Castiel? If you want us to stop shit-talking you, you'd better keep a close eye on us, Dean said slowly, consideringly. The best way to make sure we're towing the line is to just stick around, right? I know you said something about other duties, but ain't I sort of your responsibility? Crowley grinned appreciatively. A demon always loved a good bit of manipulation, better yet if the victim lacked a proper understanding of manipulation in the first place. I do not. You are basically his overseer now, Harry said quietly. That is not look. Either you hang around to keep us on the straight and narrow, or you leave and you can't complain when we get into trouble, as we inevitably will, and maybe you get in trouble too, since you weren't keeping a close enough eye on us. It doesn't matter to us. We're just gonna keep doing what we do how we always have. If it makes you feel any better, Feathers, I can keep a good eye on them while you're off in the clouds, Crowley added coyly in Dean's wake. A dark look flashed across Castiel's face, more sensation than a physical scowl. You will stay away from Dean Winchester, demon. Crowley laughed, so obviously delighted with how ruffled the angel had become that Harry almost wanted to laugh too. Make me. A circular argument devolved from there between the angel and the demon, Castiel righteous and unyielding, Crowley poking and prodding and purposely aggravating without an end goal. The four humans crowded together off to one side, watching the spectacle and each individually wondering how their lives had come to this point. Crowley's prodding did not, unfortunately, manage to convince Castiel to stick around, where they could then make a concentrated effort to drag information out of him. That being said, when they eventually extinguished the holy fire and gave up for the day, it was obvious that the angel had lost his composure, and in becoming increasingly flustered his distant holier-than-thou shell had begun to fracture. He might be gone for the time being, but he had not left their encounter unaffected. Of that, Harry was certain. It seemed like humanizing an angel might just wind up being a major side quest in their attempts to not only figure out what the hell was going on, but how they were going to top it. Bobby had headed back to his own place. Despite his obvious hesitance to let Dean out of his sight again so soon after getting him back, his home was an important waypoint for hunters across the country, and he couldn't afford to be away for extended periods of time without warning. Crowley had buggered off to who knows where once Castiel was gone, offering only a throwaway comment about not overstaying his welcome before disappearing into the night. Harry wouldn't honestly have cared if he'd stuck around, but the idea of having to deal with Crowley and Dean constantly butting heads was something akin to a nightmare scenario, so it was for the best really. Back at Harry's place, things were abuzz. Anywhere you went, you'd stumble across some abandoned book or a partially unpacked crate. Because they now had a lead, if you could even call it that, Harry and Sam had thrown themselves into looking through every scrap of Judeo-Christian apocalypse lore they could get their hands on, regardless of how obscure or nonsensical or loosely related it may seem. In contrast, Dean had flipped through one book, looked up to see two unnervingly focused researchers nose deep in stacks of books. Harry, or drowning in the internet, Sam, and decided that he was going to be on weapons duty. He loudly announced his intentions to haul all of Harry's hunting gear out from the basement, received absolutely no acknowledgement from anyone, and headed off to do just that. Moving things around made him feel less antsy than watching the two of them lose themselves in their research. Idly, he decided that was why a book nerd should never date another book nerd. There was no one to balance them out. Without warning, the book Harry was reading was yanked roughly out of his hands. Bewildered, he blinked several times to check his vision and flexed his fingers, grasping for pages that were no longer there, before he tilted his head up to identify the culprit. Dean returned his questioning gaze with a stern look from where he stood in front of Harry's armchair, book held above his head as if Harry was going to leap for it. Eat, Dean said. Harry furrowed his brow. Why? Dean's eye twitched. What do you mean, why? He gestured angrily at the windows with the hand holding the book. It's dark outside. I don't know if you had breakfast, but you definitely didn't have lunch, and neither did Sam. I'm not letting Sam read himself into an early grave, and he'd be pissed if I left you to your own devices like this. People need to eat. Harry stared up at Dean beseechingly, but the apocalypse is important. Dean hissed out a frustrated breath. I know, but you know who wins if you starve yourself to death doing research? That bitch Lilith and her beloved Lucifer. He cut himself off, shaking his head, and stepped away to put Harry's book atop one of the many haphazard piles that had been building up in the lounge. This isn't a discussion, Dean concluded. He grabbed Harry's wrist and yanked him to his feet, dragging him out of the room. As they passed the kitchen table, also buried under miscellaneous printouts and sheets of notepaper, Dean slammed Sam's laptop shut and smacked him in the shoulder. Dinner time, he announced sternly, shoving Harry into one of the stools at the breakfast bar and heading into the kitchen proper. Slouching over the counter, Harry dropped his face into his hands, stifling a yawn. He glanced back up when he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder, smiling tiredly in Sam's direction as he sat down next to him. I think we're out of practice, Sam mused. Harry laughed weakly, the hazy fog of research slowly clearing from his mind as he listened to Dean bang about near the oven. No kidding. Back when he first became a researcher, he discovered a sort of hunger for information that Hermione would have been proud of, but Ellen and Jo had always been entirely unrepentant in dragging him out of his books whenever they deemed he'd spent too long on them. It wasn't a majorly recurring theme in his life at the Roadhouse, because in general no problems that any hunter had ever asked him to look into had ever been apocalypse big, but that didn't mean he never got lost. When he'd started working with the Winchesters, there had been more footwork involved, and no real reason or chance to get too caught up in anything, and during Dean's absence, the two of them hadn't done anything at all. It's easier to take breaks when you're not staring down a world-ending catastrophe, Harry lamented. Am I going to have to lay down ground rules for you too? Dean interjected, putting plates on the counter in front of both of them. Sam spluttered out a weak protest. We're not children, Dean. Aren't you? Because if you two don't stop skipping meals, I swear I'm going to fill this house with so many alarm clocks. Okay. Point taken. Dean jabbed his spatula menacingly in their direction before plating up his own food. Ooh, this is pointless, Harry declared, closing his latest book and tossing it aside. We're not going to find anything. A commiserating hum answered him, Sam dragging his attention away from his laptop to listen to Harry's outburst. He looked exhausted. Harry supposed he probably didn't look much better. I've learned all sort of unfun things about religion, but not a whisper about the seals. You? Sam shook his head. Same here. Plenty of deathmatch stories, but nothing about the preparations. If the angels were smart, they wouldn't have told anyone about the seals. That would be the ultimate way to make sure Lucifer was never freed. Dean poked his head around the corner, drawn by their voices. No one said they were smart. Harry smothered a giggle with his hand, turning it into a cough. They hadn't heard from Castiel again yet, but they had no way of knowing what sort of surveillance they were under, and he didn't want to purposely aggravate anyone. Whether or not humans know about the seals is irrelevant, Harry continued after he collected himself. The important part is that Lilith knows them. Lilith will break the final seal, Sam quoted. Exactly. Fuck all those other seals. Number 66 is the big one. Why did they say it like that? Dean asked. Lilith will break the final seal. Like it's preordained. Like that's the way it has to go. I mean, what's the deal with that? It's ridiculous to purposefully include demons in the sequence, Harry agreed. That's just asking for trouble. If you're really trying to prevent it from happening, shouldn't the final seal involve, like, one of the archangels, or even God? Dean scoffed at the notion, but Sam looked thoughtful. If we're assuming that God is real, in the physical sense, then it really would make far more sense for the seal to be properly safeguarded. But maybe all the seals have to be earthbound somehow. Lucifer's revival is supposed to be a punishment to mankind, right? So it would need to be something that we could, well, earn. Free will to the death, huh? Harry leaned back in his chair with a sigh. This all sucks. Does that mean you two are done with this stupid research? Sam chuckled. Yeah, Dean, I think we are. For now at least. We need a new direction to focus our efforts in. Great. Cuz Bobby called earlier, we're going on a little trip. Ooh. The rising of the witnesses, huh? God, what a joke. To think, Harry hadn't thought about Cedric Diggory in years, and now he'd returned to haunt his dreams once again. Cedric wasn't even vengeful in the regular sense of the word, which had made the whole experience even worse. People they couldn't save, indeed. They'd all been so shaken by what happened at Bobby's that on the drive back they'd been constantly switching drivers. Dean hadn't even complained. Nobody wanted to crash because they were too stuck in their heads to concentrate on the road. Finding out that the whole fiasco was related to the apocalypse in their rush to find a way to stop it hadn't even been a surprise, in the end. For the foreseeable future, anything out of the ordinary was probably going to be related to the apocalypse somehow. More seals have been broken. Jesus Christ, learn to knock or something. Harry stirred, torn from sleep by raised voices. He'd only meant to rest his eyes for a moment, but he hadn't been sleeping well the last few days and he must have dozed off for real. He moved to sit up, but a hand in his hair kept him in place. Sam. Opening his eyes, Sam's face came into view hovering above him, and Harry realized that somehow or another he'd ended up with his head on Sam's lap. It's fine, Sam murmured, gaze flicking momentarily across the room. Castiel showed up, gave Dean a fright. Why would I knock? And what would I knock on? The door, like a goddamn normal person. But I am not a person. Wow, Harry muttered. That relationship's going nowhere fast, huh? He came to visit without being summoned, Sam pointed out. It doesn't sound like he's bringing any happy news, but he came. Seems like a start. Sure. Harry closed his eyes again and listened to the two argue for a while, if you could even call it an argument when one side was angry and the other merely confused, but eventually enough was enough. Castiel, he called, pushing himself upright on the couch. Why are you here? Dean fell quiet at the interjection as Castiel shifted his focus. More seals have been broken, he repeated flatly. Harry nodded. That was of no surprise to any of them. Castiel shifted minutely, a tightly constrained mimicry of what Harry might usually assume was an uncomfortable shuffling of feet. Also, several angels have been killed. There was still no obvious emotion in his words, but this news clearly unsettled him more than the business with the seals. Do you think it's related? Sam asked. The possibility cannot be ignored, Castiel responded, which wasn't a no. Was he even allowed to have opinions about that sort of thing? Harry wondered. He didn't seem willing to lean one way or the other. Had he not thought about it, or did he not want to think about it? Are you investigating? Sam continued. Castiel stared past them. At present I have received no such orders. You can't even investigate a murder without being ordered to? Dean scowled at Castiel's back. Harry waved a dismissive hand in his direction. I can ask Crowley if he's heard anything about it. Is that fine with you? Castiel looked like he desperately wanted to protest. He wanted Dean far away from demons after all, and they were enemies, but he grit his teeth and inclined his head ever so slightly. Then that's what we'll do. Thank you for stopping by. If you ever need assistance with anything else, you can always ask. Dean flipped him the bird, which Harry ignored, but thankfully stayed quiet. Castiel blinked at Harry, head still tilted. It would be reassuring if the murders ceased. And then in a rustle of feathers he was gone. Dean threw his hands up in frustration before pointing accusingly at Harry. Why did you say we would help him? Come on, Dean, Sam soothed. Angels dying is weird, right? They're probably more resilient than demons, and we can only kill them with the knife. So, what's killing the angels? Don't you want to know? Dean folded his arms and looked away, but he was clearly interested. Call your damn demon, then. Might as well get this over with. Despite Dean's insistence, they didn't contact Crowley until later in the evening. This was partially to give Dean a chance to calm down from Castiel's visit, partially just because Harry didn't want to, and partially because Harry had only just woken up and he needed to be thinking clearly when they spoke. Harry and Crowley might be on good terms, for a demon. But that didn't mean Crowley wouldn't gleefully take advantage of Harry's distraction to try and coerce him into making stupid agreements for Crowley's own amusement. Since Dean found out about Crowley, they had only checked in with him once. That call had consisted mostly of Harry complaining about their general lack of progress in finding information about anything at all, and Crowley commiserating in an only semi-mocking manner. Crowley wasn't exactly on good terms with any of the other demons, so his own lines of questioning couldn't be too probing, and while plenty of demons were stoked about the whispers of the approaching apocalypse, none of the ones Crowley had reached out to seemed to know anything about the details. Shifting to a new line of inquiry might hopefully produce some results to drag them all out of their slump, even if it did involve an entirely different issue. Seated around the newly cleared kitchen table, Harry brought up Crowley's contact and put his phone in the center, finger hovering over the call button. Are we all ready to get laughed at? Sam sighed good-naturedly. Dean rolled his eyes with a huff. Shrugging, Harry hit call, making sure to switch it to speakerphone. Harry had attempted the courteous route the first time, announcing that fact to Crowley, but he didn't care who heard what he had to say. In fact, Harry swore he actually said much more outrageous things when he knew someone other than just Harry could hear him. So, for the sake of at least attempting to streamline the conversation, Harry opted not to bother this time around. 911, what's your emergency? Harry thought wryly. Crowley didn't want to talk about the investigation into the seals either. It seemed they were all feeling pretty burned out in that regard. Murder. Oh. What kind? Not demons, I hope. How boring. You know I always just blame your little tag-alongs for all of those. No intrigue at all. Dean spluttered in indignation. If anyone's a tag-along, it's Peverell. Back to last names because he hurt your ego. Real smooth, Dean. Sam held his hands out pleadingly. Dean, calm down. Loverboy and the angry one are there too, huh? What a party. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't you want me to finish telling you about the murders? Fine, go ahead. They're angels. Angels murdering people? Worse. Angels being murdered. Crowley fell silent. If Harry strained his ears, he could almost hear tortured screams in the distance. But that could just be a hallucinatory side effect of having spent time in hell and hell-adjacent areas and knowing exactly how well certain sounds could travel. That's new. Demon-on-demon violence is pretty run-of-the-mill, but I'm sure there's some rule or another against angelic violence. Still, if one of us had discovered a surefire way to off those feathery bastards for good, I'd have expected news to be everywhere. Hell, they'd run off to war without bothering to wait around for old Lucifer to free himself if they had that sort of power. A horrifying thought, Sam said, but it makes sense. Sure, Harry agreed. That's what the masses would do. What about the higher-ups? They're always off doing their own things, working towards their own plots. Could it be one of them? Has anyone been acting particularly suspicious lately? Dean leaned forward, scowling at the phone as if it were Crowley himself. That's great and all, but ain't writing off an angelic culprit like that without an ounce of consideration kinda stupid. You have met Castiel, right, Dean? Sam pointed out, bemused. No, for once he makes a good point. Would I mean, for once, Dean squawked, outraged at the barely a compliment Crowley offered him. Privately, Harry wondered why he was making such a big deal out of it. Dean already expected Crowley to be a dick purely for being a demon, so why was he offended when he was proved right? Plus, that was actually a pretty decent acknowledgement considering how much Crowley enjoyed ignoring other people's opinions. I'm hardly bosom buddies with the angels, but that Castiel is really taking the whole robotic worker bee thing way too seriously. Maybe all the lower-ranked angels are like that, who knows, but I doubt the ones in power are that willing to be led around by the nose. Ah, so that's where they were going with this. And who would know how to kill an angel better than another angel, right? Pointing a finger dramatically in Harry's direction, Dean cried, exactly. Sam glanced between the two of them in the phone, his expression complicated. He had the highest opinion of angels OT of the three of them, 4 if you counted Bobby. But he wasn't exactly religious, and talking to one in the flesh had muddied the admiration he felt from Castiel rescuing Dean in the first place. Not to mention that, just like Harry and Dean, Sam had seen too much of the darkness to believe in a system or people that never had any sort of internal conflict. Still, I think Castiel might actually cry if we suggested that to him. What a shame that would be, Crowley drawled in a tone that suggested it was in fact something he would rather enjoy seeing. We're just covering all our bases, Harry assured. We don't have to tell him every thought that crosses our minds while we're investigating. All he needs is the answer. If it's not angels, then he never needs to know we were casting aspersions on the heavenly host. And if it is, Dean continued, stern, then that's a cold hard truth he needs to hear, even if he doesn't like it. True enough, but Harry absolutely did not want to be the person who had to explain it to Castiel if that eventuality came to pass. As Dean's pseudo-guardian angel, it could be his job. As fascinating as I'm sure that conversation would be to watch, best put it aside for now. I'll have to do some digging, but I can tell you off the top of my head that Alistair has been spending an unusual amount of time topside these days. It caught my attention because I thought it was odd for him to abandon his toys for so long. Dean had distanced himself from the phone as Crowley spoke, and his entire body was coiled tight with tension as he evaded eye contact. Bewildered Harry raised a questioning eyebrow at Sam, but he just shook his head and shrugged slightly. Neither of them knew what had changed, but it could only have been something Crowley said. Harry waved Sam away and picked up his phone, taking it off speaker and pressing it to his ear. Okay, thanks for the heads up. We'll look into it. Call me if you find anything else. Harry didn't know how Crowley felt about being hurried along so obviously, but for once he didn't kick up a fuss about it. That didn't mean he wouldn't make a note of it. It honestly wouldn't surprise Harry if Crowley kept track of every time Harry did something he considered rude and was tallying it all up to hold over his head one day when Harry asked for a favor. He'd just gotten lucky so far in that all of the things he was asking of Crowley lately were things that also benefited the demons somehow. The piercing screech of the dial tone blasted into his ear. Harry realized that Crowley had hung up on him in order to get the last word while he was momentarily lost in thought. Typical. Tossing his phone aside, Harry shifted his attention back to Dean. If he took but a second to reflect on the conversation, it became obvious that it was something hell-related that had set him off. Unsurprising, really, if Harry's suspicions about his memory were at all true. But Harry was a considerate person. When he wanted to be, and he didn't enjoy having emotional conversations with people who hated emotional vulnerability. Like Dean. So he continued to let the issue be. Even if he tried to bring it up, Dean wouldn't admit to anything unless he was backed into a corner, and this was no time for infighting. Crowley didn't say anything about where to find that guy, Sam pointed out after a handful of minutes of oddly charged silence. A minute shudder rippled across Dean's tense frame before he forced himself back into stillness. Fucking typical. Can't even offer a hint without making it yet another mountain to scale. While Crowley did enjoy making things unnecessarily difficult, Harry would wager that wasn't the case this time. He'd asked about more important demons, but even if Alistair was some bottom-rung grunt, it wasn't as if Crowley had locator beacons on all of his colleagues so he could find them at will. Not in hell, was likely the best he could do unless he stumbled across a legitimate sighting or even rumors of what the guy might be up to. Offering a silent farewell to even more of his patience and sanity, Harry sat forward. There's only one thing to do when at a roadblock like this. Scouring current events. Dean's disgusted groan echoed Harry's sentiments perfectly. It was bad enough tracking down new hunts through news reports when they had a region in mind, but unless some clue fell from the sky into their laps, then this would be a countrywide venture. They didn't even know what they were looking for. As one would expect, even with the aid of the internet, pouring through news articles from across the entire country, without so much as a few promising states to narrow the search down, was a laughably thankless endeavor. A true fool's errand. In other words, they were stuck in the exact same rut as beforehand but on a new topic. At least, they were right up until Dean had a surprise encounter while on a grocery run. The whole house shuddered from the force with which he slammed open the front door, marching empty-handed into the kitchen before calling to the house in general, "We're headed for Wyoming." Startled from his thoughts, or from a light doze, it was sometimes hard to tell the difference during the more frustrating research binges. Harry stared, uncomprehending, only managing to scrounge up a mildly confused "huh" in response. Rather than the words themselves, his tired brain was more interested in why Dean hadn't brought any groceries back from his surprisingly quick shopping trip. He looked so smug about it too. His sluggish thoughts found a savior in the sound of Sam's voice from the hallway, prudently asking why Wyoming, as he neared the kitchen. "Okay, get this," Dean began, turning towards Sam and gesturing at random. "I was heading out, because you two are useless and someone needs to make sure we don't all die of starvation." Harry grumbled under his breath at the slight. He couldn't exactly deny it, but that was Dean's fault anyway. He was the one who got restless the easiest and had given himself the excuse of grocery runs to get out of the house and away from the haze of fruitless research. "Anyway, I was halfway there when bam," Dean smacked the counter for unnecessary emphasis. Castiel and some other feathery dickbag appeared out of nowhere in the back seat. I almost swerved straight into oncoming traffic when I noticed them back there. His gaze darkened momentarily at the memory. The Impala had been totaled pretty badly once already in the time Harry had been acquainted with the Winchesters. He couldn't imagine Dean being at all enthused about the possibility of it happening again. "You talked to Castiel? Why didn't he just come to the house?" Although he nodded along, Sam had a point after all. Castiel knew full well where they were staying and could have shown up at any time when Dean wasn't driving. Harry couldn't truthfully say he was at all sorry about this secondary mystery angel not showing up on his doorstep. "Hell if I know. Maybe he wanted to pass along the tip ASAP?" "What tip?" "Something about a town where people have stopped dying. Anyway, that's not important right now. We can get into details on the way there. We're all agreed that this is something to look into, right?" "A town abandoned by death, huh?" That sounded ominously apocalyptic. Harry tapped a finger thoughtfully against the arm of the couch. "Who was the other angel?" "Huh? Dunno. He didn't exactly introduce himself. Just stared at me. Silently. Kinda gave me the creeps actually."
And Castiel hadn't introduced him either. If not directly asked, he sometimes didn't offer up information like that, but Harry thought he'd been getting better about smaller things like that. Maybe he'd been instructed not to.
"No, that was a problem for another day. Okay, I think we should go." Harry wasn't exactly fond of Wyoming. A lot of shitty stuff had gone down there, but the Winchesters weren't the sort of people to let a bad memory or two stop them from going somewhere, and it sounded like something that seriously needed to be looked into. Harry wasn't going to start putting his foot down about hunts at his point in the game. Sam added his own consent. Dean grinned at them. Not happily, but energized. Having a tangible goal was important for him, and he'd finally managed to grasp one, even if it had been handed to him through literal divine intervention. Pamela was a woman with many more tricks up her sleeves than Harry had originally thought. I mean, astral projection. Come on, how was he supposed to guess she could do something like that? He hadn't even known that was a real thing people could actually do. Dean took a little too much delight from Harry's confused floundering when the idea was first raised. Harry would like it known, for the record, that mundane people were weird for finding ways to separate their souls from their bodies. Simply not thinking about that sort of thing seemed like the more normal state of being. But since the case involved Reapers, and the easiest way to interact with a Reaper was to be dead, astral projection had somehow become their method of investigation.
Pamela was confident she could guide all three of them at the same time, but Harry was perfectly happy not being involved in this particular scenario. Call him crazy, but he'd had enough soul-sucking near misses to not want to go about leaving his body for any length of time. Plus, it seemed foolish and dangerous for all of them to be unconscious and defenseless together at the same time. That was really just asking to get attacked.
When you mixed together Harry's bad luck with the dark clouds that seemed to follow every Winchester he'd ever met, it was no real surprise to him when they were, in fact, attacked. He hadn't been expecting demons, specifically, but in retrospect, didn't everything seem to tie back to demons these days? With everyone back in the waking world and Pamela on her way home, Harry had, perhaps naively, assumed that it was case closed. Dean explained that he managed to save one of the Reapers, and indeed they could see for themselves just by stepping out into town that Greybull's vacation from death had come to an end. As far as Harry was aware, that was the extent of the errand they had been given from on high. The trio had stayed another couple of days after Pamela left just to make sure things were truly returning to some semblance of normal, and were packing their stuff in preparation for the trip back to Jackson when the angels returned to inform them of just how wrong their assumption had been. Listen. Sam, the best at playing polite, was attempting to understand what they were playing at. We know that Angel's dying, being murdered, rather, is a bad thing, and a big deal apparently. But it isn't exactly new information, aside from the fact that it's still happening, and even then that has nothing to do with us. While Sam did his thing, Harry was eyeing up the new angel, who had been introduced as Uriel. Based off of Dean's reaction to their appearance, Uriel was in fact the same angel from earlier, and Harry could sort of see what he meant about the weird vibe he gave off. For now, Uriel was standing back and letting Castiel field all of Sam's questions, but even if Castiel hadn't once mentioned a superior he was technically working under, Harry never would have bought the newcomer as some lower-ranked angel who was supposed to be helping Castiel out. The way he held himself, the way he watched them, even his very silence itself, it all felt so judgmental, somehow. It would be impossible just from observation to pinpoint why, but all that mattered right now was that Dean was right, and his presence had to mean something. We have captured Alistair. Apparently Uriel had grown tired of Sam and Castiel's repetitive back and forth. The brothers hadn't name-dropped the demon they encountered during their out-of-body experience, but that wasn't unusual. Actually knowing or learning a demon's name wasn't usually on the agenda during a hunt. It would seem, however, that this particular demon had hit a little close to home. Dean Winchester. Everyone reflexively turned towards Dean as Uriel spoke. Heaven demands that you interrogate him. It was impossible to miss the way Dean flinched back as if the statement were a physical blow. For the sake of Dean's privacy, Harry had tried not to think too hard on his previous reactions to mentions of Alistair, but he was beginning to believe that Alistair probably played a major role in Dean's time in hell. No other scenario made sense. That aside, although Uriel said, interrogate, if all they wanted was to question him, then why would they need to offload that task to someone else? Were angels so incompetent that they couldn't do something as basic as a verbal interrogation? It seemed unlikely. Why? You're the ones who have questions for him. Why does Dean need to do it? Uriel leveled Sam with a look that would count as a glare on a regular person. You think yourself in a position to question Heaven's orders? Sam looked ready to fight if need be, but a dark chuckle broke his concentration. It's because he won't be willing to happily sit there and answer their stupid questions, and these assholes don't want to get their own hands dirty wringing out the answers they're looking for. Yes. Torture made more sense than an interrogation. It felt like it should be against some sort of heavenly code of conduct, but maybe they functioned on an "it's a demon, who cares" basis. We aren't your servants. You can't just name-drop heaven and expect us to fall over ourselves completing whatever task you set us. We helped you capture Alistair in the first place. Have you even tried getting answers yourself? Uriel stared at Harry as if he were an ant he desperately wanted to squash beneath his heel. It sent a brief spark of panic racing down his spine. He suddenly remembered that this was only the second angel they had ever encountered, and that Crowley had deemed Castiel's behavior as somewhat unusual. Heaven demands it, Uriel repeated, tone clipped and pointed. His cold gaze returned to Dean, eyeing him up. For what? Shoving aside the unease trying to silence his voice and the clamoring of his fight-or-flight instincts as they warred over the urge to either punch Uriel in the face or take their chances and run for it, Harry steadied himself and continued to probe. Let me get this straight. Heaven has sat back, silent and uncaring, while we ran around trying to fix things before they get even worse, and somehow that means we need to obey orders when something inconveniences them instead of us. Sounds a tad self-serving to me. As he spoke, Harry gestured behind his back for Sam to come closer, to close ranks. Whatever was going on inside Uriel's head, Harry didn't trust it for a second. That meant being too spread out was dangerous. All three of them were well acquainted with angelic teleportation, so being out of touching range of each other would make them easy pickings. Heaven is not incapable, Uriel ground out. Dean Winchester owes many debts. It is merely time he start repaying them. Dean mumbled debts. In confusion. Momentarily taking his eyes off of Uriel, Harry found that even Castiel looked confused by this new angle. Dean didn't ask you to rescue him, Harry pointed out. Heaven chose to do that. All he owes is gratitude, a favor at most. And favors, Sam continued, are voluntary. He can refuse it and repay it in some other way. I ain't handing out favors to faceless nobodies, Dean added. Sure as hell never agreed to do anything for you. If he were a less composed man, angel, being, Uriel would have been grinding his teeth, the frustration clear in his eyes even while his body remained outwardly calm. Whatever plan he had ticking away in his head, he hadn't anticipated this much pushback. Castiel is your savior. The "you owe him," while left unsaid, hung pointedly in the silence. Uriel turned a stern look towards the angel in question, plainly demanding Castiel force Dean into doing their bidding. Perhaps we should attempt to extract answers ourselves, first. Everyone stared at Castiel. He blinked nervously back at them. A vein throbbed in Uriel's neck. Useless. Suddenly, Uriel had a blade in his hand. Sam dragged Dean away from Uriel's initial lunge. Harry snatched a pocket knife from a half-packed bag on one of the beds, flicking it open and slashing a line down the center of his palm, only allowing himself the slightest of flinches at the sudden stinging pain. While Uriel was focused on Sam and Dean, or rather, strangely enough, just Dean, Harry coated his fingertips in blood and pressed them to the wall, offering up a silent apology to the motel staff. It was a good thing they'd spent such a long time buried in all sorts of miscellaneous research, because he had a way to defuse the situation, at least temporarily. Only. Castiel, you need to leave, right now. He turned to Castiel as his fingers traced the final lines of the sigil, staring him down until he acquiesced. The moment he was gone, Harry slammed his bloodied palm against the banishing sigil and poured intent into it, not moving until all that remained of Uriel was the memory of his furious snarl as he was flung somewhere far away. The anxious tension vanished from his body in a rush, leaving Harry to crumple to his knees on the floor. That had been, well, something. What the fuck was that? Dean spat as he started pacing back and forth, steps quick and angry. What the actual fuck was that? Sam appeared from the bathroom with a damp facecloth which he pressed into Harry's hands. He seemed annoyed that I was interfering. More than once he redirected a swing that probably would have hit me instead of Dean. It was more than just him wanting to hurt Dean. For whatever reason, I think he was actively avoiding injuring me. Sam shook his head, frustrated. But that doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense. Knew I couldn't trust him the moment I first saw him, Dean muttered darkly, caught up in his own thoughts. Ignoring them for the moment, Harry focused on the reluctant flow of his magic as he healed his hand. Methodically wiping away the blood gave him a chance to calm down and find his equilibrium. Once his hands were clean, well, as clean as they'd get without running water and some soap, which he'd get around to eventually, he tilted his head back to look at the bloody smears on the wallpaper. Part of him felt like they'd get blacklisted by the motel if they left it there. The sigil was useless now anyway, lines covered and smudged beneath a macabre handprint, but it still felt safer somehow to leave it there. Here's hoping they didn't need to return to Grable anytime soon. Halfway back to Jackson, after a tense lunch at a quiet diner, they summoned Castiel in the parking lot out back. All of them had mixed feelings about it, but given that he hadn't helped Uriel try to murder them all and he was their only avenue for information, they ultimately didn't have any other options. Castiel didn't say a thing when he arrived, subdued and confused in the most open display of emotion they'd ever seen on him. But they didn't have time to worry about things like that. Uriel had suddenly become a ticking time bomb and they needed to do everything they could to try to understand what he was planning. Dean started them off with his usual level of bluntness. So, what the hell was all that back there? Staring down at his hands, Castiel frowned. Do you know why they wanted Dean to speak with Alistair? Sam coaxed, offering a more concrete starting point. Castiel shook his head ever so slightly as he looked towards Sam, only that Uriel said it was an order from above. Is Uriel your boss then? He is of a higher rank than I am. Dean clicked his tongue, irritated, arms crossed tightly against his chest as if to physically hold himself back. And of course angels follow orders unquestioningly. How could we forget that fun piece of trivia? Useless. Castiel wilted beneath Dean's angered criticism. On one hand, Harry sort of wanted to sympathize. It was clearly the first time mindlessly obeying orders had turned into a situation like this, and Castiel was certainly feeling some sort of way about it. On the other, Harry was going to guess that heaven didn't bother interfering with things on Earth very often, so the fact that something like this happened so quickly once they did, kinda feels like heaven wasn't as harmonious as they would like to think. The heavenly host sent me to rescue Dean Winchester. They would not have ordered Uriel to kill him, but he attempted to do just that. I do not. Listen up. Dean pointed a finger in Castiel's face. One of two things is happening right now. Either heaven doesn't give two shits about us and have laid out kill orders for if we get annoying or something else stupid like that. Or, Uriel's gone rogue. Both of those options fuck us over, but one is easier to deal with than the other. Use that brain of yours for once in your life and try to think things through. Dean, that's kind of quiet, Sam. If he can't learn to think for himself, then we might as well just cut ties with him, because he won't be of any help with anything. Harry offered Sam a commiserating pat on the shoulder, but honestly he agreed with Dean in this case. If Castiel couldn't work past the roadblock in his mind that heaven was just and everyone followed their orders, then none of the information he possessed would be meaningful for them. This wasn't really something that he would expect Castiel to be capable of as immediately as they would like. They could just leave him here with his thoughts and get on with it. planning to be without his assistance but hoping for the best, but Sam was also right. They were dumping a lot of heavy stuff on Castiel without any warning, and abandoning him straight afterwards while he was struggling also sucked. At the very least, Harry believed they could count on him for help if Uriel pulled himself together quickly enough to jump them while they were here. It was better than nothing. That was an interesting blade though, Harry commented idly a while later, directing the thought towards the brothers. Although he'd only gotten a brief glimpse of it before things got hectic, he couldn't say he'd seen one quite like it before. Not that he got into a lot of knife fights, still. Pulled it out of nowhere too. Did that asshole keep it up his sleeve? Or is it some magical bullshit again? It's a pretty bad shape for an arm holster, Sam noted. But that doesn't mean the blade itself has to be magic. Angels probably have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Dean snorted darkly at the unintentional wordplay. Castiel's voice interrupted them. That was an angel blade. He wasn't looking at any of them, face down as if the concrete held the answers to all his questions. Every angel possesses one. Normally there's never any cause to use it, but they are powerful weapons, capable of killing. He froze up suddenly, expression twisted. It was difficult to tell from that angle, but Harry would guess something between realization and mocking. An angel, Sam inferred. Dean cursed. That was one mystery solved, but it continued to paint a dark and confusing picture. When Castiel raised his head, there was a dark look in his eyes as he confirmed Sam's conclusion. Indeed. Angels are actually particularly susceptible to the blade's might, even more so when inside a vessel, but no one would ever, at least, I had assumed no one would ever dream to turn their blade on their own brethren. A naive line of thought, for sure, but not unreasonable given Castiel's seemingly lacking life experience, regardless of how old he might be. Listen. No matter what happens, there will always be someone more than willing to do all the things you think are horrid and unthinkable. That's just life. The curse of our free will, perhaps. Sam fell silent for a moment, recalling some of the things they had witnessed over the years. You might not think you did, since you seem to think that angels don't get free will, but once upon a time you made a choice, however subconsciously, to always obey the heavenly host. Not every other angel in existence will have made that same choice. Now you have a new choice to make. Castiel, what are you going to do now? At his sides, Castiel balled his hands into fists. I believe in heaven. But, he hesitated, then plowed on, determined. But Uriel's behavior is out of line. As for the murders, I need to find the truth of them myself. If it truly was Uriel, then he is an enemy who needs to be dealt with. While he probably meant that in an enemy of heaven way rather than our enemy, that was still a pretty good outcome. Harry and Sam glanced over at Dean, who huffed and headed for the car. Okay, great. Good talk. We're going now then. Someone'll shout if we need you for something. Rough as always. Still, Castiel didn't appear upset by it. Poor guy probably still had a lot of introspection in the cards for the foreseeable future, and that was often better done away from the company of others. Entering the Jackson city limits usually offered Harry a subconscious feeling of comfort. He wouldn't go so far as to say it was like coming home, because there were still parts of him which felt untethered and unsure of calling anywhere home. But it was still the sort of warmth that peeled away some of the stresses and anxieties that tended to plague him when most of his trips outside the city revolved around hunting. Even the sporadic appearances of those mysterious demons who seemed to love watching him never changed that. Today was different. The streets felt wrong, somehow. Not quieter, necessarily, not abandoned. Just off. It wasn't even a feeling he thought he could put into words past a vague uneasiness, but that didn't mean he should ignore it. He'd spent too many years of his life reading up on all the strange creatures and phenomena that could possibly one day cross his path to brush off whatever his instincts were trying to tell him. Harry leaned forward, curling his fingers over the edge of Dean's seat, and said, "Don't go back to the house. Just circle the streets or something for a bit. Something's not right." Dean made eye contact with him through the rearview mirror, noted he was serious, shrugged, and continued driving. Sam turned to look at him over his shoulder, brows creased. "Is everything okay?" "I'm not sure. That's the problem." Harry settled back into his seat, glanced out the window, and decided to call for help. "Castiel, you out there?" For once he didn't so much as twitch as Castiel appeared in the back seat next to him. It had only been a day since they last saw him, but he seemed different somehow. Now wasn't the time to ponder it though. "Can you do some recon for us? Scan the city for anomalies, that sort of thing?" The angel disappeared again with a silent nod. Harry didn't really know how angelic powers worked. Would he be flying all over town looking for things? Did he have some sort of sensory radar power? So he had no idea how long it would take. Ideally he'd get comfortable and wait it out, but nervous tension was beginning to creep into his chest as time passed, so relaxing was currently off the cards. Thankfully, it was only a handful of minutes before Castiel returned. Find anything? Castiel inclined his head. Yes. There is a large cluster of demonic presences near the outskirts. Let me instead of finishing his thought, he leaned forward and pressed 2 fingers to Dean's head, doing something. Dean cursed when he pulled away, hands white-knuckled around the steering wheel. Christ, warn a guy before you go sticking things in his head. Other than being startled and annoyed, Dean seemed to be fine. Still, Sam sounded wary as he asked, what exactly did you just do? Castiel blinked owlishly at him. Navigation. I do not understand your roads and maps, so I gave him the location in a more useful manner. Should I not have? Harry shrugged at Sam, who sighed. No, that helps, for sure, but like Dean said, you should definitely ask for permission first before doing stuff like that. I see. Castiel didn't apologize or promise to keep it in mind for next time. Placating gestures probably weren't a part of an angel's social interaction training. Anyway, Dean said, seems your bad feeling was right on the money, so? We going after them? Demons aren't super big on teamwork, so for a bunch of them to gather together like this, it's probably an ambush or a trap. That doesn't mean we can ignore them and just let them do whatever they want. Was hoping you'd say that. Ganking some demons should be a nice morale boost after the last few days. Really, Dean? That's what you got out of all this? What? Dean scoffed. Don't look at me like that, Sammy. Killing demons is protecting the town, right? It's a good thing. Resigned to the fact that Dean had shifted into a stab-happy mood, Sam backed down with a mumbled never mind. It wasn't killing demons that Sam was worried about, but Dean being overeager for violence. But that was, as always, one of the times when it was most difficult to talk to Dean about anything other than accomplishing whatever goal he'd set his eye on. Sometimes he got too reckless in the moment, but Harry figured he was still bitter enough about Uriel to keep his head in the game this time around. Besides, not going simply wasn't an option, so they'd have to make do either way. Maybe, ambush, had been the wrong conclusion to come to. Harry realized as they pulled up at a, might have been something once upon a time, but now it's just abandoned, concrete lot. Peering out the window, he could see maybe 20 or 30 people, demons, he corrected himself, loitering about the place, making absolutely no effort to hide or otherwise disguise their presence. Several of them were faces he vaguely recognized, so he assumed they were all likely locals who had been unwillingly and unknowingly dragged into whatever this was supposed to be. Harry considered mentioning this realization, but ultimately kept his silence. While he didn't exactly want to go around potentially killing people he might know, this was a burden of knowledge that didn't need to be shared amongst them. I'm not the only one who thinks this is weird, right? Sam asked as they sat in the car, surveying the scene. None of them were quite ready to head out into the mess yet. The setup kinda feels like a street gang turf war in a movie. Sam turned to stare blankly at Harry. You don't even watch movies like that, what are you talking about? Just that it feels sort of cliché, I guess. Harry shrugged and reached for the door. Come on, we might as well get this over with. The others followed his lead without comment. 4 people against that many opponents, even when those people comprised of experienced hunters, a wizard, and an angel, was going to be a pain if it really did come down to an all-out brawl scenario. Being that badly outnumbered when stealth wasn't an option, it sucked. But who knows what they'd do if they just got back in the Impala and drove off, terrorized the city to draw them back out, probably. All thoughts of strategy fled in an instant when an unexpected figure emerged from the crowd, setting themselves up center stage. That fucker, Dean snarled. Being outnumbered 5-1 was already a bad situation. Adding Uriel to the mix? A nightmare in the making. Harry pressed his fingers to the brand on his neck and tried to convey a sense of urgency and intent. Crowley wouldn't be the greatest boost to their combat strength, but if this escalated they would need all the help they could get, and Crowley was the only one capable of instantaneous transport. As a plus, making him witness this firsthand would save them having to explain the situation to him later. I'd warn you to mind your tongue, Dean, but soon enough you won't be capable of anything at all. If cursing me is your final desire, then who am I to stop you? Uriel spread his arms and the gathered demons. They had to be low-rank bottom feeders. There's no way anyone higher up the chain would bend a knee to an angel, no matter what plan he fed them. Closed ranks behind him, all lined up and docile like foot soldiers obeying their general. You would collude with demons? Castiel asked sharply, going to step forward but being held back by Sam. Why? Harry caught the sharp scent of sulfur and the brief presence of a hand against his upper arm before Uriel directed a loo full of pointed disbelief their way. By his ear Crowley muttered, well now, that's not something you see every day. Humanity is a stain upon God's glorious earth. If I require a few more tools in my arsenal to ensure Lucifer can rise to cleanse the world, then so be it. Quite proud of himself, isn't he? Ignoring Crowley's commentary, Harry racked his brain, trying to come up with a good angle of approach. Uriel was grandstanding, monologuing like some cartoon villain. Certainly he was hoping to rile Dean up enough for him to make a mad dash, making him easy pickings, but Dean wouldn't be falling for that, not with his little army at his back. It was overconfidence and ego, both in himself and in his plan, driving this lil show Uriel was putting on, but that didn't mean it would be as easy as shooting him in the head mid-speech to end things before they began. That was the problem with making an enemy out of something non-human. Isn't there supposed to be some kinda angelic deathmatch once old Lucifer breaks out? Dean called, tone surprisingly steady given how angry Harry expected him to be on the inside. What if he loses? Just bites the fucking dust the second he gets free. Seems like a risky bet. The tension skyrocketed with Dean's provocation. Uriel's expression grew thunderous. Harry was almost afraid to blink in case Uriel took that moment to close the gap and ram his accursed blade straight into Dean's heart. Even if I fall, Lucifer will be freed. But you. Heaven's grand plan falls apart without you, Dean Winchester, and I will take immense pleasure in personally ending your pathetic existence. Uriel raised his hand. To snap? To signal the demons to attack? But several loud noises one after another broke through the silence, surprising absolutely everyone on both sides of the standoff. Almost as one, all eyes turned towards the source of the noises. Someone had come to gatecrash the party. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry flourished as the only magic school in the United Kingdom. The intake was high, with far less families choosing to send their children overseas to schools in other European countries now that the threat from Voldemort was well and truly finished. Unfortunately, despite the very elderly headmaster's best efforts, the House of Slytherin was still looked upon with distaste, the stain on its history and name still rooted deeply within people's minds. It was at breakfast one morning when the largely disgruntled potions professor and head of Slytherin, who had yet to figure out a manner in which to worm his way out of his teaching contract, now that his presence as a spy was no longer required, received a rather odd message via owl post. A proud owl, with black feathers and silver eyes and a single splash of white across one wing, emerged from the usual morning rush and alighted upon the edge of Severus' goblet. A precarious balancing act which belied the strength of the animal, despite its obvious exhaustion. Those silver eyes watched him intensely, as though ascertaining his worth in receiving the message the bird had painstakingly delivered to him. Never one to be outdone, Severus calmly stared back, obsidian eyes not giving away any of his thoughts about the matter. If the bird wished to judge him, so the missive must have been of some import, and he was more than willing to wait until permission was given to see what it was that was being called to his attention. To his left, Pomona Sprout had paused in eating her own breakfast to observe his interaction with the owl, no doubt trying and failing to come up with an explanation for his behavior on her own. She had never understood the appreciation Severus secretly held for the intelligent animals, for her own interests were too firmly entrenched in the earth. But they were magnificent, intelligent creatures who were offered little respect or thanks for their efforts, and this owl was a regal specimen indeed. A full minute into their silent consideration of one another, the owl hooted softly, blinking up at Severus and relaxing its posture enough to be seen as an invitation. Head tilted in acceptance, Severus reached out with long, pale fingers and deftly untied the roll of parchment from the owl's leg. Ruffling its feathers, pleased with having completed the delivery, the owl rather suddenly ducked its head down, stealing quick gulps of water from Severus' goblet. He despised pumpkin juice. Pomona snorted in amusement as Severus stared, momentarily shocked by the owl's sudden audacity. Lifting its head once more, those silver eyes seemed to sparkle at him, and Severus silently conceded defeat to the curious owl as it spread its wings and lifted carefully into the air, wary of his goblet, and flew away. Blinking away his surprise, Severus moved the goblet off to the side, quickly followed by his mostly empty plate, and placed the roll of parchment on the table before him. It was sealed with wax, something most people no longer bothered to do with their messages, choosing to rely on spells instead. Picking up a clean knife, Severus carefully pried the wax seal away from the parchment, noting that it had immediately loosened somewhat in reaction to his touch. Careful spellcasting then, which explained, in part, the owl's scrutiny. A high-security message then? Severus paused the motion of his fingers, pondering the possibility. Likely the content was for his eyes and his eyes only, though he couldn't imagine who would want to send him of all people any sort of sensitive information. There was certainly merit in tucking the missive away and reading it later in the day, in the solitude of his private rooms, not least because the headmaster was watching him with a twinkle in his eyes and a smile on his face, apparently pleased at his sudden communication with someone outside of the castle. Still, the temptation was there. Breakfast was only half over. Leaving now, while not entirely uncommon for him, would raise questions among his fellow members of staff. No, he would just have to take the risk. If the sender had truly wished for it to remain completely private, they would have instructed the regal owl to seek him out while he was alone, rather than have it join the masses of morning deliveries. Grasping the edge of the parchment with 2 fingers, Severus unrolled it, spreading the page out on the table before him. The writing was blunt and elegant, but concise and legible. The sender lacked proper penmanship. Also, Severus squinted slightly, examining the text. It was not written with a quill. Rather, it looked an awful lot like a ballpoint pen. Muggleborn, then. The war may have been over for more than a few years now, but one would still be hard-pressed to find a pureblood that would embrace that sort of muggle item. Carefully blanking his face, Severus began to actually read the content of the letter. To whom it may concern. If you have received this letter, then you must be a potions master of some note. I require, if at all possible, your assistance. All I ask is that you read this through until the end and at least consider my request. 2 people are in somewhat of a bind at the current time, myself and a close friend. This is where you will likely begin to believe this to be some sort of hoax. I beg of you to hear me out. The problem has its roots in demons. I understand that it is a widely accepted belief amongst magical people that demons don't exist, but the fact is that they do. They're real, they exist, and they're dangerous. My friend has a dark taint in his blood from an encounter with a demon as an infant. It gave him certain visions and a slight telekinetic ability, although those 2 things are no longer issues. The taint is still there, and I want, if at all possible, to be able to purify his body of the lingering demonic residue. As for my own predicament, it's a little bit more complicated. I'm not here to explain how it came to be, but I have a rather severe amount of demonic energy roaming my magical core. It causes certain, shall we say, complications with my casting. If I want to ever be able to safely and effectively use my magic again, I would need to somehow purge the energy from my core. These are 2 very large experimental requests, and I understand that. Given I have only an average understanding of potions myself, I don't even know if this sort of thing is possible, but if anyone were to be capable of it, I firmly believe it would be a potions master like yourself. You have no obligation to help me, but if you do, I will compensate you in any way I can. The price is up to you. The symbol below is bestowed with a sample of the energy that plagues me, for your reference. Hopefully, if it is of any use to you, you might also be able to use it to imitate the effect on my friend's bloodstream as well, despite the differences in our situations. Thank you for listening to my request. Severus's brows creased as he reached the end of the letter, gaze briefly alighting on a strange symbol taking up the remainder of the length of parchment before he turned it over in his hands, looking for a signature of some sort. What sort of inane fool didn't sign their own plea for assistance? At any rate, the letter may very well have reached the only wizard around that would actually believe the things written within. He remembered only too well how demons had risen up within Voldemort's Death Eaters, seemingly out of nowhere. He also remembered Potter's damned one-man army mind set in taking them out. The brash brat had disappeared shortly after taking down the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore had been unable to locate him, which suited Severus just fine. Potter was out of his hair and no longer his problem. He rested a hand on his chin, giving up the search for an identity and instead pondering the request. It would be a serious challenge, certainly, but he hadn't had a good challenge in years. There had been no need for his experiments in recent years, and without the need he had not managed to find the motivation on his own to experiment while stuck in the school. The students had drained him of the majority of his creativity. As the sender mentioned, he had no obligation to complete the request, but it wouldn't hurt to give it a go. If he was successful, it could even prove to be useful to himself, on the off chance he was forced into contact with any further demons. A preemptive strike, so to speak. He could dabble and experiment some, and if he happened to make something that worked, he could collect some compensation for it. If nothing came of it, he would simply never respond to the letter. The edges of his lips curved up ever so slightly in a smirk. He would finally have something interesting to do. Nimble fingers rolled the parchment back up, but he paused as he went to press down on the wax to reseal it. He hadn't paid it any attention before, but there was a design pressed into the wax. From the shape and size of it, he would guess it being from a ring, so it was likely a family crest. Generally, it was only older magical families that possessed family crests, so his previous assumption had to be wrong. Not a Muggleborn then. A pureblood or a distinguished half-blood. But who? And why? There was something vaguely familiar about the crest, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He frowned, glancing from the wax over to Dumbledore and back again. The headmaster was relatively well informed about that sort of thing, but he didn't want to hand over the actual letter for any period of time, because he was concerned about what opinions the elderly wizard might form were he to feel the demonic energy pulsing within the odd symbol. It would not do if he was suddenly under suspicion of going dark once again. Carefully pushing the seal down, Severus slipped the letter into the inner pocket of his robes and checked the time. He would worry about it later. After dinner Severus secluded himself away in his chambers, as per usual, and took the letter out once more. He placed it on the coffee table in front of his couch before leaving the room, robes swishing behind him. In his bedroom he abandoned his outer teaching robes on the bed, and collected a piece of scrap parchment and a pencil. A guilty pleasure, if it could even qualify as such, because honestly quills just didn't cut it for some things, before returning to his sitting room. Clad in dark trousers and an equally dark button-up shirt, Severus allowed himself to sink slightly into the couch, leaning forward to place the parchment next to the letter. He wrapped his fingers around the pencil and began to draw the crest. As he drew he made sure only to glance at the original a few times. Severus wanted it to seem like he'd drawn it from memory, just in case it was something of a certain interest. He didn't want it to seem as though he had something inscribed with it in his possession. When he finished he leaned back, examining the copy. It was fair, possibly a little too accurate, but it would do. The next morning Severus intercepted the headmaster in an empty corridor on his way from his office to the great hall for breakfast. He ushered the older wizard into an alcove, ignoring the questioning look leveled at him. He pulled the scrap of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Dumbledore, face betraying none of his emotions. "Albus, I was wondering if you recognized this." Severus watched his once mentor's face carefully, and had to refrain from putting distance between them when he saw an eager sparkle enter aged blue eyes. It was excitement, but there was an edge to it, something desperate, something almost manic. Suddenly it didn't seem like such a good idea after all. This was dangerous territory. "Severus, this is incredible. Where did you see this?" Dumbledore demanded fervently, fairly vibrating with energy. Severus allowed himself a shocked blink. "I don't recall," Severus replied coolly, forcing his occlumency shields up at maximum strength. "Why? What is it?" "I suppose it stands to reason that you might not recognize it, Severus. This is the Potter family crest. It must be a sign from Harry. Are you absolutely certain you don't know where you stumbled across it?" Severus allowed himself 0.8 seconds of bewilderment before forcing it aside for the time being, staring at the parchment in irritation. "No, Albus, I have no idea. I was ruminating last night and the image popped into my head. I can't possibly imagine where I might have seen it." Delicately tugging the parchment from Dumbledore's hand, Severus backed off several steps, back into the corridor and out of reach of the headmaster's twitching fingers.
He decided it would be best to skip breakfast, and perhaps have a house elf bring him something to eat in his rooms instead. Any sort of confrontation with Dumbledore was unwise, as it appeared he was still desperately searching for the Potter brat, and no doubt didn't buy his explanation. Severus bid the headmaster a quick farewell and walked hurriedly down the corridor and away from the shell-shocked wizard, crumpling the parchment in his fist.
Present day. Despite his initial reluctance to do anything that might be of use to one Harry Potter, Severus had allowed his curiosity and the challenge of it all override his irritation. He had spent every free moment he possibly could that wouldn't arouse undue suspicion from the headmaster thinking and experimenting in his private potions lab. It had been exhilarating to say the least, though he would never actually thank Potter for the challenge it presented him. That was one step he was unwilling to take. It had taken him just under 16 months to create a seemingly viable concoction, which, while not being a personal best, was still reasonably quick considering the entirely unknown factors involved in the whole scenario. The problem remained that, now that he had created something that had an effect on the energy entrapped in the bizarre symbol, he had no way of getting the potion to Potter. Or at least, that had been the problem, until he went to put the letter away for the last time after a successful test. More writing had appeared, squeezed into the remaining space at the bottom of the page around the symbol. It was someone else's handwriting, fancier. "Congratulations," it read. "I didn't think it was possible, but you're always proving me wrong, you lot. Fascinating. For safety reasons it'd be best if you delivered it in person. I certainly don't trust those damnable birds, not after the last one tried to take a chunk out of my thumb. Come to Tennessee. I don't care how, you're a wizard, do something fancy. Come to Tennessee, then use whatever energy is left in the containment symbol to trace our location. I give you an address, but I'd hardly be able to guarantee anyone being home by the time you got there. Your potion kills him. I won't be happy." This note wasn't signed either, but Severus didn't think he would know who had written it even if they offered a name. It was dark, threatening. Deliver it in person? He wasn't sure he wanted to meet whoever it was Potter kept company with these days. It sounded exactly like the sort of thing he didn't want to drag himself into. The whole thing was beginning to get rather out of hand. In order to get to Tennessee, Severus would have to acquire an international portkey from the ministry, and they would inform the headmaster about it. Since he was under Dumbledore's employ and as a former Death Eater, his movements were still watched with somewhat more scrutiny than they ought to be. Tracking the energy wouldn't be a problem. There was still a fair amount there, and he'd been so exposed to it over the last year that he would recognize it just about anywhere now. The problem was getting there. Dumbledore would find out one way or another, and he would question him about it, one way or another. The safest, though possibly most infuriating, course of action was to confront the headmaster about this directly. Dumbledore would no doubt be more than a little annoyed to find out that Severus had had contact with Potter and not told him about it, particularly after spending the last 16 months searching with renewed vigor for the boys. Well, Severus supposed he was a man now. Location after Severus made the mistake of going to him for information. That he had remained unsuccessful was curious, but since Severus didn't know what sort of methods the headmaster was employing in his search, he couldn't truly judge their effectiveness. It was with a sense of dread and apprehension that Severus approached Dumbledore, and his fears turned out to be right on the mark. Dumbledore insisted he accompany Severus to America when he went, despite it being unwise for someone his age to engage in such long-distance magical travel. Severus was also ordered not to leave the school other than for organizational purposes, and of course, by association, the country, until Dumbledore had a chance to put together a group of people who would come with him to, supposedly, rescue Potter from whatever strange situation he'd gotten himself into over the years. Rescue of any sort seemed like the last thing Potter would actually want, judging not only from a long string of previous experiences but from the tone of the missive as well, but Severus of course had no say in the decision-making process. The headmaster tended to have a one-track mind, something that had only gotten worse and worse as he continued to creep steadily towards the age of forced retirement. The only reason he hadn't yet been gently coerced from his position being that no one else was exactly eagerly offering themselves up as his replacement. He steamrolled right on over the protestations and opinions of other people when he got into one of his moods.
Not that anyone would dare to call it a mood to his face. Severus was certain he wasn't the only one who thought it often though.
On the whole, Wizarding Britain had done a good job forgetting about Potter's contributions to their lives and about his general existence. Dumbledore had, for reasons unfathomable to Severus, taken a certain level of offense to this behavior on Potter's behalf. At least, that's how it probably appeared to most people who cared to give it a passing thought. Severus wasn't so sure. It was nearing a decade since the death of the Dark Lord, and Severus knew with the most certainty that he had ever known anything in his life that it truly was his final death. Yet on occasion he still caught Dumbledore staring Severus' way, as if he could see through the fabric of his sleeves to check his mark for signs of activity. Loath as he was to admit it, there was a part of Severus deep down where he hid his most vulnerable pieces that was scared Dumbledore didn't believe that this particular war had finally come to an end. If he was reading the elderly wizard correctly, he concluded that it was the headmaster's intention to drag Potter back to Britain, whether the man wanted to come or not. Severus was unsurprised to see the entourage the old man had gathered for a trip that realistically only required Severus himself. It was not an overly large group. Dumbledore had only managed to rally a few people to join him. Lupin informed Severus that the headmaster had attempted to enlist Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood for their little traveling circus, as well as other old schoolmates of Potter such as the Weasley twins, but they had all refused. Privately, he had to admit that it was very impressive for Longbottom of all people to refuse a direct request from the headmaster for the greater good of an old friend. They clearly understood the situation better than Dumbledore did. Lupin himself appeared uneasy about being there. Severus surmised that he was there partly from a desire to see for himself that Potter was alive and well, and partly in order to restrain the headmaster if something were to happen. Old age had certainly caused a shift in Dumbledore's rationale that Severus wasn't entirely comfortable with. Running a school was one thing. It was a repetitive motion that he had been engaged in for a very long time, but his habit of making decisions for people without giving any consideration to their opinions seemed to have only gotten worse as he aged.
Miss Granger was also there, stern and tight-lipped, pulled from her unspeakable duties for however long their trip would take. There was no excitement in her face or her stance. If he remembered correctly, Granger had been the most understanding of Potter's obsession before his disappearance, and though saddened by the lack of a farewell, she had not struck him as overly affected by his departure. She was acting in Potter's best interests, which would very possibly mean aiding in his escape.
The other professors had all refused Dumbledore's request, as they had the convenient excuse of needing to look after the school, which was still in session, something that seemed to have slipped Dumbledore's mind. A couple of ex-order members filled out the rest of the headmaster's traveling party. The tense group, 6 in total, himself included, gathered in the ministry foyer to collect the portkey from a member of the Department of Magical Travel. Severus had the potion in unbreakable vials, placed into a padded box and slipped into the inner pocket of his robes. His chosen robe more resembled a cloak, his most muggle-friendly robe in fact. Granger forewent a robe entirely, having dressed completely muggle, as was her norm outside of work. Lupin was also dressed muggle, which was unsurprising considering it was generally the only place he could find work. In comparison, Auror Tonks was in her uniform, Dumbledore was clad in one of his gaudiest robes, and Hestia Jones was wearing a dress that looked as though it came from the 1800s. It didn't appear to have occurred to them that the magical population of America was few and far between, and it was highly likely that they would be in a Muggle-dominated area wherever they ended up. In fact, as far as Severus was aware, there was no such thing as a wizard-dominated area of the states. They integrated.
When their liaison finally arrived with their portkey, he gave them a disparaging once-over, gaze lingering disapprovingly over Dumbledore and Tonks, though he remained silent, perhaps unwilling to try and tell one of the most revered and powerful wizards in Britain that he was doing it wrong.
Though it was Dumbledore who had forcibly commandeered this journey, it was to Severus that the man directed his words.
This is a larger group than I was expecting, Professor.
Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement. He had been to the ministry several times over the last few weeks, making frustratingly vague inquiries and arrangements. It was this man, Elian Stoker, who had been forced to deal with him and his requests. He had been blessedly patient about it then. Now, faced with the obvious reason for the lack of detail, he seemed sympathetic. His calm professionalism was a godsend in Severus' day-to-day life. I apologize, Mr. Stoker, for being unable to confirm numbers beforehand. Be glad there aren't more. Yes, Dumbledore chimed in, visibly annoyed at being ignored but refusing to voice the emotion. It's such a shame the others were unable to accompany us. Lupin turned a snort of laughter into a throaty cough. His thoughts on the trip were obvious. Stoker's lips twitched upwards, into a shadow of a smirk. Severus rolled his eyes. Indeed. A dreadful shame, I'm certain. Stoker smoothed his free hand down the jacket of his three-piece suit before slipping it into his pocket. His other hand held an elegant walking stick, one which he had no need for, which he leaned on almost lazily. Before we get on with this, I need to brief you on some things. May I? Of course. Thank you. Now, normally you would get this talk at the American Ministry, but since you're bypassing them on the way there, it falls to me. That had been one of Dumbledore's stipulations. He hadn't wanted to waste time dealing with bureaucracy inside a foreign ministry when they were on such a time-sensitive operation. Severus had little doubt that Dumbledore would ignore any and all of the guidelines about to be laid down for them. There isn't too much that needs to be said. Remember, first and foremost, that as an integrated society the American ministry have different views on secrecy and what amounts to exposure. America is a hotbed of non-magical supernatural activity, and the statute of secrecy is flexible, for lack of a better word. Subtle magic around Muggles is fine. Not only are they very good at coming up with explanations for the many odd things they encounter throughout their lives, but there are a less savory bunch of magic users scattered across the country that fall under no such protection laws, and small incidents can always be blamed on them. Don't do anything too flashy, keeps your wands out of sight, and never assume you can identify what sort of people you're surrounded by. As registered visitors to the country, they will monitor your magical activities with that thought in mind. The country is a veritable haven for all sorts of unofficial stowaways, but they don't tend to make a fuss over it. Secondly, be careful of what you say. Things said are harder to forget than things seen, or so they claim. There are general monitoring charms all across the country, set to search for specific conversation patterns. Certain phrases have a taboo of sorts on them, which alert the monitoring department. If you're found explaining magic, you may be visited by officials. Keep discussions of magical theory to yourself until your return here, to be on the safe side. The third and final thing relates to your return journey. This portkey, here Stoker tapped the walking stick once against the marble floor, is one way. If you try and use your own magic to recalibrate it, it will self-destruct. In order to arrange your return portkey, you must visit the American Ministry. If you were traveling straight there, you could have picked it up upon arrival, but as you aren't, you must find it yourself. That was a jab at Dumbledore, no doubt. The man had never been to the States before, and had made no effort to research anything about the place. Stoker had already told Severus how to locate the ministry. He had yet to decide if he would share that information. Then again, Severus wouldn't put it past the old man to attempt to apparate back to England. He would fail, of that Severus had no doubt. In his youth, perhaps he would have been able to accomplish such a hefty feat, but at his age there was no chance. Dumbledore was checking his pocket watch. Lupin nodded thoughtfully and offered a quick thank you to Stoker before anyone could ask questions or interject. A smart move, as the headmaster seemed ready to protest the time they were wasting and, despite the situation, Granger appeared to be formulating questions about politics or some other such topic that Severus had no desire to listen to. In that case, are you all prepared? There was a smattering of murmured affirmations. Stoker straightened and handed the walking stick to Severus. He then fished his wand out of its holster. Severus held the walking stick out in front of himself. The rest of the ragtag group held out hands to take hold of the polished wood. Stoker tapped the end of the stick with his wand. muttering something under his breath. Likely the Ministry startup sequence for their regulation portkeys. He initiated the countdown without warning, taking a measured step away from their group as he did. One moment they were in the Ministry lobby, the next they were hurtling through space at unimaginable speeds. International portkeys were at least 5 times as disconcerting as regular portkeys, due to the distances they crossed, and were often more violent, as shown by their rough landing in a dark alleyway. As soon as his feet hit solid ground, Severus relinquished his white-knuckled grip on the wood and took several quick steps back, collapsing against the wall, face a shade or two paler than usual.
Granger appeared a tad green. Lupin was bent double, wheezing. Nymphodora's hair, which had been an already surprisingly subdued shade of brown before they left, was now a bedraggled gray mess. Hestia had a hand to her forehead, looking for all the world as though she were probably still spinning. Her eyes were moving back and forward repeatedly. Dumbledore had the gall to appear completely unaffected. Severus swore he was never going to allow himself to be roped into that sort of travel ever again once this was all over. He would rather suffer through hours on a Muggle plane.
Severus, Dumbledore began, a vaguely manic gleam in his eyes as he zeroed in on the exhausted potions master. How do we go about locating Mr. Potter from here? Severus frowned over at him, straightening and stepping away from the alley wall. He shoved his left hand into the outside pocket of his cloak, where he had hidden away the letter, and allowed himself a moment to refamiliarize himself with the energy the parchment was saturated with. Though he hadn't voiced it to anyone, he got the feeling that the energy was not in any way a sample of Potter's magic, but rather it likely belonged to whoever had left the secondary note, meaning Potter was in close contact with a demon. He could only pray the man knew what he was doing. It will take more than a moment, Headmaster, he replied dryly, taking a deep breath and forcing his magic out into the air around them. To his surprise, there were actually faint hints. Remnants really, of the energy all about them. It wasn't there now though. Perhaps it would also be prudent to purchase a map of the area. Severus turned his gaze to Granger and, understanding his unspoken order, she retreated out into the open street, looking for some sort of gas station or tourist shop to find a map. What are you using to track him, Severus? Lupin asked quietly, curiously, having centered himself and regained his stability. Sending Dumbledore a calculating look, Severus realized that there was no point trying to hide his methods. He was after all about to attempt something showy and a bit ridiculous once Miss Granger returned with a sufficient map. Energy. He ignored the confused looks on everyone's faces. I intend to use the map as a focus to pinpoint the current location of the source of the energy.
So you mean to say that you're capable of tracking Mr. Potter's magical signature, Severus? Why ever didn't you say something earlier?
Severus clenched his jaw and breathed out a sigh through his nose, eyeing the headmaster blankly. It's not an easy task, Albus. I have never been particularly adept at following magical signatures of any kind.
However, one gains a certain familiarity when they work with the same energy day in and day out for more than a year.
I can tell you that Severus neglected to inform them that he wasn't actually Potter, though he was sorely tempted to, just to see the look on Dumbledore's face, has been here recently, in the last few months, but he isn't here right now. Physically searching with my senses, I can only scan my own surroundings. That's why I sent Miss Granger to fetch a map, for I have no intention to apparate all across this blasted country searching for him. Of course not, Severus. Dumbledore attempted to placate him, unsuccessfully. We wouldn't expect that of you. Severus ignored him, turning his attention to the mouth of the alleyway, watching for Granger's return. Lupin was still watching him, but he was sufficiently skilled at ignoring watchful gazes on his person so as to be completely undisturbed by it. Granger returned several minutes later, the slight flush to her cheeks attesting to the fact that she had at least hurried back, if not also there. She handed the map to Severus and he crouched down, unfolding it and laying it on the concrete. It was a map of the Tennessee area. He would simply have to hope that Potter had remained in the state. Slightly unnerved by the fact that everyone was watching him intently, for he wasn't all that sure if it would work or not, Severus carefully extracted the energy from the parchment. Pulling his left hand from his pocket, he held a magical containment field in the shape of an orb, full of a violent storm of flashing dark reds and blacks. The energy had never seemed so oddly malicious until he actually laid eyes upon it. It had simply been dark, a familiar sort of darkness, all things considered. For a moment Severus held the orb in front of his face, taking in the myriad hues the energy gave off. Considering Potter's temperament, it was wild enough to theoretically pass as his magical signature, but the colors begged to differ. He lifted his gaze over the top of the orb, taking in the reactions of his current companions. For the most part they appeared confused, though Lupin appeared to be scenting the air. Did the energy retain some sort of unusual scent that had lingered enough for the werewolf to sense it? Severus had a vague recollection of sulfur from long ago, but he'd not noticed a thing in all the time he'd spent working with it. Dumbledore, on the other hand, sported a contemplative frown that certainly didn't put Severus at ease. "You're certain this is Harry's?" Severus closed his eyes briefly and inhaled sharply, irritated. "I'm certain it will lead us to Potter, yes, if it works at all." If Dumbledore noticed he was skirting the subject, he didn't comment. As age wore on him, it was getting harder and harder to predict what sort of things would catch his attention and which would fall unnoticed to the wayside. Severus surmised he was more invested in the end result rather than how it came about. The question not a jab about misdirection but anxiety about the whole thing falling through. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Severus silently shaped the containment orb with his hands, dragging at the magic with deft fingers. He was planning this whole thing along the lines of some older location rituals, those that could be performed by most people with any level of magical power, as long as they had some sort of focus and a steady will. The orb he shaped into a prism, which narrowed down to a single point at the bottom. He tugged a thin string of energy from the top. It might as well have been a crystal necklace. Finished with his crafting, Severus held the tip of the knot string and dangled the prism above the center of the map, the point just above the surface. Holding his hand perfectly still, he took a cleansing breath, and focused his mind on what he wanted to achieve. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, it began to swing in lazy circles over the map, each rotation of a different diameter, smaller then bigger then smaller again. Though unnoticeable to the eye, Severus could feel the prism hesitate for mere fractions of a second all across the map. Just as the energy lingered in the alleyway, it seemed its presence could be felt in many parts of the state. Potter's dubious acquaintance was rather well traveled. Eventually it slowed, the circles becoming smaller and smaller until finally it came to a stop. The point of the prism rested upon a black dot labeled Jackson. "Well?" Severus bit back a snide remark at the sound of Dumbledore's voice. "We'll go to Jackson. Once we're there I'll try and pinpoint his location." Eyes skimming the map, he rattled off the city's coordinates before folding it up and shoving it uncaringly into a pocket. A petty part of him hoped they'd all get lost so Severus could complete his contractual obligation without company, but unfortunately that was only ever going to be a wistful fantasy. It hadn't exactly been smooth sailing, but Severus had accomplished what he'd set out to do. Which is to say that, after reaching Jackson, he managed to figure out where Potter, or at least, Potter's demonic acquaintance, was. Getting there was fine. It was after that things started getting complicated. Apparition had the unfortunate tendency to be loudest when you wished for silence, and silent when you didn't need to worry about making noise. There were many factors involved in how silently one could apparate at any given moment, but right now Severus was blaming stress for the ruckus their group made upon arrival. He himself was certainly stressed. Although all eyes had turned their way immediately, it was plain to see that they had interrupted some sort of showdown. A group of 5 men stood together to Severus' left, a small crowd of people stood to his right, and they were facing each other from opposite ends of a parking lot? Building site? Demolition zone? Severus shook that thought away. Where they were was irrelevant. One man stood out, standing at the forefront of the crowd, dark skin, dressed in a suit, visibly annoyed. Though whether at their arrival or due to whatever they had interrupted it was unclear. He was obviously not Potter, nor was he the demon. Still, there was something about him that made Severus wary of turning his back on him. He noted all of these things in rapid succession, Severus' current allies, still getting over their own momentary surprise at the scene they'd stumbled into. But that blessed silence did not last. From afar, he heard a man cursing in surprise. At his side, he saw Lupin's brow furrow, his nose twitch. "Sulfur again," the werewolf muttered. "They don't smell right." Severus had no idea what a person was supposed to smell like, but as much distaste as he held for Lupin in general, his senses were impeccable. Also, in this case he wasn't really surprised. He could feel that dark energy he'd become so accustomed to leaking from one of the men off to the left, but if he allowed his senses to wander towards the unknown crowd it felt as though he were drowning, suffocating on the overwhelming presence of it all. With that much energy in the air it would not be outside the realm of possibility for someone with appropriately strong olfactory senses to perceive it through scent. He could not see Nymphadora, but he could hear her shuffling behind him, no doubt dropping into one of the battle stances the Auror department had drilled into her. Useless. There would be no spell slinging here, unless she wanted to get them all arrested of course, and he highly doubted she was any good at hand-to-hand combat. Severus wasn't any good at it himself, either, but he at least didn't have any intention of diving into a fight. The dark-skinned man stared at them with no small amount of disgust for what felt like an incredibly long time, but was probably 30 seconds at most. Then he returned his attention to the men across from him.
"More filth," he spat. "Ruining the mood. But we have time yet. Next we meet Dean Winchester. You will breathe your last."
After that incredibly ominous statement he simply vanished. Severus frowned. Was he a wizard? What did he want? Uriel, being a petty little drama queen, was far from the outcome Harry had been expecting, but anything that involved Uriel being somewhere that wasn't here when yet another new spanner had been tossed into the works was fine with him. That still left his little demon army though, who were self-destructing. Uriel ditching the scene without leaving any commands seemed to really mess them up. Maybe it was because without Uriel to back them up they were scared of Castiel and Crowley? It was impossible to know without asking one of them, and they wouldn't be keen to share. They kept sharing nervous looks and shifting from foot to foot until suddenly they decided to flee the scene. Trails of black demonic vapor disappearing into the sky as they abandoned the vessels they must have picked up at random for this meeting. The slightly hysterical voice in the back of Harry's mind, which had really perked up when he saw Albus freaking Dumbledore show up out of nowhere, wondered how their new uninvited guests were feeling about seeing 20-something people randomly pass out and collapse in sync.
Thankfully Sam was in a better headspace than he was, because he turned to Castiel and asked, "Are they okay?"
Castiel turned his gaze towards the group and stared at them for a handful of moments, using whatever angelic skill apparently allowed him to read life signs from a distance. "None of them are deceased," he reported. "Okay. Good, that's good." Behind them Dean was shouting obscenities at the sky, trying to goad Uriel into coming back so he could shoot him in the face, no doubt. Harry would really like to get in on one of those conversations, truly, but unfortunately the shock had worn off and their unexpected interlopers were approaching. He took a deep breath, straightened up, and hoped he didn't look quite as confused as he felt. "Harry, my dear boy," called the man who could never have been anyone other than Albus Dumbledore, approaching with arms outstretched in welcome which felt strangely at odds with the situation which immediately preceded him. "We've finally found you." A simple hello would have been less unnerving. What did he even mean? Harry took a not particularly subtle step towards the nearest person, which just so happened to be Crowley. The demon took it as an invitation to insert himself into whatever was about to happen, which, well, wasn't entirely unwelcome. "Ah," he said after silently studying them a moment. "I know why this one's here, at least." Crowley pointed at Snape, whose dark eyes flicked between them with silent understanding. "Yeah, no kidding," Harry mumbled in return, watching Dumbledore's benign and welcoming expression turn somewhat forced when he didn't immediately return his greeting.
While he hadn't necessarily expected to ever see Snape again, he was the only person in this little group Harry had made any sort of contact with since leaving Grimmauld Place for the final time. There was only one reason he would come all this way. The question was why the entourage. "We were ever so worried when you disappeared," Dumbledore continued, forcing their attention back to him. He looked old, Harry realized, older than he remembered. More tired, perhaps. Then again, it had been a long time since he last saw him, not to mention that sometimes Dumbledore seemed as old as time itself. "You really never should have left England, my boy. That was a very dangerous thing to do."
Harry raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Dangerous? How, exactly? England was a dangerous place to be, with Voldemort running around trying to off me every year. But I did what you all kept saying I needed to do. Voldemort's long dead. Why should what I make of my life be of any concern to you at this point? A presence at his back had Harry glancing over his shoulder to see that the others had closed ranks behind him, turning this into their second standoff of the day, albeit with much greater odds. In contrast, Dumbledore's little escort seemed fractured. Snape, after identifying Harry and Crowley, had shifted pointedly off to the side, clearly distancing himself from whatever he believed was about to go down. A woman Harry was about 97% sure was Hermione, and oh, wasn't that a real blast from the past, followed his lead. Professor Lupin, Professor freaking Lupin, what even was today, stood near Dumbledore, but was watching the old man with a wary gaze, like he was on the lookout for something. That left two women, one whom Harry was certain he'd never seen before in his life, who stood just behind and to the side of Dumbledore with a politely confused expression, and a younger woman with bright hair who might have been what was her name again? Tonks. She had put her wand away at least. Of all of them, only Dumbledore seemed perturbed to hear Voldemort's name, a strange reversal of how things used to be. So much so, in fact, that it set Harry on edge, warning bells blaring in his head. "I understand things must be confusing for you, but we shouldn't speak of it out in the open like this." Dumbledore held his hand out towards Harry, as if expecting him to take it. "Come back to England with us and we can work through it all together." Taking half a step back in response, pressed firmly against Sam's unyielding frame, Harry frowned. No matter how much he thought about it, it felt as if the two of them were on fundamentally different wavelengths about something. "With all due respect, sir, I live here. It's not like I was abducted. The only thing confusing me right now is you, and why you think I should obediently follow you across the ocean at the drop of a hat. Harry, please. It's imperative that you return with us. Dark and dangerous things are afoot." Even more reason to stay right here, Harry interjected, not budging an inch. I've done my duty. Once was enough for me. You can find someone back in England to take care of whatever new villain might have shown up. Something dark and impatient flashed through Dumbledore's eyes for a fraction of a second. Lupin and Snape glanced at each other. Nymphadora, kindly take care of Ms. Jones. Tonks nodded, moving towards the stranger as Lupin strode forward, latching onto Dumbledore's arm and forcefully apparating away with the loudest bang Harry had ever heard. Tonks' departure was much tamer. Harry stared into the empty space which had previously held 4 people and asked, somewhat helplessly, what the actual fuck just happened. If you ask me, you were about to get kidnapped. Harry smacked his demonic companion in the side. Yes, okay, thank you, that's not what I meant and you know it. Snape sighed. As loath as I am to admit it, this is somewhat my fault. I'll explain the best I can, but staying here is a bad idea. Is there somewhere we can relocate to? Should we go back home? Sam suggested. I was going to suggest we leave an anonymous tip so someone would come check on those guys. He gestured towards the sprawl of unconscious people, but that was seriously noisy. Someone's bound to come investigate, and we shouldn't be here when they do. Agreed. No point getting on the police's radar in our home turf. That was great and all, but even if 5 people could fit in the Impala, preferably only for short distances, Harry's mind shuddered even just imagining being crammed in there with Snape of all people. He turned to their supernatural tag-alongs. Crowley? I'll meet you there, love. I feel like you lot owe me an interesting story or two and I'm not about to miss whatever this is. He vanished after saying his piece. Castiel, do you think you could take him? Here Harry pointed at Snape, because Castiel wouldn't recognize the name even if he said it, to the house and wait there for us. And because Castiel was being oddly obedient today, he put a hand on Snape's shoulder and disappeared without comment, not even giving Snape the chance to begin to protest the motion. That left 4 people, a much less painful amount to fit into the car, but Harry wasn't certain he wanted to leave Snape unsupervised in his house for long, especially with Crowley around. He looked between the brothers and Hermione. You guys should head out. Hermione, do you? The rest of his question was cut off by a mouthful of hair as Hermione wrapped her arms around him in a crushing hug. He hugged back reflexively, but she didn't linger, pulling back after a moment with a mumbled apology. Sorry, you were saying something. I just Merlin, it's really you. Hermione had been so stern-faced and silent up till now that Harry almost hadn't expected to be acknowledged at all, but in the face of her shaky grin he couldn't fathom how he'd ever thought she'd give him the cold shoulder after coming all this way. Yeah, it's really me. There were more pressing issues at hand than basking in an unexpected reunion, however. We need to go though. Do you want to hitch a ride in the car, or should I take you with me? Hermione glanced over at the Winchesters, Dean already in the front seat, Sam watching patiently as they talked, then leveled a teasing grin at him. I think you need adult supervision if you're going to be spending any time with Professor Snape. I'll go with you. Rude, but not entirely undeserved, historically speaking. Fine. He waved Sam off, then linked their arms together. This'll probably feel a bit different to your normal apparition. Never exactly learned the proper way to do it anyway, so just take a deep breath and don't let go. Not even 5 minutes had passed since Snape was angel napped, but he already seemed more irritable than before. Where are the others? He asked as Harry and Hermione disentangled themselves. Driving. They'll be here in 15 minutes or so. Surely one of your acquaintances could bring them here? Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes, so impatient. Even if Castiel went back for them, there's no way Dean would leave his car partway across town without a damn good reason. This conversation? Not a good enough reason. Snape's eye twitched. They're both muggles then? Correct. And these two? Seemed like it was time for introductions then. Crowley and Castiel. Crowley is a demon. Hermione turned to him with wide eyes, but Snape didn't so much as blink at the revelation. He'd already surmised as much. Castiel is an angel. That bombshell earned him a surprised widening of the eyes. Hermione looked incredulous. Angels and demons are real? Hermione exclaimed, intellectual curiosity already warring with the surprise in her tone. Bless her for believing him without putting up a fight. Angels are still a relatively new thing for us too, but yeah, welcome to my life I guess. Harry threw himself onto one of the armchairs and gestured towards the couch in silent offer. Hermione sat, Snape did not. Okay. That aside, we're in private now. Do you feel like explaining the whole Dumbledore thing now? Should we not wait until the others arrive? I don't wish to repeat myself. It's fine, I'll give them a rundown on the important bits later. Snape still seemed like he wanted to protest, but the desire to move things along as quickly as possible won over. Fine. As I said before, This whole ordeal originated with a personal misstep. When I received your missive, I wished to confirm my suspicion about your identity by allowing Albus to see the crest you sealed it with. I realized immediately that it was a mistake to do so, but it was too late to take it back, and no matter how much his mind may distort itself with age, his defenses are far too strong for me to attempt to erase the incident from his mind. So Dumbledore knew he'd been in contact with Snape. Surely that was fairly innocuous, though. What do you mean by distorted? Snape's already sour expression twisted further at the question. Hermione tapped his wrist and interjected her own thoughts. When you didn't return for 7th year either, and when news of Voldemort's death began to spread, the headmaster came to Ron and I over and over again asking if we'd heard any news, if we had any idea where you might be. The first couple of times felt genuine enough, worried about your safety, but the more time passed the harder he pushed, like he thought we were purposely hiding things from him. Even if I had known anything, at that point I would have kept it to myself. He just seemed so frantic, and I could never put my finger on why. I do believe, Ms. Granger, that Albus' paranoia stems from his own bad habit of keeping important information to himself and assuming that no one else could possibly come to know of it on their own. He has been like that as long as I've known him, and has only grown worse as his age finally started to catch up with him. Paranoid? Harry muttered to himself. That didn't really fit the image of Dumbledore that he remembered from school, although being secretive and cryptic certainly fit the bill. Why was he paranoid about me? Because he knew things about the Dark Lord that he did not share with you, and therefore assumes that you still remain unaware of to this day. Harry frowned, rolling that thought around in his mind, before sitting up straight. Wait, is this about those soul pieces? His Horcruxes, yes. Disgusting, Hermione grumbled. No wonder he didn't die all the way when you were a baby. Ignoring her, Snape continued. Although he hasn't said as much, this knowledge, the fact that to this day he refuses to let me leave my teaching position, and this frenetic energy he has put into this attempt at persuading you to return all leads me to believe that Albus is still in denial over the Dark Lord's death. From the kitchen Crowley started laughing. That's an easy fix then, isn't it? Just say the word and I can take him on a lovely trip to see old Patchwork Tommy in all his miserable glory. Problem solved. Harry considered how frail and simply old Dumbledore seemed to him now. Please don't. He might drop dead from the shock. A last resort then, Crowley concluded, tipping his glass of whiskey at him. Wait, how can you see him if he's really genuinely dead? Hermione asked, looking between them in confusion. Some people sell their souls to get their ticket to hell. Others are simply too vile for heaven. I'm sure you can guess why Tommy Boy might be living it up down there. With every strange nickname Crowley gave Voldemort, Snape grew a tiny bit paler, subconsciously expecting a backlash were Voldemort ever to hear of them. Harry cleared his throat pointedly. They didn't need to get into a discussion about hell right now. Crowley shrugged, unapologetic and unrepentant. I think I understand the situation now. Only, is this going to be a thing I need to keep an eye out for? The idea of having to be constantly on the lookout for a magical ambush was an unwelcome one. It should contain itself. As long as we manage to shepherd him back to England, it should prove very difficult for him to return. The Ministry hasn't been keen to do him many favors these days, and while he thinks himself infallible at times, he isn't strong enough to apparate across the ocean. As long as it remained someone else's problem, Harry was okay with that. And if he does come back, my door is always open. Not reacting to Crowley's antics was the easiest way to get him to lose interest, but biting his tongue was a little difficult. Part of Harry was genuinely concerned Crowley might wander off, grab Dumbledore while no one was looking, and take him for a nice tour downstairs if Harry didn't try hard enough to dissuade him. Arguing against it, however, was just as likely to make him want to do it even more. Sometimes there was truly no winning. Speaking of the Ministry, Snape continued suddenly, as if he had just remembered something. These muggles of yours. Is it safe to talk in front of them? Safe? What did he mean by safe? Harry stared at him in confusion. Predictably that got him nowhere, so he turned to Hermione. The statute, Harry, she offered. Oh. Right. Whole reason he had that yelling match with those Aurors back at Bobby's place the other year. Yikes. He tried not to think about that too much. He might have been in a bad way that day, but it was still embarrassing to remember. Oh, no, they're fine. I mean they weren't initially, but after I finally decided to actually haul my ass to the Ministry, to apologize, he did not say, as well as to work on countermeasures, I learned some interesting stuff. I don't know how much you know, but America has this real problem with supernatural stuff going on all over the place. Like the demons? Hermione asked, curiosity piqued once again. Among other things, yeah. But there's also a bunch of non-magical people who, mostly individually, decided to fight back against them. Maintain a bit of a balance, that sort of thing. These people are known as hunters, and the Ministry is actually sort of grateful for them in their own way. It means they don't have to expend their own resources resolving matters that get out of hand, which they especially hate doing since the supernatural incidents aren't really related to the magical world in any meaningful way. Non-magical supernatural beings. I suppose that makes sense. Lord, this makes me feel so narrow-minded for learning about the existence of magic and then simply assuming that was the end of the story. Harry smiled a little helplessly as Hermione lamented her supposed downfalls in the pursuit of knowledge. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Snape shift impatiently, get to the point, clearly written in his stance. The Ministry keeps a record of hunters and has them on a "do not obliviate except under extreme circumstances" list. Erasing their memories of magic without damaging their knowledge of the supernatural is a difficult process, and they don't want to cripple the very workforce they're outsourcing problems to. The only problem is that they're kinda lazy, and don't really bother to keep their hunter logs up to date. I made sure to update their records for them while I was there, for my own sake. So they're hunters, Snape surmised. Yup. Also, since the three of us made Jackson our home base, the Ministry oh so generously decided that anything that happens in the area is our problem, and they won't investigate unless I ask them to. In other words, they saw another opportunity to outsource some more work and jumped on it. So many unpleasant encounters with the mom back in England had made Harry seriously reluctant to seek out the Ministry in America, especially since he was technically an illegal immigrant, but it had been less painful than he'd imagined, in the end. Sure, it wasn't all sunshine and roses, but it had worked out well enough in his favor, and that was all that mattered. So yeah, basically, you don't have to hold your tongue around them. When Sam and Dean arrived not long after, they joined everyone in the living room. The discussion about Dumbledore was, well, not entirely unimportant, but definitely not important in the immediate sense. Harry would give the brothers a brief summary later on, but they still needed to discuss their next step in regards to Uriel and his crusade. That meant getting to the bottom of the real reason Snape was here so that he could leave. You mentioned my letter earlier, Harry began. You're not the sort of person who would come all this way without something to show for it, so... Snape peered down his nose at him, dark gaze inscrutable as always. Your manners are as abysmal as ever, Snape critiqued, though without as much bite as there would have been were they still at Hogwarts. But you are indeed correct. He removed a small padded box from inside his coat and set it upon the coffee table, opening it to reveal 2 small vials of a strangely shimmering liquid. Experimental as it was, I cannot guarantee it will have the effect you're hoping for, but I've done what I can. Hermione and Sam both leaned forward to examine the vials, curious. Harry didn't bother. Is it safe? Snape bristled at the query but didn't snap. None of the ingredients are harmful to the human body in those amounts. Given the inanimate nature of my testing material, however, I have no data on sensory feedback. Harry was no potions master, but that made sense. You could make all the educated guesses and assumptions you wanted, but if the purpose was something entirely new, then the side effects might be a little unpredictable. In all honesty, Harry hadn't actually had high hopes about the whole endeavor in the first place, so having the more or less finished product in front of him was sort of odd. If the whole apocalypse fiasco wasn't hanging over them, he might even have been content not to go through with it. Although it still chafed occasionally and often took more energy and effort than Harry believed it needed to. Harry was familiar with the way his magic worked these days. In that quiet period when he and Sam weren't doing much of anything, he was content to let it be. Unfortunately, that would become a liability again if he actually needed to bring magic into the fight. What is this for, exactly? Hermione asked as she straightened back up. I can't even begin to guess just from looking at it. Harry's knee-jerk reaction was to deflect, but there was really no reason to be so evasive about it. Everyone in the room save Hermione herself knew at least some of the surrounding circumstances, even if they didn't know about the potion itself, and there was no way Snape was leaving until some sort of conclusion was reached. He had his pride as a potions master, if nothing else. I guess you could sort of call it a detox cleanse? Like those stupid health fads? Except instead of being a diet thing, it's supposed to help cleanse my magical core. More or less. He wilted just a little beneath Hermione's judging gaze, but she didn't pry any further or get annoyed, simply shaking her head in that, how do you get yourself into these situations? Sort of way she used to at school. Sam perched himself on the arm of Harry's chair, leaning in to ask in a low voice, for the demonic residue? Harry shifted to meet Sam's gaze, although it wasn't something they talked about and it had no bearing on their day-to-day life. Ever since the psychic children incident, Sam had undoubtedly been weighed down by the knowledge that a demon had messed around with his body. It didn't appear to have actually done anything to him, aside from perhaps awaken a possibility inside of him, but it was the knowledge that chafed, not the outcome. Hesitantly Sam leaned even closer, voice even quieter. Do you think? It was a shame they weren't in private. There were plenty of things Harry wanted to say to that, but he wasn't about to go airing out all their personal secrets in front of other people. Dean would be the exception, since he would be equally invested in the situation, but otherwise. Twisting even further in his seat, Harry lifted his hands to cup Sam's face and gently pressed their foreheads together for a moment, hoping to reassure him without words, since the only answer he had for this room full of people was "I don't know." Sam breathed out a sigh against his lips, having expected an answer along those lines, and pulled away from him, straightening up from his hunched-over position. Harry stared at the box with mild trepidation. "Whatever the case, I'll go first. There's no point in taking extra risks." "Before you do," Crowley interjected, "I'd like to make sure something's clear. He jabbed his glass in Snape's direction. "If this potion of yours kills him, you're dead." This was not the time to be threatening the potion maker. Harry appreciated the sentiment, really he did, but Snape could still decide to run off with the potions if Crowley pissed him off. Oddly enough though, the dour man didn't react aside from tipping his head in acknowledgement. Somehow it seemed like less of a threat and more of a reminder. Had they already had this discussion before at some point? "I'm not going to die," Harry said anyway. No one looked like they were in dire need of that reassurance, but he still felt like he should say it to make up for Crowley being ominous. Might as well get it over with. Having said his piece, he plucked one of the vials from the padded box and opened it. Harry had learned very quickly, after several trips to the hospital wing, that the best way to ingest potions was to chug them down as quickly as possible so that your body had a minimal amount of time to notice the scent and taste of whatever foul concoction needed drinking that day. Potions might be effective, but God were they disgusting. Not giving himself the time to second-guess the decision, Harry knocked back the potion in record time before sitting the now empty vial back on the table with a look of disgust painted across his face. As always, it was impossible to shut your senses off entirely, and his brain itched to try and understand what had just been poured across his taste buds. Fortunately, or just as accurately, unfortunately, the potion kicked in right about then, and suddenly his brain had other things to worry about. It wasn't pain, and it certainly didn't hurt in the normal sense, but as the potion spread through him his nervous system was flooded with sensations that definitely weren't supposed to exist inside of the human body. Somehow it reminded him of the fizzy tingle he sometimes got in the back of his nose when he took the first sip of a cold, freshly opened soda, the bubbly rush in a place the bubbles shouldn't be, but stronger and racing through his veins. Magical veins in this instance, he supposed. Whatever shifted his magic throughout his body, with a force that almost felt like he was literally being scrubbed clean from the inside. He curled in on himself, hugging his torso loosely as he shuddered through the strangeness, waiting for it to wear off. Voices sounded above his head, but Harry wasn't willing to spare the effort to focus on them. As long as no one started getting violent, he could afford to keep his attention solely on breathing in and out and not allowing his muscles to lock up. It only lasted a handful of minutes at most, which wasn't too bad in the scheme of things. A strong enough dose of pepper up could have you steaming for a good half an hour, not to mention the drawn-out horror of Skelly Grow. Even just the thought of it made his arm prickle with remembered discomfort. The first thing he became aware of when he focused his attention outwards again was Sam softly calling his name. He hummed in acknowledgement as he shifted in his seat, rolling his shoulders before turning his gaze to him. "Are you okay?" Sam asked, hands raised but hovering hesitantly in the air. That didn't look good. "I'm fine," Harry assured firmly. "It kinda sucked, but that's just the name of the game sometimes." "I tried to explain that some potions are just like that," Hermione informed him, "but I guess seeing it for the first time is always going to be rough." Sam frowned mulishly at her, hands clenching in agitation. What if something was seriously wrong? What if something happened? What if it killed him? The thought the brothers hadn't entertained until after seeing the potion at work. That much at least Harry could sympathize with. Fate or God or something did seem to be having fun orchestrating a morbid life and death game of tag amongst Sam's loved ones. Harry winding up dead after Dean's resurrection would be par for the course in that sense. Being mad at Hermione wouldn't help anything though. Taking Sam's hands in his own, Harry gave them a gentle squeeze. She's right. Plus, Snape would never go out testing his experimental potions without a few antidotes up his sleeves. He would have stepped in if something seemed dangerously amiss. Even with the distance of so much time between them, it still felt weird to say anything even relatively positive about Snape, especially when the man himself was within earshot, but it remained a fact that Snape took his title of Potions Master very seriously. "But you looked like you were in pain." Note to self: never tell Sam about the bone regrowing incident. Listen, magic can be strangely literal at times. Technically, in a way, this is a cleaning potion, and, well, I certainly feel thoroughly scrubbed up. Internally. Which is a super weird feeling and not one I'd be in a rush to re-experience, but on the whole it wasn't anything to worry about. He squeezed Sam's hands once more before letting go, shifting towards Snape. Well? Snape stared down his nose at him. I can't be certain of the results. Only you will be able to tell if it accomplished what you wanted it to, but it doesn't appear to have had any adverse effects. Any potentially life-threatening reaction would have started by now, so we can rule those out. Any impairments? Harry wriggled his toes and flexed his fingers. Nope. Good. Snape reached into another pocket and extracted a small fabric bag, which he placed next to the box holding the remaining potion dose. I shall leave this bazaar for you. I'm not interested in whatever else you're plotting, but if something goes amiss with the potion it will help. Don't contact me again unless some side effect crops up later on. Like Harry wanted to make a habit of contacting the man, no thanks. He glanced between Sam and the potion, but decided not to bring it up. They had plenty of time to talk about it later with less witnesses. Then for everyone's sake let's hope that doesn't happen. Snape sniffed irately at Harry's tone but otherwise didn't acknowledge it. In that case, I believe it's about time I took my leave. As for Ms. Granger, I can point her in the direction of the ministry later. Snape leaving was great. Truly he was thankful and everything, but that didn't mean spending a prolonged amount of time in his presence was suddenly something he welcomed with open arms. But Harry wasn't quite prepared for Hermione to disappear too. He imagined she also had plenty more she'd like to say first. Acceptable. Snape swept his dark gaze across the room once more, lingering slightly in the direction of their two non-human house guests, before disapparating without so much as a by your leave. Dean cursed reflexively. His go-to response for anyone pulling an appearing or disappearing act around him without warning. Crowley wandered into the doorway from the kitchen, staring into the now empty space with an odd smirk. We don't need him anymore, right? Because I feel like he would really benefit from a nice visit with dearest Tommy. Please stop making hell sound like a tourist attraction, Harry muttered exhaustedly. He took a deep breath in, held it, and slowly exhaled. Then he climbed to his feet. I need something to drink. Tea, anyone? There were so many more things they had left to discuss, but he seriously needed a breather. When everyone had their hot drink of choice, they regrouped in the living room with an unspoken agreement that all talks even semi-related to the apocalypse were momentarily off the table. Harry couldn't possibly be the only one who needed a break, after all, even if he was the only one willing to admit to and do anything about it. Correctly surmising that they wouldn't be discussing anything interesting anytime soon, Crowley had drifted off to some other part of the house to amuse himself. Castiel remained in the exact same spot he'd been standing in since Harry returned home, having declined both Harry's token offer of a drink and Hermione's much more genuine suggestion that he take a seat somewhere. Despite his continued physical presence, it was highly unlikely that Castiel would actually see any need to speak unless directly addressed, and even that might be hit or miss. Initially the four of them took the quiet reprieve to calm their minds and steady themselves, but it grew quickly apparent that sipping tea and coffee in silence was not doing any favors for their nerves. They needed to talk about something, anything to fill the air, but the easiest topic at hand was the very one Harry had insisted on taking a break from. Resting her mug on her knee, hands gently cradling the warm porcelain, Hermione glanced meaningfully about the group. With everything that's happened today, I don't believe we've had a chance to be properly introduced. How about we do that? Truthfully, the thought hadn't even occurred to Harry. That was why Hermione always had been and always would be the brains in the relationship. Spending so much time at the roadhouse amongst hunters certainly hadn't done him any favors where social pleasantries were concerned. No one wanted to hear or share their life story, they just wanted to get down to business. Sounds good. Sam nodded encouragingly and Dean shrugged, which wasn't a protest at least. We all know Harry, so he can just sit there quietly and listen. Anyway, my name is Hermione Granger. Harry and I were friends at school. You're Sam, right? That's right. Sam Winchester. This is my brother, Dean. Dean saluted her with his coffee at the sound of his name, offering one of his, "You were a pretty lady," grins, which was only mildly dampened by the knowledge that she'd shown up in the company of a bunch of confusing magic users from across the pond. Exposure therapy was doing wonders for his tolerance levels, it turned out. Stop that, Harry protested reflexively at the sight. Dean rolled his eyes. What, you can hook up with my brother and I can't even say hi to your lady friend? Not at all ruffled by their brief back and forth, Hermione smiled pleasantly and interjected, his lady friend knows spells that could turn your whole body inside out in the blink of an eye, so perhaps choose your words wisely. What little he'd seen of her interaction with Krum way back in fourth year had in no way prepared Harry to witness her self-assured clap back. That hadn't even been Dean actually flirting, just something closer to his default, interacting with women, attitude, but damn. Also, while he was well aware that spells of that nature existed, when exactly had Hermione gone about learning them herself? Sam made a valiant yet unsuccessful attempt at pretending he wasn't laughing, while Dean suddenly seemed actually interested in the conversation rather than just being there to make sure he stayed in the loop. Harry said the two of you were hunters, she continued as if she hadn't said a thing. But Harry, are you a hunter too? What happened to wanting me to be quiet? He joked. Other people would probably say yes, but I still don't really feel like I am. I'm less interested in hunting as I am invested in making sure these two reckless idiots make it through the night in one piece. You know? Sometimes that's a full-time job. Acting like he's some sort of babysitter, Dean muttered without any heat. Considering I've never really done anything that doesn't somehow revolve around hunting though, it's not like I complain or kick up a fuss when I get slapped with the label. It makes sense. I shouldn't be surprised, Hermione mused. You always did excel at defense against the dark arts. Not to mention your teenage penchant for throwing yourself headlong into dangerous situations. Hey, at least 50% of that was not my fault, she simply laughed in response. Sensing that things might spiral into petty bickering if left alone, Sam jumped in to redirect the conversation. What about you, Hermione? I can't even imagine what sort of career paths would be on offer in a magical society. He was downplaying his knowledge of the magical world. He'd certainly gained some insight from some of the trips Harry had taken him on, but it was still true that seeing magical retailers was barely scratching the surface of what could be possible. Me? I'm an unspeakable. As Sam and Dean shared confused glances, Harry grimaced. The Department of Mysteries? Really? Hermione's jovial expression shifted into something equally grim as she nodded. It was surprising for me too. It's not like that's what I set out intending to do. I wanted to work at the Ministry, to try and find a way to be a voice of reason, to somehow help steer them out of their ridiculous 18th century mindsets. Politics, I guess. You know, the Ministry has always been a mess, full of corruption and outdated ideologies. Sounds about right. Yes, well, turns out the very things the fresh out of school me wanted to change were the same things that would prevent me from doing so. I managed to get an in at the Ministry, eventually, with an internship, which turned into an admin assistant job that was barely better than being some glorified errand girl, constantly writing interdepartmental notes and chasing people down throughout the building over late or missing paperwork and all that fun stuff. It wasn't fulfilling, nor was it what I wanted to be doing, but I was good at my job regardless. I thought to myself, okay, maybe I have to start right at the bottom, but I can work my way up. This can still work. After enough time passed, I should have gotten a raise, or whispers of promotion, anything, but no. Because you're Muggleborn, Harry guessed. Because I'm Muggleborn, because I don't have a fancy magical heritage, because I'm a woman. Because the whole world knows that I was friends with Harry Potter, and to some people that makes me a dangerous unknown. Because you're intelligent and that scares them. Hermione offered a wry smile. Yeah, probably that too. So, the Ministry is still full of assholes, that's nothing new. How did you go from pencil pusher to unspeakable? Honestly, I'm still not entirely sure myself. No one was ever willing to explain, and at this point I don't really care that much to find out. All I know is that one day someone from the Department of Mysteries came to talk to me with an offer. A temporary transfer with the intent of seeing whether I'd be a good fit for the department. Obviously you took them up on it, not straight away.
When I first learned about the department back in third year, when I had my time Turner, I thought it sounded fascinating, and that was just from the name alone.
After everything that happened there in fifth year, though, I was definitely hesitant. I still don't know if they knew I was one of the people who broke in. Maybe that's why they approached me in the first place. New recruits are few and far between since as a whole the department doesn't need lots of staff. They run on their own rules, and nothing they do is required to keep the Ministry up and running, so even if there was only one unspeakable left, the department would keep working all the same. So you gave up on the idea of political reform? Sam asked, finally having found something in their conversation that he clearly understood and could engage with. Ultimately, yes. Nothing is going to change in the Ministry unless someone sacrifices the whole of themselves to making it happen, whether the people want them to or not. When given the option to devote myself to the pursuit of knowledge and furthering my understanding of magic, to be appreciated for what I could do instead of brushed to the wayside, I found that no, I didn't want to have to be that person. I don't blame ya, I could never be a politician, Dean declared, adding his own 2 cents. Given his short temper, penchant for yelling, and mild trigger happiness, no one bothered to pretend to think he could do it if he tried. They shared a brief amused smile that went straight over Dean's head. You're too good for them anyway, my own. Thanks. There was an edge of shyness in the way she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. For all that they had been powering through this whole day as if it had barely been any time at all since they last saw each other, it had in reality been around a decade. I mean it, Harry added, firm. He may have vanished without giving anyone a proper farewell or explanation, but that didn't mean he had completely forgotten everything from back then. Hermione was right to be a little surprised that he still had this much faith in her, but she'd never given him any reason to doubt, not back then and not now, so he wanted to make sure she believed him. She nodded, but quickly moved on. Anyway, unspeakables are powerful in their own way. People are scared of them, unnerved by them. There are some regulations and contract stipulations from hundreds of years ago that mean the ministry has to fund the department no questions asked, and the unspeakables are under no obligation to report in on what they're working on. The department was created for all sorts of obscure and theoretical research after all. Why give quarterly updates when a project might be in stasis for decades? Her smile grew a little devious. I think the last 100 years or so the department has really been playing into that. If no one knows what they're working on, then they're mysterious, unapproachable, untouchable. Unspeakable, Harry joked. Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated, but agreed. Yes. Basically, at the end of the day, no one gives me shit at work anymore, and that's more than I would have gotten anywhere else in the ministry. Traumatic memories aside, Harry could admit that the Dom sounded like the best place to work in the ministry if you weren't fervently passionate about some other department. Are you researching anything interesting at the moment? Sam inquired, slightly hesitant that it might be a question he wasn't allowed to ask. Hermione brushed away his concern. Not exactly. I haven't found a compelling enough topic to devote myself to as my personal project yet, so I'm something of a jack-of-all-trades research assistant at the moment. Funnily enough though, Harry, do you remember how we ended up shattering all those time turners? Wincing at the reminder, Harry nodded slowly. Even when they approached me about the transfer, they are still working on replacing those. That's actually what they had me doing throughout my test period and for several more months after we made the job transfer permanent. Time magic is so complex and finicky that it takes an incredible amount of time and effort to create the necessary materials, let alone craft a finished time turner. Harry refused to feel bad about that. It's not like they needed that many time turners anyway. Okay. Dean called over Hermione's laughter. I let it go before, but what's this I'm hearing about youthful B&E and property destruction? Sam kicked at Dean's feet for steering the conversation toward alleged crime. The property destruction was an accident, Harry protested. Hermione followed up with some fuel for the fire, but the breaking and entering were entirely on purpose. Nice. Dean. What? It's ancient history, it's not like I'm encouraging some kid to go out and do crime. Sam merely sighed, knowing a lost cause when he saw one. Let's just say it was a dire situation and leave it at that, Harry said. Besides, those Death Eaters destroyed way more shit than we did. It had been more than a little while since Harry talked about his wizarding past, but the brothers must have recognized that they were starting to toe the line of things better left undiscussed, because they didn't push for more information. Drink finished, Hermione placed her mug on the coffee table and clapped her hands together. Well now, I think that's enough about me. What about the two of you? What is a hunter? Harry allowed himself to tune out the following conversation, Sam and Dean going back and forth running Hermione through some of their hopefully less eventful hunts. Circumstances aside, sitting here in his house watching two halves of his life interact was oddly comforting. The only time he'd really thought about old acquaintances from the UK was when he'd been thinking of potion masters to reach out to for help, but his thoughts had never strayed to his actual friends or classmates. In the beginning it was purposeful avoidance. He was set to lose his magic and had decided to cut ties with that part of his life for his own sanity. Eventually, after he moved to America, it just became ingrained in him to subconsciously steer his thoughts away if they ever drifted in that direction. At the time it probably was for the best. He had needed space and to find some new purpose in his life without the wizarding world weighing him down. But here and now? It was nice. Crowley reappeared some time later with a scowl, snapping Harry back into the reality of why they were gathered together in the first place. Are you girls done gossiping yet, or should I just call it quits? Places to be, people to see, time is money. Castiel, who had honestly melded into the background so well during their break that Harry almost forgot he was still here, leveled Crowley with a cold stare, which is probably what classified as a glare for him. Oh, don't give me that look, Feathers. I'm sure even you have more productive things to be doing than listening to chit-chat. Normally Harry would write this off as Crowley being both dramatic and an asshole, but it was true that he'd only intended to take a brief break and it had instead devolved into a lengthy discussion. All he'd wanted was to turn his brain off for a moment, but getting sidetracked when people were waiting on him wasn't a great look. Sorry. Harry straightened in his seat and put on his game face. First, I wanted to clarify something with Castiel. Castiel stopped glaring at Crowley, which was about as much acknowledgement as he would get. When it comes to angels, names have some sort of power, right? That's why you can find us when we call for you. But that needs to be done with intent, which is why you still call it praying. Is it possible to accidentally draw an angel's gaze just by saying their name? It would be insanely naive to think Uriel didn't already know where they lived, but they weren't always at home. If naming him would let him track their whereabouts, they needed to know that sooner rather than later. Intent is important, Castiel confirmed. However, heated emotions may imply an intent you did not mean to use. If you were worried, then avoidance is the safest path. In other words, he didn't really know, but as always proceeding with caution was the best idea. Okay. For today at least let's avoid name-dropping too many people, agreed? Sounds good to me. Whatever, I'll simply follow your lead on this. Hermione paused, then asked, actually, should I even still be here for this? I can leave if you want. It's not like it's confidential, Dean pointed out. If you want to leave, though, that's up to you, Sam continued. I'll stay. In it for the long haul then, that was fine. Okay. Let's summarize then to start things off. Firstly, there's a faction in heaven that wants the apocalypse to play out. Probably one of the big guys too, since they went out of their way to have Castiel here drag me back to the land of the living after letting me break that seal. Bad-mouthing the heavenly host out in the open like this clearly made Castiel uncomfortable, but he'd also reached a point where he couldn't wholeheartedly protest anything they were saying, so he had to keep his silence. The Apocalypse faction could potentially be quite large, but given recent events I'd wager that there's an internal division about the preferred outcome of that fight.
That tracks. Sam frowned. Teaming up with demons like that was a bold move, but just because he's made his opinion clear out in the open it doesn't mean he's the only one batting for that team. At the end of the day we have no idea how many other angels want the same thing, how many of them think the world would be better off without humans messing things up.
He wants me dead. What was it he said? Something about assuring their victory? If I'm supposed to be so goddamned important it would be nice if someone had the decency to give me a heads up about it for once in their lives.
Even though that jab wasn't actually directed at Castiel for once, the angel still curled into himself slightly at the imagined slight.
Not only that, but he intentionally attempted to avoid harming me. For some reason, in his head, the ideal playing field is one where Dean is dead and I'm alive.
Trying to figure out the logic behind enemy actions with zero context really was the worst.
I have a question. Hermione raised her hand slightly, drawing everyone's attention to her. Earlier you mentioned that angels and demons possess human bodies while they're here. Is that a requirement for existing outside their realms? Or is it just to make things easier for them? If a mortal witness the true form of an angel they will perish. That was in essence the same explanation he tried giving Pamela, proving it obviously wasn't worth the cost. Hermione turned to Crowley next. He gave an exaggerated shrug. You wouldn't believe how inconvenient it is not having a solid form. Unfortunately, angels get to boast about being deadly creatures of light and creation while demons are just a scary haze. You could say we really drew the short straw on that one. Skillfully ignoring his last comment, Hermione nodded to herself. So it's not about necessity but utility. I see. Given the context, I'm assuming that this apocalypse is the, biblical one? The one that involves Lucifer? Receiving a series of agreements, she continued her thought. Concerning their forms, is Lucifer considered an angel or a demon? He's our so-called ruler, in name only might I add, but old Lucis still an angel through and through. Didn't even fall like angels do these days, no, all he did was get banished. Banished from Daddy's kingdom until the end of time, sure, but they didn't even strip his powers or anything. None of these nitpicky little details had ever seemed that important to Harry. He kind of got to the whole, the apocalypse will probably destroy the world part and decided that was enough information to decide to make a stand. Even though little details were important for hunting, stopping the apocalypse felt like something too big to be classified as a hunt, and so it sometimes slipped his mind. Having an outsider like Hermione here, capable of looking at things objectively and without previous knowledge clouding her perception, was actually starting to look like a real boon. So it's an angel versus angel showdown, Sam interjected, starting to pick up on whatever thoughts were swirling around in Hermione's mind. If angels don't have a physical form in the normal sense, are they even capable of meaningful physical interaction outside of human vessels? There was probably a lot Castiel wanted to say to that, but him trying to explain the intricacies of an angel's existence would probably be too much hyper-specific jargon for even the smartest of them to parse right now. If they tried to kill each other in their natural forms, could they do it? Harry clarified, hoping to help streamline Castiel's thoughts. It was with noticeable uncertainty that Castiel replied no. Given his personality, he'd likely never considered it before, but certain mortal terminology might be difficult to translate in terms of their light forms. It definitely seemed like it was at the very least way easier to kill an angel when they were in a vessel, and maybe that was all there really was to it. They'd have to ask an angel more inclined towards violence for specifics, and there was no chance of doing that safely, so, no, would have to do. I want to say that's kinda a good thing, since if they duked it out like that they'd seriously vaporize anyone in the area even before they started fighting. But it's gonna be a shit show either way, so why do they have to drag people into their mess? At the end of the day, angels don't care about humanity any more than demons do. This apocalypse is like their ultimate prophecy. All they want is to see who comes out on top. Collateral damage doesn't factor into things at all. At least us demons are honest in that department. There's no need for the antagonism, Hermione said, glancing pointedly between Crowley and Castiel. It's unhelpful. Fight on your own time. Sam picked up where they left off. If they need vessels for their showdown then, based on what he said, wouldn't it make sense to assume that Dean and I factor into that somehow? I can't think of a single other reason for him to care about my well-being rather than trying to put me in the ground. An alarming thought, but not unreasonable given the evidence. Asking, why the Winchesters? At this point in the game was a waste of time. Sometimes it felt like everything was determined to be a Winchester problem one way or the other. They didn't need to know the intricate details that lead up to the decision. All that mattered was that someone, in this case Uriel, potentially Lilith, and an untold number of other angels and demons, had decided that Sam and Dean were going to play pivotal roles in the coming apocalypse. Two brothers to facilitate a showdown between brothers. Sounds like a good time to me. If that's their reason, then honestly, I'd applaud for that one. Feels like the right amount of dramatic spice for the end of the world. Not helpful, Harry pointed out, doubling down on Hermione's comment as Crowley got good and invested in the conversation. Now, I said, if he shook his empty glass at Harry in a dismissive shushing motion. As it stands, I highly doubt they would know good dramatic taste if it smacked them in the face. No, they make decisions for logistical purposes, not for fun. If Loverboy and Trigger Happy are the ultimate go-to players in this game, then it's for some higher purpose. Reason. Prophecies, bloodlines, destiny, all that jazz. They didn't pick your names out of a hat, that's for sure. For a brief moment the entire group was struck silent at the insane imagined image of Uriel and a crowd of faceless angels filling a hat with the names of everyone on Earth and drawing slips of paper at random to find the actors for their apocalypse. Sam, the first to recover, attempted to restart his train of thought. They're already sidestepping the destiny part by forcing the apocalypse into being. The only part they care about is the fight itself. Do they, though? Everyone glanced at Hermione. What I mean is, if they actually wanted the fight itself, and Sam and Dean are indeed some sort of important part of it all, then why try to kill Dean? That theoretically makes the fight impossible. Since he seems to be on Lucifer's side, would that mean Dean's death would severely impact Michael? She covered her mouth apologetically. Shouting Lucifer's name until the end of time was safe as long as he was still locked up like now, but maybe throwing around the number one angel's name wasn't the best plan. Do not worry. Castiel appeared pained by his own reassurance. He does not listen to prayers. None of them do, Crowley added gleefully, rubbing salt in the wound. Only when it benefits them, which is almost never. That's why everyone comes to us. In other words, they only listen when there's something they want to know. Castiel was keeping tabs on them, so of course he was listening. Uriel would want to take any advantage he could get if they slipped up too much, but otherwise nothing. Not exactly an inspiring showing from the heavenly host, but also not really important. For now, let's just assume that's true, even though he was the one to initially suggest it, just tentatively confirming that thought seemed to drain Sam. Harry knew from experience that being toyed around with by higher powers, in this case in the literal sense, was an exhausting way to live. Learning the motivations behind it never made it any easier to deal with, sometimes it made it worse. Knowing why those fuckers want us dead is meaningless, Dean declared. Stuff wants us dead all the time for no bigger reason than we stepped on their turf. All we need to know is to keep our guards up. Straight to the heart of the matter. Trust Dean to want to brush off all the miscellaneous details and just deal with the bare bones. Although in this case it would probably save them some of the mental burden of trying to tease out this entire apocalyptic plot from thin air. Sides, they can't duke it out, or take over the world, or whatever, until Lucifer's out and about, right? So first we just need to stay alive, and second we need to keep him locked up. Easier said than done, but true nonetheless. Would be easier if we killed him, Harry couldn't help but point out. A brief moment of devil's advocate, but of course we'd probably have to let him out for that, so it's off the table. Is it safe to assume that we're shelving the topic of him for now? That would be for the best. If Harry had to spend the rest of the day trying to psychoanalyze Uriel, it would drive him to destruction, Dean too. With a varying chorus of assent, Hermione nodded, and they drew a purposeful line in the sand of their brainstorming. So we're back to the original square one, trying to protect the final seal. The big problem, aka the thing they'd worked themselves into an exhausted fugue state trying to research before the whole Angel murders incident came along to distract them. The mood instantly tanked again, their despair clear for all to see. Reluctant, but determined to see things through now that she was involved, Hermione asked, "Do you know what that is?" Dean's only response was a tortured groan. Even Crowley couldn't poke fun at them on this point. He was equally as frustrated by his own lack of progress on the topic. "All we know," Sam explained, "is that it involves a demon called Lilith in some manner, although we have no idea what she's supposed to do or why." "That's all?" Her question was directed at the room at large, but her gaze darted over to Castiel, who ought to be the best place to know this sort of thing. "Lilith will break the final seal," the Angel quoted, echoing the only thing he knew once more, shoulders stiff with quiet discontent. "Yeah, his boss doesn't tell him jack shit," Dean scoffed. "Need to know, and he doesn't need to know. Initially we didn't want to draw too much attention by trying to poke around upstairs looking for answers, but after today it's definitely too much of a risk. There's no knowing who's on what side or what they might do with the knowledge that Castiel's looking into it. Asking around downstairs isn't an issue. Of course all us demons should be excited about the coming apocalypse. What's wrong with seeing if we can help it along? The problem is that no one was stupid enough to leak intel to the low-level grunts, and trying to track down more important people is a grueling endeavor. No one is ever where you think they should be." That was kind of rich coming from someone like Crowley who prided themselves on being unpredictable and hard to find, spending untold amounts of time on the surface instead of down with those very same grunts. The problem it created remained either way. "So if the stars align, you'll do your best, but otherwise intel gathering is a doomed venture?" Crowley waved a finger in Harry's direction. "Your words, not mine." Even if Crowley did know who might have information and where to find them, he'd never given Harry the impression that he had amicable relationships with any other demons. There was no way of knowing if he'd be able to convince anyone to talk. "Something tells me this has been an ongoing problem," Hermione commented, tone carefully neutral. "I know what it's like to spend long periods of time trying to navigate a research roadblock. How about we shelve that topic too? Let's try an angle that might be a bit more manageable. You need a safe place, good defenses, and whatever protection plans you can think of in order to have the space to tackle these harder issues. Are you safe?" "We're hunters." Dean gestured vaguely around the room, thinking about all of their weapons and the usual collection of supernatural fighting miscellany. Hermione leveled him with an unimpressed stare before turning to Sam. "The house is warded." "How and against what?" Well, that was a question for Harry. "It's warded against demons. Not magical wards. I wouldn't have the slightest clue where to start with something like that. Oh, and before you ask, Crowley has special permissions." Initially that simply meant Harry carefully walked him through a pathway into the house that bypassed the majority of the ward triggers and traps. After a lot of back and forth, however, they managed to figure out how to alter the sigils just enough to specifically allow Crowley entry while still rejecting other demonic signatures. It meant Harry felt less guilty about doubling down the wards in the weaker points of his original design afterwards. "It might be a good idea to look into magical wards," Hermione mused, chin in hand. "Probably better that I do that, though. An idea for another day. What about angelic protections? Surely he knows where you live by now. What if he just comes back? Today's the first day we've been back in town since he made his desire to murder me public knowledge. Dunno if you noticed, but we haven't exactly had time to do anything between then and now. While it's true that he likely knows where this house is, he's unlikely to do anything crazy like destroy the building since there's a high chance of me also dying." Both brothers had good points. It was also true that they couldn't let the status quo be their only safeguard. "Castiel would need to be our advisor for angelic defenses. We've been combing through religious texts since Dean's resurrection and all we've managed to cobble together are summoning signs and emergency banishing sigils. It's just not doable on our own." Everyone's attention shifted to Castiel. He squared his shoulders resolutely. "I will think it over." "Okay, great." Hermione smiled, a cutting business smile that simply dared you to try and contradict her. "Shoring up your defenses is your immediate, short-term goal. Everything else needs time and patience. With that sorted, it's time to call it a day on the brainstorming. Burning yourself out and giving into stress isn't going to do any of you any good." Words of wisdom that they rarely lived by. Dean hauled himself to his feet as Crowley, hearing no protests against ending the conversation, slipped out to do something more interesting without so much as a token farewell. "I dunno about the rest of you, but after all this shop talk I need a damn drink or two." Up in their room, almost ready to call it a night after a frankly exhausting day, Harry sat on the edge of the bed and watched Sam pace. It wasn't difficult to guess what was on his mind. Hell, he didn't need to guess at all. It was plain as day what he was worked up about, The very same thing he'd been mulling over ever since Snape showed up earlier. Sam was better at compartmentalizing than both Harry and Dean combined, so he'd easily set the issue aside while everyone talked downstairs, but now that it was just the two of them it was starting to bubble over. When he first started pacing, Harry mentally allotted him 10 minutes to wander uninterrupted, to burn off some of the nervous energy that had been building up over the course of the afternoon, but too long in the silence was only going to let Sam get too deep into his own head. Having determined that those 10 minutes were now over, Harry reached out and grabbed Sam's hand on his next pass, gently tugging him to a stop. Sam. Sam allowed himself to be moved, shifting to face Harry when prompted, expression downcast. Unexpectedly, he lifted his free hand to cup Harry's cheek, before slowly dragging his fingers down to tilt his chin up to meet Sam's gaze. "Are you okay?" Bewildered Harry blinked up at him. "Me? I'm fine." "Are you sure? You don't feel weird at all?" It clicked then that Sam wasn't asking him about his emotional state, but about whether any side effects from the potion had cropped up. "I'll tell you if anything comes up, I swear, but for the time being I'm fine. Promise." Sam exhaled heavily, shoulders slumping. "Okay. Sit down," Harry said, freeing his hand to nudge Sam's side. He moved without protest, but instead of just sitting, Sam collapsed backwards onto the bed, bouncing slightly from the impact. Well, that worked too. Harry pulled his legs up onto the mattress and shifted to face Sam's prone body. "Still thinking about the potion?" Perhaps it was an uncharitable thought, but this was part of why Harry never bothered telling the brothers, or anyone else for that matter, that he was even looking into it. The thought of a potential solution, no matter how feeble or distant or fragile, would have drilled itself into Sam's skull until thinking about it became ingrained into him. That would have been a poor burden to saddle him with when Harry himself hadn't had particularly high expectations of success. Things were a little different now, with a finished product in their hands, but the payoff was still unknown. From things Harry had heard, there had been a short period of time before his death wherein Sam had possessed some small amount of psychic power. To the best of his knowledge, these powers had never manifested again in any way since then, and possibly didn't even exist at all anymore. Harry was no expert, but that psychic potential didn't feel like something that could simply be erased, so there was a decent chance that the potion would actually have no effect on Sam at all. Using it anyway as a placebo of sorts would have been a valid option, except they now had both demonic and angelic acquaintances Sam could turn to verify whether the demonic taint in his soul was gone or not. Castiel wouldn't even think to lie about the outcome, for better or worse, and Crowley wasn't that interested in playing nice, so his answer could go either way. For Sam's sake, for his peace of mind, Harry genuinely hoped the potion would do what Sam wanted it to, but he didn't want him making that decision blind. "I'm going to need some time to experiment with my magic, to see what, if anything, has changed." Sam turned his head slightly to show he was listening. "That'll be tomorrow at the earliest. I'm way too tired for that sort of thing right now. But anyway, what I mean is that I don't want you making any rash decisions. There's a chance it didn't have any actual effect on me, and some potions are less effective on non-magical beings. Since this is experimental, it's impossible to say whether this falls into that category or not." "You want me to be patient," Sam mumbled. "Yes, but I also want you to be prepared. If you take it and nothing happens, will that be a worse outcome than not taking it at all? You need to decide where you sit on that. And, to make sure you aren't just stewing about it in silence, you need to make sure to talk to Dean about it before you make your decision." Turning further, Sam caught his gaze. "Just Dean? Not you?" "Just Dean," Harry confirmed. "I've told you what I think I need to for now. I'll support whatever decision you make, as long as you've thought it through." Sam lifted his arm in Harry's general direction. Harry grasped his hand briefly and gave it a reassuring squeeze. "Can we go to bed properly now, or are you going to sleep down there tonight?" "And if I am?" Harry snorted a laugh, crawling up to the head of the bed. "Then I hope you're prepared to get kicked a lot while I sleep." Hauling himself up off the bed, Sam made a faux aggrieved face, visibly tucking the potion topic back into the recesses of his mind. Fine, I'm coming." Someone was cooking breakfast when Harry woke the next morning. He was alone in bed, which was the norm unless he had a pre-existing reason to get up early. Sam generally only slept in if he was feeling unwell, and Harry was a heavy enough sleeper that his leaving the room rarely disturbed his slumber. Waking to the scent of food wasn't that unusual these days. Dean was experimenting with different breakfast foods recently, but every now and again it felt a little jarring how easily they all shifted back to domesticity after something went haywire. They hadn't even come to blows with Uriel and his lackeys, although they might have if they hadn't been interrupted, but that almost made yesterday weirder. As much as they could pretend otherwise, when it came to supernatural incidents, violence was basically the norm. Shouting matches and plotting were something of an outlier. It would take more than a single night's sleep to shake the strangeness of the day, but in the meantime he would just have to keep moving forward. One shower later, Harry quietly made his way downstairs. Hermione had bunked down in the living room for the night, making an unnecessarily big show out of transfiguring some of the furniture in an attempt to further lighten the mood before everyone turned in. At school he'd never known her to be a late riser, but he wasn't going to stomp down the stairs and cause a ruckus just because he thought she'd probably be awake. He needn't have worried. When he turned into the kitchen he found Hermione seated at the counter, calmly sipping at a cup of tea as she watched Dean cook a continuously growing stack of pancakes and bacon. "Are you stress cooking or hungover?" Harry asked curiously, not bothering with morning pleasantries. Dean glared at him over his shoulder, so Harry guessed it was a bit of both. "Good morning, Harry." "Morning." He sat on the stool next to Hermione, passing on a morning drink for now. Since Sam wasn't around he must be out on a run, something that was, for the time being, far safer for him than for Dean. "Does he do that often?" Stress cook." "Oh." Harry considered it, head tilted as he watched Dean. "I guess not. If I had to say, he cooks more when he's angry or frustrated. Which I guess could count as stress. Just not anxious stress." "I'm not angry," Dean protested. Sure, he definitely wasn't angry that higher powers were continuing to play games with his and Sam's lives. Harry could pretend to believe him, for now. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not going to turn down food now that he's not at risk of burning my house down in the process." "You mess up one little thing." One time Hermione laughed as Dean grumbled to himself, gaze fond as she watched them interact. "There wasn't really a good time to say this yesterday, but Harry, I'm really happy to see that you're doing well. That even though you're somewhere else you've found new people to let into your life. Maybe it's a little mean of me, but there was a part of me that worried I would find you all alone out here." Harry offered a confused smile. "Damn my own, am I that bad at making friends in your head?" "You lived at the Roadhouse for how long exactly?" Dean probed, full of snark. "And you only managed to befriend the owners and my old man. Not exactly an impressive list there." So what if his circle of friends was on the smaller side? Being emotionally attached to people was hard work. Might as well make sure it was worth the effort by being a little picky. It definitely had nothing to do with not wanting to connect with people after the move, nope. "Maybe I just have high standards. Really, you should be honored you made the list at all." Dean threw the tea towel at him in retaliation. All in all, it was a lighthearted morning, a welcome relief from the day before. When Sam returned from his run they all had breakfast together and chatted about inconsequential things. It was nice to be able to pretend for a while that they were simply enjoying a surprise visit from an old friend, without any of the baggage of reality weighing them down. "So, what are you planning to do now?" Harry asked as he watched Hermione return his living room to its normal state of being. "Now?" She gave one last flourish with her wand before tucking it away. "I have to head back, at least for a little while. Someone has to make sure to get the headmaster's international travel permissions restricted, and I won't leave that to someone else's half-hearted effort. Might as well check in with the school board while you're at it. Remind them that it's about time they started looking for some younger staff." "Oh no," she laughed, shaking her head. "Professor Snape can deal with that. If he wants to improve his work environment, or get a new job, he's going to have to take that fight up himself." A fair point. If he wasn't forever labeled as a former Death Eater, Harry imagined he would have staged a staff coup by now. Or maybe that was just Harry's own impatience rearing its head and Snape had more patience than he gave him credit for. Good luck to him. "You headed back to work then?" "Well, there are some things I need to discuss with my supervisor and the department head, but after that," Hermione shifted to fully face him, expression serious. "If you'll have me, once I've sorted my work permissions I would like to come back here and help." "Hermione, before you refuse on reflex," she interrupted, "take a step back and think about it. This is an issue with the fate of the entire human race on TH Line, and it's unfair that this burden has been dumped onto this tiny group of people. I know that you're doing your best within your means, but magic is vast and malleable, and I have experience and resources that I can offer you to help from a different perspective." Taking a calming breath, Hermione stepped forward and took Harry's hands in hers, holding them clasped between them. "That's my selfless excuse. But selfishly speaking, Harry, you're one of my dearest friends. There might be part of you that feels bad about that. We've been apart longer than we were together, but I don't care about any of that. What I know is that this is the first time I've seen you in a decade, and you're in danger again just like you always were back at school, and I don't think I'd be able to forgive myself if I just turned my back and walked away instead of trying to help you." She squeezed his hands. "Will you let me help you?" Tears burned his eyes. For the record, Harry thought he'd been doing a superb job of compartmentalizing over the last 24 hours, but it turned out his walls were fragile and easily shattered with the right amount of genuine emotion. Hermione, she gave him a wobbly smile which must have reflected his own expression. Releasing his hands, she pulled him into a hug instead, which he gladly reciprocated. Cutting everyone out of his life and leaving without a word was a decision he made for the sake of his own sanity, but that didn't mean it was a decision he expected to be forgiven for. Of course that was irrelevant when he never expected to run into anyone he used to know ever again in the first place, but that was no longer a safe shield he could hide behind because one of those people was right in front of him, not only not reprimanding him but instead reclaiming him and offering aid. How was he supposed to remain unaffected in the face of Hermione's unconditional affection? "Okay," he murmured eventually, voice thick with emotion. "I could really use your help." "Gladly," she whispered back, giving him one more squeeze before breaking away from the embrace. "I'll try to get everything wrapped up within a week. I won't even be gone long enough for you to start missing me." He'd done a perfectly good job of not missing her for 10 whole years. It might be a little harder this time around. Castiel had vanished at some point during the evening, but he returned now unprompted, as sudden and surprising as always. The thought of forcing a phone on the angel crossed Harry's mind, not for the first time and surely not the last either. "I have an idea," he said, apropos of nothing as soon as he encountered someone in the house. Those people being Harry, cleaning the kitchen, and Dean, doing weapons maintenance. He was incredibly lucky that Dean had grown accustomed to sudden comings and goings, because startling a man with a gun in hand had a tendency to end badly. "Is it useful?" Dean asked, not bothering to look up from his work. "Should I get the others for this?" "Yes." Since Castiel didn't clarify which question he was answering, Harry tossed his cloth in the sink and went off to find Sam and Hermione. Once they were all together, it was time for Castiel to explain. "I have discovered a way to hide you from an angel's senses." In a normal scenario, the method would probably be invisibility, but not only would general invisibility be a hassle for everyone on a personal level, angels had plenty of ways to find a person other than using regular human sight. Through a series of Enochian runes, it can mask your presence, preventing you from being sensed from a distance. "Is that how you've been tracking us down all this time?" Sam asked curiously. No one had really questioned it until now. They either summoned him to their side or he appeared at random, and they had all just accepted it as a fact of life. "Yes. And these runes would also prevent you from being able to locate us." "Yes. So, pros and cons. Maybe the cell phone idea actually had some merit after all. What if we need your help? If you pray to me, I can follow it back to your location." A handy-dandy SOS beacon. Also the exact same thing they were already doing to grab his attention. "Well, that all seems fairly useful," Hermione mused. "Are there any other drawbacks?" "It won't stop anyone from knowing where this house is, but it will make it difficult for them to know if we're here or not unless they have someone watching the house. Any advantage is a good advantage. Not that it would matter once they finally got the house properly warded, but it was nice to think they wouldn't constantly be tracked by their angelic overseers." "How would we even do it?" Dean asked. "More tattoos?" If Harry was a tattoo artist and 3 guys with anti-possession tats marched in wanting a bunch of strange runic tattoos, he'd be a little worried about some sort of cult moving into town. Needs must, of course. If they needed tattoos, they'd get tattoos, but maybe somewhere out of town. "You'd want it somewhere hidden, wouldn't you?" Hermione glanced down at her arms thoughtfully. "Skin can be burned and disfigured, and once a rune's broken, that's it, it won't work anymore. They're vying for your lives, so if they found out about it, they'd definitely want to make their lives easier by ruining it if they got the chance. Forget fire, even a nice knife wound would scar a permanent break in the lines." "With your consent," Castiel began slowly, watching them all, "I can carve the runes into your ribs." Reflexively, Harry pressed a hand to his chest. Carve into your ribs was objectively a horrifying phrase, especially since he meant it literally. Not in the open chest surgery sense. At least he sure as hell hoped not, although Castiel would definitely maintain a straight face suggesting something like that, but it was still difficult to dismiss the knee-jerk sense of discomfort the idea provoked. "It would be quick," he explained. He did not promise it would be painless. He might just not know one way or the other, but still not reassuring. Hermione aside, however, they were a group of hunters. What was a few minutes of pain in the face of protection against powerful enemies? They glanced at each other and nodded in unison. "We'll do it," Harry said, "but Hermione, I don't want you to feel like you have to do this too if you don't want to." She rolled her eyes. "I'll do it. There's no detriment to my health, so why shouldn't I? My one condition is that you," she pointed at Castiel, "write out the runes for me so I can study them later." Harry laughed helplessly, but her response also settled something inside him. Yes, she'd promised to help, but he wouldn't blame her if she changed her mind. Uriel wouldn't hunt her back to England. It would be a waste of his time and effort. She only benefited from the runes because she intended to be here, in the thick of it, putting a target on her back. Castiel nodded. Understood. Decisions made, there was no time like the present. One by one they stood before Castiel as he placed a hand to their ribs, emitting a pale glow that hurt just a little to look at. A tiny peek at his true angelic grace, or something along those lines. It did hurt, but half the pain came from the confusing sensations of being touched internally in a way that you should absolutely never be touched. The scorching sensation of the marking itself ranked fairly low on Harry's personal list of painful experiences, but truly very few things came close to extended exposure to the Cruciatus curse. I hope I never have to get a chest x-ray, Dean muttered to himself. If their biggest worry after everything was done and dusted was that they would become popular gossip at a hospital one day down the line, then Harry was more than happy to be a medical legend. Hermione was getting ready to head off to the ministry when Harry remembered there was one last thing he needed to sort out. He had promised remuneration for the potions, but Snape hadn't exactly stuck around, not that Harry blamed him. In his shoes Harry would have wanted to be gone ASAP, even if it meant never getting paid for his services. But he couldn't stand the thought of owing Snape some nebulous future favor to be cashed in because he forgot to pay up, even if the likelihood of Snape willingly seeking him out was infinitesimally small, so he needed to square it away while he still remembered. Hey, do you have any idea what sort of price private brewers usually charge for their services? Huh? The seemingly random question threw her for a moment, but then her gaze lit up with understanding. Oh, is this about Professor Snape? I'm guessing you never actually discussed payments with him then. In Harry's defense, that was partially Snape's own fault too. If he'd tried naming an offering price when he sent out his request in the first place, he would have run the risk of severely over or underestimating what something like that might be worth, and an underestimation would be an insult that would likely get him ignored. Snape could have sent a response, either at the beginning or once he'd finished the potion, outlining his own payment expectations, but instead he'd just shown up in person out of the blue then left just as quickly. Can't say I'm overly familiar with market prices for things like that, but I'd be happy to look into it for you while I'm there. I could get in touch and see what he thinks, too. I'd appreciate it, seriously, thank you. If Hermione was volunteering to be their intermediary, then Harry wasn't going to say no. She was much better at remaining civil and level-headed than he was, which was better for everyone involved. You can tell him to name his price. Otherwise I don't know what happened with Grimmauld Place, but if it's still in one piece and hasn't been totally ransacked by now, well, the Blacks probably had a bunch of old books about all sorts of things. If he finds something there that he wants, he can have that instead. He imagined the Black Library was probably mostly darker things, but that wouldn't bother someone like Snape. Actually, given her current line of work, Hermione might be interested too. Feel free to have a look around yourself, too. Anything could be helpful at this point. Oh, Hermione clapped her hands together. I never thought of that. Since we're adults ourselves now, no one can shoo us away and chide us for being too young for things like this. The tone she adopted evoked visceral sense memories of Molly Weasley, among others, trying to lay down the "children should be children" card in the middle of chaos that revolved primarily around the lives of those self-same children. As far as I know, everyone finally stopped using it as a base by the time we graduated, and no other member of the Black family has swooped in to claim ownership of the building, so it should mostly be fine. Sirius had shown him the family tree in the living room once upon a time. It had been large in the sense that it was old, generations upon generations upon generations, but as far as members still in the land of the living he couldn't remember, but he didn't imagine it was that many. Numbers aside, the idea of someone like the Malfoys willingly moving into a mundane community just because Narcissa was capable of laying claim to a family inheritance was laughable at best. I hope you find something interesting. Just don't get too absorbed and forget to come back. Hermione patted his shoulder. Books will always be waiting for me. How am I supposed to read them if the world ends? Hermione wasn't sure how long it would take her to sort things out back in London, so they were going to switch gears during her absence and set aside any questions about magic for when she returned. For Harry, just knowing that she was determined to return and lend her aid gave him an extra boost of confidence that they would make it out of this whole thing in one piece. Grocery shopping was a necessity that couldn't be ignored, even in the middle of trying to plan a way to avert the end of the world as we know it. The trio usually took turns based on whoever was least busy at the time, but Harry volunteered to go this time. Sam and Dean needed some space and time to have a brotherly heart-to-heart, and it was much easier for them to do as much when Harry was halfway across town rather than in the next room. Shopping runs were normally calm enough to be entirely unremarkable, but as Harry drove through the streets he began to get that itching feeling that he was being watched once again. This had been happening on and off for weeks now, and he was still no closer to finding the cause. At least with his new rib decorations he could cross celestial observation off the list. Finding a park at the far end of the supermarket's parking lot, Harry cautiously stepped outside. Turns out the confines of his car had actually been making him feel subconsciously more at ease, because the tension in his body shot up once he left that small piece of safety. He wasn't alone. It would be ridiculous to somehow be the only person shopping in the middle of the day, and on the weekend at that. Far stranger if the place was deserted. Closing his eyes, he took several slow, deep breaths, hoping to settle the tension to a level that wouldn't have him on extra high alert any time someone reached past him to a shelf in the store. When he was as calm as he could manage, he turned on his heel, ready to get on with his day, even if that meant rushing through the shopping rather than making thoughtful purchases, and abruptly found himself face to chest with a tall stranger. Instinctively he moved to take a step back. He hadn't heard this person approaching at all, which didn't bode well for him, but the figure reached out in a single smooth motion to grab his shoulder. In less than the time it took Harry to blink in shock, the space around them shifted from the familiar parking lot to a very unfamiliar space. They didn't fight when he wrenched himself free of their grasp, rapidly retreating out of arm's reach. Why bother, when they'd already moved him wherever it was they wanted to? Sure, Harry had an escape method on hand that most people didn't, but there was no way of knowing if they were prepared for that too. It hadn't happened often, but attempting to apparate when there were wards trapping him was awful. "What do you want?" Harry demanded. The figure didn't answer immediately, simply watching him in silence. While it was safe to do so, Harry took the chance to observe them in return. Tall. Humanoid. Masculine. Well-dressed. Suits seemed to be all the rage amongst angels and demons alike these days, and this person was no exception. Many supernatural beings could easily pass themselves off as human, so appearances tended to be less than helpful identifiers, but it never hurt. Just based on the eyes alone, pitch black, without a single speck of white or any other color, Harry wanted to say the man was a demon, but he'd been exposed to a lot of demons in his time, and his kidnapper didn't quite feel the same. "Who are you?" The man chuckled, straightening the brim of his hat with gloved fingers. He sounded amused, but it sent shivers down Harry's spine. Impertinent brat. Some primal, base instinct in the back of his mind screamed at Harry not to provoke this man, but he'd spent his entire life fighting against powerful people. He wasn't going to cower silently in the face of the unknown. "If I'm annoying you, feel free to put me back where you found me." The stranger smiled. It wasn't friendly. At best Harry could liken it to the indulgent amusement one holds towards a child's antics. A lightheartedness that sat on a wire's edge, ready to fall into irritation at any moment. "There's no need to bark at me, boy. I only invited you for a civil conversation." A civil conversation would involve answering his damn questions. Reluctantly he bit back that particular protest. "I am known as Dantalion," he explained, tone lightly mocking. Clearly Harry's non-existent poker face had shown his irritation loud and clear. "And I am a lord of hell." He gestured vaguely at their surroundings. Harry frowned. As someone who had been to hell on several occasions, not necessarily by choice but also not, at least, as a prisoner, Harry thought he was justified in his confusion. This strange non-space, with its strange lighting and complete lack of identifiable objects, let alone landmarks, it looked nothing like any part of hell he'd been in before. The atmosphere, too, was different. Even in closed office spaces there was a constant ringing in the air, muffled screams and other unpleasant sounds mixing together. But here? Nothing. Dead silence. Hell wasn't built as some glorified torture chamber. Dantalion waved his finger in an infuriatingly condescending motion. "That came later. Much later. But I didn't bring you here to discuss architecture." Crowley never talked much about other demons. He more or less despised them all, and wasn't the sort of guy to waste energy thinking about people he hated. But that was their old status quo. These days he talked more about demons of high rank, because they were all trying to work through who may or may not be involved in Lilith's and Uriel's schemes. The fact that he'd never mentioned the name Dantalion or any so-called Lords of Hell meant one of two things. Dantalion was lying to his face, or there was a subset of demons that Crowley was entirely unaware of. Both were bad, and both were dangerous. In as neutral a tone as he could manage, Harry asked again, "What did you bring me here for then?" As if he had all the time in the world, Dantalion paced a slow circle around Harry before answering. "The world is self-destructing and an acquaintance of the Blacks is in the thick of it. Call it a personal curiosity." Although he had zero idea what the Black family had to do with any of this, the idea that the end of the world was just an idle curiosity that was definitely the thought process of an ancient being, looking out over humans living their short little lives like they were some sort of play. Just curiosity? And here I thought hell was bursting at the seams with anticipation for this whole raising the earth plan. Do not lump me together with those second-rate mimics, he spat, lips twisting in a disgusted scowl. Whether you live or die is ultimately meaningless. I gain nothing from hurrying it along or fighting against it. Note to self, angering this man was a bad idea. Harry would be seriously playing with fire if he steered this in the wrong direction. Even if he could leave, Dantalion and many others besides had been watching him for some time. They knew the town. Leaving this space would not ensure his safety. Okay. He refused to apologize, so simply sidestepping the topic would have to do. But you wanted to talk to me. Why? Dantalion smoothed non-existent wrinkles from his jacket, expression falling back into neutral territory. I have a long-standing business relationship with the Black family. Walburga never had the common decency to introduce me to her children, but that would hardly prevent me from looking in on them regardless. Walburga? The screaming portrait? Oh, but, like so many other magic paintings, she was a real person once. Sirius' mother? If he remembered right. That bloodline is naught but ashes now, but there was one person they looked fondly upon. You. Still, there's nothing so fascinating about a single human that I would bother looking in on you were you still in England. The difference is that you are here, in the epicenter of humanity's secret last stand. Listening to him write off Sirius' life and death so crassly made Harry's blood boil, but this wasn't the time for an outburst. He could be as angry as he wanted once he was far, far away from this self-proclaimed demon. Some way, somehow, knowing Sirius made Harry important enough, or at least enough of a passing curiosity, to be given a chance. A chance for what? That still wasn't exactly clear. I have the answer to the riddle you've been trying to decode. No one else will be gracious enough to offer it up to you until it's too late to stop things. But an answer is only an answer. Discovering how to never break something is infinitely harder than breaking it. This world may burn either way, but in deference to a centuries-long partnership it may prove more entertaining to watch you flounder if you at least have a starting point. Did he seriously know what Castiel's infuriatingly vague, "Lilith will break the final seal," comment meant? If he did, assuming he was telling the truth, then that was everything. They had been working their asses off for months trying to coax an ounce of meaning from it, to no avail. I appreciate that now more than ever Harry was convinced that he need to tread carefully and pick his words, this time not to ensure his safety but to gain this infinitely precious information. But would it be unreasonable to ask what you gain from this? Perhaps I would simply like to see those lesser demons fall on their faces. They forget themselves, all of them. Hell was not built for the Morningstar, it merely houses his eternal prison. They want to see humanity burn, but they themselves were born from humans. I have existed since before the advent of humanity, before the fall, before these bottom feeders. If you fail despite my aid, the world will simply be reset. Perhaps something new will rise from the ashes, a new form of entertainment. Perhaps it won't. Oh. Okay. This guy wasn't just some high and mighty demon, but someone who had been around for thousands of years. That's certainly old enough to pull the detached whimsy card. Harry supposed he should just be grateful this ancient being's whim this time around was to help him instead of hinder. Of course, that's understandable. It wasn't, not to Harry and his mortal sensibilities, but no need to start an argument. Dantalion didn't believe him, but was amused by his attempt anyway. Lilith cannot break the seal, she is the seal. She will hide from you until the appointed time, then make herself available and taunt you into seeking her out. With the death of the first of these copycat demons, humanity will prove itself ready for judgment, and the brothers will fight their ridiculous fated war. How do you stop something from breaking? Harry's mind reeled. How do you stop someone from dying? He couldn't think about it. Not here, not now. He needed to etch everything Dantalion said into his mind so he could relay it to the others. Then they could think about the repercussions. Thank you, he said, mouth moving on autopilot. As enlightening as this had been, he didn't want to prolong this conversation. How to leave without being rude and getting himself incinerated on the spot. Dantalion snapped his fingers. Without feeling a single thing, they were suddenly back in the parking lot. Comfortable transportation, for sure, but also terrifying in the complete lack of warning sensations. No need to be tense, Dantalion assured. My decision has been made, and now we're done. My people will cease watching you. In all likelihood, you and I will never meet again. Try your best not to squander my gift too much. Internally, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could decide if he should try a more sincere expression of gratitude, Dantalion vanished. The oppressive sense of being watched disappeared with him. He slumped back against the side of his car, absolutely drained. The shopping could wait. Once he felt safe enough to drive, he was heading straight back home. There was a whole lot he needed to unpack from this unexpected meeting, and he needed as many people as possible to help him sort through it all. Ended. So thanks to you guys you watched. If you don't mind, so please share this video to your homies and partners. But guys, as a new content creator, we need your opinions and also crossover ideas about my videos, so please let me know in the comment section.